welcome to the November meeting of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. We have quite a few apologies as it turns out today, so I'll quickly run through those and try and capture them all. So we have apologies for absence from Deputy Mayor Desley Simpson, for lateness from the Deputy Chair, Councillor Chris Fletcher. We have a number of councillors who are attending via electronic link, who include Councillor Foley, Councillor Newman, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Filipina, Councillor Leone, and Councillor Bartley and Williamson. Jeepers. Online communities growing by the minute. And we have a further apology for Councillor Walker for lateness, early departure, Mayor Brown and Councillor Foley on council business. Okay. Yeah.
I'll just say I'm 4 o'clock chair as well, ish.
Yes, yeah. Okay, and Councillor Henderson. Hopefully we'll perhaps be gone by then, but that's very much in the hand of the meeting. I think I've captured everyone, Lata, have I? So I'll move that those apologies be received.
Happy to second.
Seconded by Councillor Sayers. All those in favour?
Aye.
Okay, I'd like to formally welcome the new IMSB member, Billy Brown. Welcome, Billy, to the committee, and look forward to your participation for the duration of the term. That takes us neatly to item 2, calling for any declarations of interest. Are there any declarations? No. Confirmation of minutes. Minutes that should be up on the screen now. I'm happy to move that they be confirmed. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sayers. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item 4, there are no petitions, which brings us to public input. In item 5, there were 5 requests received. One declined because it was too late. Yeah, way too late. It was too late by the time you put it in to tell you. So that's the reason. So that brings us to the first item for today is, and I think this is via electronic link. So we have online, hopefully, is Emma McInnes, representing Bike Auckland and Women in Urbanism. And Emma looks to address the committee in support of the draft speed management plan. And I think Emma's up on the screen now. So basically, Emma, as hopefully you've been told, roughly 5 minutes with a warning bell if it's going close to that, and then a few questions afterwards. So welcome, Emma, and over to you.
Atamare, ko Emma McInnes aho. Today I'm here speaking on behalf of Women in Urbanism Aotearoa and Bike Auckland in support of the Auckland Speed Management Plan. So thank you very much for letting me speak today and for being able to do it remotely. Between juggling work, study, advocacy and a toddler, it's becoming a lot harder to attend council events, and I think that's something that mothers in particular can sympathise with. Next slide, please. Firstly, I want to cover who Women in Urbanism Aotearoa is. We're an advocacy group who focus on how we can make our urban environments more inclusive of everyone. And it's just me in front of you today, but I represent a much larger group of wahine in particular who are passionate about cities. Many of our members work in the city building professions, and many are also nurses and teachers and wahine in the community who are really fed up with the way that the exclusive way that cities and towns are designed and built. So cities are really one of humanity's greatest inventions, allowing us to house and keep safe populations in a way that is compact and less intensive on nature, but like the wonderful Jane Jacobs, who's on the screen, once said, cities and towns are truly only successful and inclusive places when they're designed by and for everyone. Next slide, please. So at Women in Urbanism, we focus on all elements of sexism in the built environment, from highlighting the cultural pandemic of men spreading on public transport. Next slide, please. To supporting gender equity in the design and build of our cities. We advocate for equitable and inclusive spaces and places such as parks, playgrounds, squares, streets, housing, and our public transportation system. And we campaign for safer urban environments that prevent violence towards all people, especially women. And next slide, please. And slowing speeds on our roads and streets is at its core an equity issue, which is why I am here speaking about it today. And so this image on the screen shows Women in Urbanism's vision for a truly equitable and safe streets. Slowing traffic speeds more widely across Auckland is one of the measures we support, and there's a few reasons. Firstly, elderly people, people with disability, youth, and low-income communities are more at risk from higher speeds. This is because they cross streets more slowly and are less likely to drive and are less likely to live in walkable neighbourhoods. Road injury and death disproportionately impact Māori young people and low-income people. Secondly, children's independent travel has massively reduced in the past 30 years due to parents' concerns over traffic safety, despite most New Zealand children wanting to get to school on their own steam. AUT research has shown that our children have really lost the freedom of travel, in part because of the ridiculously high speeds on our roads and streets. A recently released study showed that children in New Zealand are twice as likely to die from traumatic injuries, many of these injuries from road accidents, than children in Victoria, Australia. And because children have lost their independence and freedom to simply walk in their neighbourhoods to get to school, women as primary caregivers, yes, we still are disadvantaged, as the school and daycare drop-off still primarily falls to them. And this can be seen in NZTA travel data, where women's travel by car significantly increases at the start and end of a school day. We don't have to imagine how much congestion this would also remove from our roads. We notice it every school holidays. Traffic speeds also concern women more, as women walk more than men in Aotearoa and use our footpaths more than men, according to research by NZTA. And they're more likely to be accompanying someone that they're caring for, such as children or the elderly, and women are therefore more at risk in our neighbourhoods with fast-moving vehicles. What's really important to note is that if we designed for all the aforementioned groups who have the most needs in our cities, we design cities that actually work really well for everyone, so we leave no one behind, and that includes men. Next slide, please. Critically, we can actually have equitable streets that meet the needs of our roads and street users who have become vulnerable due to poor city planning by organising our roads and streets in a hierarchy that creates slow speed, safe, people-centred neighbourhoods, which still allow for our arterials to do the really heavy lifting of vehicles, allowing our tradies and our trucks and our buses and the people who like to hoon, to the speed limit, to move quickly and efficiently around the city. Waterview is a really great example of this in Auckland. It's already happening there. We've got 30-kilometre speeds in our neighbourhoods that are really, that are really supporting children to do a lot more walking to school or to the playground independently, while Great North Road has higher speeds and carries all our commuters and deliveries to the rest of the city. How much longer do I have? A minute? Or is that the end? Oh, okay, I'll wrap it up. So next slide, please. This is the kind of thing that we enable when speeds are slow and streets are quiet enough, more efficient use of public space for our children. There are no parks close by to this house, especially ones with hoops, and this Auckland family doesn't have a backyard space for a hoop. Instead, the kids are using their street to stay healthy and active, as many children do, a great number of them in cities around the world. To wrap up, my daughter and I walked past a group of primary school students just yesterday who were monitoring traffic speeds on their school road, and they were standing there with clipboards and speed guns. Our children shouldn't have to be so concerned about traffic speeds at the school gate that they choose to do assignments on road speeds to then take their findings and plead their case to a local board. We should already have streets so safe that our children can just get on with shooting hoops instead of traffic speeds. So I'll end here. Thank you for your time today, and good luck voting on the congestion charging later today. Women in Urbanism still also supports congestion charging along with cheaper, more frequent public transportation to ensure Aucklanders have greater mobility options. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. Emma, are you available to take some questions from other councillors?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Okay, great. So we've got a question from Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. And thanks, Emma. Sorry, I missed the beginning of your presentation. I was downstairs in another meeting. But thank you for being here. I have two questions. One, would it concern you a lot, or you may have mentioned it, or you may know that there are now no women directors on Auckland Transport, and what kind of effect do you think that makes on potential decision making?
Yes, and thank you for the question. Yes, I mean, cities have historically been built by men and for men, and they're not doing so well in terms of designing equitable places that work well for the needs of everyone, especially our most vulnerable. So again, this is another example of where we absolutely need women at the decision-making table to make sure that they're represented and to make sure that they are, are more adequately considering the experiences of women in the design and build of cities. So yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Emma. My last question is just around the table, how would you proactively give your advice to colleagues? There is a lot of discussion around this table that speed mitigation, pedestrian crossings, raised crossings, cycleways are bad and the public don't want them. Is that what you're hearing amongst the families, kids that you know? That there's an assumption that no one wants these things and we should cut those budgets?
I don't know who you're talking to. You must be talking to a very privileged few, because most people that I talk to want safer neighbourhoods. They want places where their kids, like I said, can travel to school independently. They want places where they can cross the road without feeling unsafe and being unsafe. That's what people really want from their neighbourhoods. And like I said, we can have that, we can support that, and we can still allow our delivery trucks, our private vehicles to use our arterials and to get things across the city and move efficiently. It's really, our neighbourhoods need to be much safer, and that is what I'm hearing from people.
Councillor Leone, online.
Kia ora, Emma. Thank you so much for your presentation. And I know that you're really busy with your toddler and so on. You're always an inspiration of moving around the city and showing how we can do that. My question is just around, at the moment we're looking at the equity of funding with the local boards. That's what we'll be looking at over the next period of time. Did you have any feedback specifically on whether we should be also looking at, prioritising this across all local boards as well, now that we're reviewing the equity of funding too?
Well, it's not something that I've thought about too much, but I would say, spending needs to go to those communities that are most in need, and it's those low-income communities, those communities that have nothing, that fare the worst when it comes to high-speed street environments. So, yeah, absolutely, some sort of equitable decision-making and equitable funding needs to be applied to ensure that local boards who have very little are not missing out and are provided for. But that's something that I'd love to discuss again with more information.
Finally, Councillor
Thank
Dalton.
you.
Thank you, Emma, for your presentation. It was fantastic. I did miss the beginning because I was in the same meeting as Councillor Hills. But just on his thread around women at the table, but also the voice of children. So it can be very lonely out there if there's not a lot of support around politicians as they try and advocate. Any recommendations on how we can get more of the voice of our children to this decision-making table, because we're making decisions for their future, not just for our own. How any good ideas around that?
Yeah, well, I guess it starts by making sure that these meetings, like, we could actually bring children into these meetings. Like, I've actually done a presentation before with my baby on my lap, and it was a little bit easier when she wasn't swimming around. But, just being open to the fact that sometimes we might bring our children in with us and being a little bit okay that they might run around a little bit, but actually, think like it's really important that they're there, because they really are the future. They're the people that we're designing for. So, yeah, just like, I guess, signaling to people that that's very much an option and that's something that you guys would be very happy to see. And I guess, yeah, this online option is really great because I'm really struggling, like, as a new parent to, like, make it to council meetings. And so ensuring that there's different ways that we can interact with you, but that my interaction and my engagement with you is no less important than someone who's able to turn up and be present. And so, yeah, just making sure that people are really aware of that, because I feel like a lot of women feel like their time is wasted if they're just writing a submission when that's the only thing that they can do, it's the only thing that they have time for. And so just making sure that their submissions carry weight and that they know it carries the same amount of weight just as someone who has a lot of privilege and a lot of time to attend your meetings. That would be my first advice, but I'm sure there's plenty of other things that we can be doing, and I'd be happy to think about that and help with that.
Thank you, Emma.
Right, thank you, Emma. Councillor Dalton, would you like to move the motion of thanks to Emma? And seconded by Councillor Fletcher. All those in favour? Against? Thank you very much, Emma, for your presentation. And I'll now call up Mr. Don Lewis from E3 Technologies. And the brief background to Don's appearance before us today: he contacted a number of councillors earlier in the year with a willingness to demonstrate how some of the available technology today can assist in achieving emission reduction goals, which of course is an ongoing interest amongst many around this table. And I think Don has a presentation that will be up on the screen. So welcome, Don. When the button comes on red, that you've been captured. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Watson. I really appreciate the opportunity to address you, and that my submissions haven't gone completely on deaf ears, as it were. So my presentation today is about hydrogen on demand. Now, there's been a lot of talk about hydrogen and used as a fuel. Hydrogen on demand has actually been around for quite a while now, and what E3 Technologies does is we've actually, let me just have a look. I'm not quite sure. Can we just? Leave it on the desk. Yeah. Okay, so E3 Technologies is about identifying real-world technology that what we do is we seek out technology that's maybe hasn't been seen before or has been used overseas but not been seen down here, identifying that technology, and then because we kind of believe in not reinventing the wheel. So if someone's already done this, we'd like to adopt that, bring it to New Zealand and show how it can be used here. Hopefully in the promotion of that, we also maybe find some ways of actually tweaking it a little bit and giving a little bit of the Kiwi treatment, adding a little bit of technology, maybe a little bit of, with a hydrogen on demand, for instance, some electronics to make sure that it maps nicely with the various motors it's in for. So the solution is hydrogen on demand. Now, we're not producing enough hydrogen using this process, which is basically electrolysis. We don't produce enough hydrogen to actually run the vehicle on it. This is actually just utilising the hydrogen as a catalyst to enhance the burn, if you like. So, and it's actually quite well demonstrated and proven that a small amount of hydrogen in the combustion cycle will increase the flame speed, which means that the fuel that you have in your combustion chamber, and whether it be petrol or diesel, is burnt more completely. That means that you're actually liberating far more of the power that you have in your fuel, but also it means that you're burning the fuel more completely. So there's less emissions going out through the exhaust pipe. So the hydrogen on demand acts as a catalyst to ensure that the fuel that you have, that you are trying to utilise to do work, is actually fully utilised. The byproduct of the hydrogen on demand is water. This also means that the whole system is cleansed by the water in the exhaust. AdBlue does something similar, but it's not added at the combustion cycle. It's actually added post-combustion, so it actually cleans the DPF filter through the exhaust system. So the idea is very, very similar, but what we're doing is we're using the opportunity to add the hydrogen or Brown's gas to the combustion cycle. When I was at ECA, one of the things that we had a problem with trying to get manufacturers to adopt biofuels, and because they said, well, the vehicle wasn't designed for biofuels. The thing is, there is no warranty on, we're not breaking any warranties when it comes down to actually putting hydrogen into the air intake, because there's no specification for the air that's actually intake through that. So it's an interesting concept. To add AdBlue to an existing generator or diesel motor for a ferry, for instance, would be very expensive. The cost of adding the hydrogen on demand is very, very small. The result of putting hydrogen into the air intake is that you actually run a cooler motor, it's smoother running, it cleans the catalytic converter and the DPF filter. You realise more power, and there's nothing wrong with that. Hence, you actually end up with an energy efficiency. Most of the technology, or most of the reports that we've seen from the US report on the energy efficiency savings. No one's really kind of concentrated on the emissions. One of the things that attracted me originally was an article in the Herald by Bernard Orsman about the fact that we're trying to attack the emissions part of it, but we have no way of kind of really addressing that. So this I think is a really good opportunity for us to do that. So with less emissions, more of the fuel actually burnt, you actually also get more power. I'll grab the next slide, please. So what is the proposal? What do I want? Well, I'd like us to actually be open-minded here and do a trial. So the first stage would be for council to investigate what vehicles it has in its fleet that would not easily be converted to other forms of clean energy, i.e. not electrified easily like your car fleet. For instance, your container lift, ferries, so forth. These are vehicles that you're not going to be able to convert to electricity easily if we did have the electrical and battery technology available to do that. We would run a trial. The costs per trial would be in the order of between $4,000 to $5,000. Depends on how much reporting you want to do. I would suggest that you probably would like to ensure that it's actually done independently, so the reporting might be actually done by others. If that trial is successful, and I certainly hope it is, we'll then move on to stage 2, which would then be to identify more plant and machinery in tranches that we could then address this and roll this out to. What's the downside? The downside is there's actually really not very much of a downside. Because there is very limited modification to the engine, the hydrogen on demand cycle actually connects to your alternator and so forth, so it pulls power out of the alternator. The hydrogen on demand is generated as you need it, so you're not storing it, so there's no fire issue there. The hydrogen is bubbled through the air intake, and at that point we can actually then disconnect the hydrogen. In fact, actually, if the vehicle runs out of hydrogen for whatever reason, i.e. run out of water, and that's all we're applying here is just demineralised water, then the vehicle will actually revert back to just running on diesel or petrol. So the risk to the council is actually that we would actually be able to put these units on, test it, prove the technology, prove what it could do, not only prove the energy efficiency, but also the emissions figures. Stage 2 would be to roll this out to more, but I'd also like to include some safe and fuel efficient driver training as well, because if you're going to have this extra energy efficiency, it would be nice to capture that and actually make sure you're going to use it. What most of the participants have previously done is they've used that extra power to drive quicker or deliver more or do more work very much quicker. So we can grab the last slide, please. We have one independent testimonial in New Zealand, and that's from a gentleman called Mike Price, and he enjoyed around about a 30% improvement initially, and he admits he actually uses the power now to climb hills quicker. So he's getting around about 20 to 25% improvement. That fuel efficiency also goes back to the whole thing that we're actually burning the fuel more efficiently, so there's less emissions. But he doesn't have an emissions module or analysis on his vehicle, so we can't tell it. The US supplier that we'd be using, they have many references on their website. I mean, for instance, the Yukon is a 75% improvement. It's just a tremendous amount of improvement. But it comes down to how you're going to use that. So that's why I would actually recommend maybe that we use the safe and energy and fuel efficient driver training to actually capture that for you. Basically, the payback would be around about 2 years on a $4,000 on your average $4,000 conversion.
Okay. Thank you very much for that presentation, Don. Some quite impressive reduction statistics here. We've got a couple of councillors who want to ask questions. Councillor Walker.
Sure. My question is around the cost and the deal. You're interested in a trial. Having said that, if the product is as cost effective as you suggest, and we, that is Auckland Council, is going to get a reduction in our fuel, is it conceivable that you could come up with a proposition that actually doesn't cost us? You get recouped for the cost of the installation, and an arrangement that, for example, some of the solar companies and the like have, whereby their capital cost is covered by the reduction in cost to the consumer. So is there a deal you could come up with? Because then on the basis of that, we might be able to roll it out more substantially.
Oh, look, certainly I would welcome any proposal. I think really the first thing would be to prove the technology and prove it to yourselves so that actually, because as I say, the emissions figures that I have are from my business colleague's vehicle. He's put a sensor on the tailpipe, and it is quite remarkable the level of improvement. He's getting in the order of around 90% drop in emissions, which seems an absolutely bizarre figure. Hence, I'm a bit inclined to go, I think we kind of really need to get some real world figures here on that. So the first stage would be to look at, identifying a couple of pieces of equipment that you think we could test and that sort of thing. And then certainly after that, I'm not a financier, so but I'm sure that if I was to go to a finance company and we were looking at some sort of maybe some sort of lease period whereby the equipment is leased to you over a period of time. That way, it's a fixed cost. The payback is less than 2 years, and then after that, hey, it's on there.
So, just a very quick supplementary question, Mr. Chair. I mean, there are entities. I mean, ECA. I think the council's got a climate fund. There's some form of grant that's available from the government. Aren't there sources of funding that you could go to reduce our cost?
Certainly, I think that ECA, I have good contacts at ECA, would be quite keen on this. The unfortunate thing is at $4,000 per installation, it kind of doesn't, it's not enough. ECA is more interested in when it's $100,000, but certainly if we were to go to them with a proposal where you're going to roll this out to the whole bus fleet or whatever, then that may well be something that we could, certainly go to ECA and get some funding, co-funding for. They usually from memory, their co-funding is around about 40 to 50%, and in which case, if that means that your diesel bill, your payback on your diesel bill would actually then be within a year. But I see this for the council. This is not so much about saving money on diesel. It's actually about being able to report really strong emissions reduction figures, and that's what hasn't been captured to date.
Absolutely. Final question, Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much too. So that kit
the unit comes in a kit form? Is it a universal kit that fits any model?
Excuse me. There is a number of different sizes, depending upon the size of the engine. Most of the kits that we've put together are around about the $4,000 mark. A little bit less maybe, but then by the time you install, you've got to then also tune the engine so that it recognises the fact that it doesn't have to.
I understand that. It's just, sorry, the kit is a universal kit in a box, is it? That you...
As you can see from that photo, that's spread around the Yukon engine. Yeah, but we can put it in a box for sure.
And what would it cost on average?
That's what I say. It's around about the $4,000 mark.
Just for the kit without installation?
It would be a little bit less than that without installation, but I suggest that you probably need a little bit of expertise, and certainly we could do the training.
So if I may interrupt, sorry. So I'm a qualified mechanic, I'm a practicing mechanic, I have my alternate fuel certificate, my business is still one of the only ones in Auckland which has a warrant of fitness licence for alternate fuels. I have 5 vehicles running on alternate fuels, and I did so on Motor Trade Alternate Fuel Association in the late 80s. Yeah. My question is, if I was prepared to fund stage 1 for you, yes, and supply a vehicle, would you accept that?
For sure. Yes.
Okay, the offer stands. Thank you.
Lovely.
Okay, we don't usually get response action like that. Yes, thank you, Councillor Turner, and thank you, Don, for your presentation. We will pass that on to the various personnel in council who are dealing with emissions and also to Auckland Transport. Councillor Turner, would you like to move the motion of thanks for Don for his presentation? And
until the test is over, Mr.
Okay, he's putting a rider on that. Moved by Councillor Walker, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thanks very much, Don, and we look forward to the trial. That's the deal that's just been sealed in the trial. Thank you very much.
I look forward to the trial as well.
We'll touch base soon. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll now a third presentation today in public input. We have welcome to the front Andrew Crooksigner, and Andrew is looking to address the committee today on the transport outcomes associated with the proposed sale and demolition of the downtown car park and its impact on the city centre and the overall transport network. Is there a presentation associated? Yes, so we've received a presentation.
Is that the updated one, Lata? Yes. Wonderful.
It's the updated one, Andrew. So generally about 5 minutes with a bell to signal when you're on that limit, and then we'll open up to a few questions afterwards. So welcome, Andrew, and the floor's over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm here as the representative of the Save Queen Street Society Incorporated, and as a building owner who's owned and developed over 70 buildings in the Auckland CBD, including 9 buildings in Queen Street. I've developed an alternative scheme for downtown car park building with Brian Aitken of Peddle Thorpe. Brian was the principal architect of Metropolis, Lumley, Vero, SAP House at 151 Queen Street, and many other landmark Auckland buildings. We've also worked with Norm Lee, the original engineer of the downtown car park, Craig Stevenson, the technical director of Oricon, and Yanis Prionis, a specialist seismic engineer. Yanis is here with me, and I also have Matt Tooman, valuer, to be here with me today to answer any queries you may have. I was born in Auckland and have lived and worked in the city as a developer and investor for the last 38 years. I love Auckland and want it to be a vibrant place that attracts people to live, work and play. The Society represents the interests of building owners, tenants and Aucklanders who seek the success of the city. We need you, our elected representatives, to make the right decisions so that Aucklanders can easily come to the city to enjoy the variety of goods and services that small businesses offer. Demolishing the downtown car park damages the city. It makes it harder to visit the city, to shop, dine, attend events and to access the Gulf Islands. Businesses will close, buildings will be abandoned and the city will die. Now more than ever, we need to make it easier for people to return to the city, not harder. The notion that the removal of car parking from the city leads to people taking a bus, bike or train to the city is just not correct. People simply go elsewhere, to Newmarket, St Luke's or Sylvia Park, shopping centres where parking is plentiful and often free. This is one of the reasons why these centres are flourishing and the city is suffering. The downtown car park is a key strategic city asset. It's irreplaceable in both location and from a planning perspective. It could not be rebuilt. It is the central hub of the ferry, bus, train and CRL network. Quality, livable cities give people options, including car parking. The best global cities have car parking in their central transport hub. If you live in many parts of Auckland, there are no good public transport solutions. People need to be able to drive to and from and park in the city, especially when the public transport system is so incomplete, unavailable and unreliable so much of the time. I firmly believe that many of the decisions that were made by the previous council were wrong, and their impact has caused significant damage to the reputation and the success of the city. The decision to sell, and as part of that sale seek the demolition of the downtown car park, is one of those wrong decisions. There were three main drivers for the original decision by the previous council to sell the downtown car park. The first was for council to raise money to be able to provide essential services to ratepayers. It was anticipated that the net funds available to council from the sale would be not less than $100 million. The second was to alleviate the need to spend a purported $20 million on a seismic upgrade of the downtown car park. The third was to achieve certain transport outcomes which aligned with the city centre master plan. The previous council approved the sale subject to achieving all of these objectives. The reason Eke Panuku are now asking for the governing body to approve the terms of the sale is because the current terms that have been negotiated are materially different to the governing body resolution passed in 2021. Turning to each of these in order. The current deal in front of you from Precinct Properties includes contractual obligations that requires the council to spend circa $75 million on a variety of construction requirements and will leave the council with circa $50 million at best. This, of course, assumes that there are no cost overruns, which we know in the construction industry is highly unlikely. This is not what the previous council was expecting to receive. The downtown car park is not earthquake prone. In 2020, council received an engineering report from CompuSoft, I have a copy with me, that led them to believe that they would need to spend $20 million to seismically upgrade the building. This was a result of the 65mm concrete non-ductile steel mesh floor of the car park being considered a critical failure point. At the New Zealand Society for Earthquake Engineering annual conference in 2020, Yanis Prionis presented a peer-reviewed analysis on non-ductile steel mesh concrete floors which proved that the floor in the downtown car park is not a critical failure point. As a result, the building would not be earthquake prone. Further, the structural works to deliver the alternative scheme that I will propose to you shortly will strengthen the building to 100%. The final impetus for sale was to achieve certain transport outcomes, including a bus and flexible multimodal transport hub. AT's very strong advice at the time was that short-stay public parking should be an essential component of the sale as a strategic transport outcome. However, the previous council voted against that advice, and as a result, it was not included as a requirement. The previous council would not have agreed to the terms of the deal that is on the table at the moment, and neither should you. The deal does not deliver on the financial outcomes sought. The building does not need seismic upgrade, and it does not deliver on the strategic transport outcomes. Pursuant to Section 77 of the Local Government Act, it is your obligation as our elected councillors when selling council land, and I quote, to seek to identify all reasonable, practicable options for the achievement of the objectives of a decision, and to assess the options in terms of their advantages and disadvantages. I have an alternative proposal which delivers a very significant financial benefit to council and ratepayers and fulfills the vision articulated in the City Centre Master Plan. A win for council, a win for ratepayers and a win for Aucklanders. My alternative proposal is very simple, and you should have three bits of paper in front of you. It's to sell the development rights above the existing building to a developer who will build a tower or towers. This will achieve between $43 and $88 million as a sale price for those development rights, dependent on the floor area ratio that can be achieved above the existing car park. Enable that developer to purchase up to 500 car parks in the existing car park building that provide for the development above. At $200,000 per car park, this would generate $100 million. The third, keep the much needed affordable parking operating continuously within the downtown car park while a development occurs above, and that generates currently $5 million to council. These car parks are worth around $100 million as an investment. Alternatively, council has the option to sell those car parks on a strata title basis with a lease back to AT or another operator for $90,000 each. If sold, that would generate another that same $100 million in cash to council. The combination of these values comes to between $250 and $300 million. This alternative is around $200 to $250 million better than the present offer you have in front of you, which generates at best $50 million, but probably less. And most importantly, it retains the benefit of much needed car parking for Auckland City. I understand you received a petition in September from Cherie Heimgartner. She now has over 9,500 signatures to her petition. In addition, we have surveyed Lower Queen Street and the surrounding area retailers, and we have over 120 signatures from retailers who do not want the downtown car park to be demolished and who desperately need your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for your very comprehensive presentation there, and we have a couple of questions. Councillor Williamson, who is online.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. My first question actually is to you, sir. I look at my agendas very carefully. I looked at it again this morning. This is a subject that is very dear to my heart and I'm very interested in. I saw no sign of this on the agenda whatsoever, and I've made alternative arrangements to be elsewhere, so I'm online because I'm still so interested I've had to duck out of what I was at. Can you explain to me how something this important can be on our agenda and yet not published in anywhere that I can see that it was going to happen?
When it comes to public input, applications that come in a little later in the print process don't get captured for print. So that was the case with this one as a consequence of a variety of factors. So that's why it's not there in black and white.
But we put add-ins to the agenda all the time on Nexus. Why could this not have been added on so someone could see that this was happening?
I thought you were talking about the paper copy, but...
No, the Nexus, the online system, which would hopefully update. I mean, Mr. Crooksina must have known at least yesterday that he'd been allowed to come. How come even this morning at 9 o'clock it's still not shown as being available?
Yeah, okay, I think we can deal with that with the committee secretaries afterwards. I haven't got an answer to the Nexus thing.
Okay. All right. Well, look, I've got some questions, and I think the first one to Mr. Crooksina goes along the lines of, how on earth do you calculate the value of the air rights above such a building? Because it just seems to me to be the most complex thing to try and do.
Thank you for that question. It's actually incredibly simple. The amount of developable area that one can build is the determinant of the value per square metre of that land, and that goes for land on the ground or land in the air. So if you take the total, there is a maximum floor area ratio currently in the district plan, although that is likely to be amended, of 13 to 1. And if you take 13 to 1 times the land area of 6,442 square metres, you get to a certain area of 83,750 square metres. If you deduct the existing area of the existing downtown car park from that of circa 50,000 square metres, you end up with about 33,000 square metres available to be built above the car park, and that's a minimum in reality. If you take that 33,000 square metres and you multiply it by $2,000 per square metre of buildable area, which is what the value of it is, because you're building something, let's say you're building an office building, you're going to rent it for $900 a metre, you're going to sell it for $18,000 a square metre at a 5% cap rate. So you're going to pay $2,000 for the rights to build it. You might spend $5,000 a square metre building it, that's $7,000, plus other costs might be $10,000, and it might be worth $18,000 at the end of it. So that's the math. So if you take 33,000 metres times $2,000 per square metre, that's about $66 million. And then the valuer has looked at the reduction from that, because you need to build a concrete podium effectively above the top of the car park. You build a 3 to 4 metre thick concrete podium, or you can build it also in steel. That has a cost, and we've costed it with our quantity surveyor of $21 million. So if you take circa $65 million minus $21 million, you end up with a residual land value of the development rights of about $43 million.
So I guess the next question, because it does seem like castles in the air stuff, is it practical to actually do this, and has it been done elsewhere? Because building on top of something that's already there seems amazing.
Yes, so it has been done many, many places in the world. I have a slight problem. I'm incapable of operating this particular device and wondering if somebody can give me a hand to, I'm clicking away but nothing seems to be happening. Yes, are you, Lata, can you drive it? So if you move forward, sorry? Is it the side ones or the top? Sorry? Yeah, so I'll just run through these. So that's the 122 retailers. That's the valuation. If we just move on, next one, please. Okay, so these are podium tower examples around the world. Sao Paulo, National Bank in Melbourne. If you just flick forward, Lata, other podium tower examples. Just flick. There's about 6 or 7 pages. All over the world. So it's a very common thing. It's done in Australia, it's done in America, it's done in Asia, it's done in South America, you know, Pacific Place in Hong Kong. It's a very common thing to do, to build over the top of a building. And in simple terms, you run columns down through the building, and that holds a very heavy concrete pad up in the sky. And on top of that, you can build anything. You don't need to, the buildings that sit on top of that sit independently of the building below. As it happens, the structure that you would put through the building to hold that structure up, that actually ends up creating a very good seismic brace for the existing building, which is why the existing building then easily gets to 100% seismically.
Councillor
Okay,
Fletcher.
and last question for you.
Yes.
What is it you're actually asking of us today? Because it's a great presentation and it's quite exciting, but what is it you're asking us to do?
Councillor, I'm asking you to not sell the downtown car park to Precinct because they want to demolish it. I'm asking you to keep the downtown car park operating, keep 1,200 cars for long-term public parking, and sell the development rights either to Precinct, who are a perfectly good developer, or to a third party. And when the building was originally tendered, because there are rights that Precinct has as owners of the surrounding downtown buildings, where the council have to provide those car parks to them that they have the rights to in the building, it was a very uncompetitive tender process. Nobody other than Precinct was able to bid on that building if it requires demolition. If you don't require demolition of the downtown car park, any bidder can buy the building, because if you leave the car park there, you can continue to provide the car parking to Precinct that contractually the owner of the building must do, and then anybody is free to build on top. I think Precinct are a good buyer, but they should be buying the air rights and develop on top, not demolishing the car parking and damaging the city. They care about their patch, which is below Custom Street, and they own a number of buildings there. They have no care in reality for the rest of the city, and as a commercial entity, they should be seeking to benefit themselves. And so they, for example, have bought the Viaduct car park next to the downtown car park because they know that they need parking for their development. But you are, by letting them demolish the building, taking away that parking for the rest of the lower part of the city. Many of those buildings are character buildings, and they have no parking and are unable to have parking. And so by taking the car parking away from that bottom end of town, you damage the utility of those buildings, you make it impossible for office workers that have to drive in to be able to do so, and you reduce the ability for people to shop and dine in that area because there's nowhere for them to park.
Councillor Fletcher.
Morena, Mr. Cruxina, it's a pleasure to have you here today. You've been to the forefront of the importance of beauty in public spaces in Auckland, and we thank you for your service there. But my specific question is that you're here about transport today, and so much about transport now is about quality environments. Will you outline how your proposal might enhance positive environmental outcomes specific to transport? It would be helpful if you could give us some intel on that.
Thank you, Councillor. So if you take a very large structure like the downtown car park out of concrete and you demolish it, the amount of embedded carbon that you are taking away is enormous. There's 500 years of green building that you are immediately destroying by demolishing that car park. The precinct proposal demolishes that car park of 1,944 cars, and it digs a massive hole in the ground and puts 740 cars under the sea level below ground in what is reclaimed land. That is a massive environmental disaster, actually, because you are digging up a huge amount of material, having to take it somewhere, the transport of that material back and forth, the transport, the tens of thousands of trucks that will have to transport the material from the downtown car park to landfills around Auckland. You know, no matter how green a building, no matter how lovely a building you put from an environmental perspective, it'll be 500 years before you repay the damage that you do by the demolition of that car park. The greenest thing to do in this world is to reutilize existing buildings. The greenest thing to do in this world is to make existing things reformatted and changed to be able to cope with the future that we seek. So sorry if
I have a second question that I want to follow on with. I mean, it's all very well to put these things up to us, but do you have any specific or formal plans for this that would give credibility to what you're presenting to us today?
We do. We've, if I can, sorry, maybe flick forward. In there should be, yeah, so we've taken, and don't look at the design of this because we have not, we've taken the precinct tower proposal that you will have seen and taken the exact same building footprint and attached it onto the existing downtown car park. So this is not our design exercise. This is precinct's design that they're asking you to commit to and simply leave it, putting it on top of the downtown car park. And that's the two buildings that they had proposed. That's how they would sit on top of the downtown car park, and as one sits over the laneway that precinct control next door, but it could easily be moved to the left. We've done a full seismic and engineering scheme that shows that those buildings that they've designed can sit on top of the existing downtown car park. And if you just run through that, Lata, please. So that, if you stop at that, so that's an image, that's those buildings modelled on top of the downtown car park. As I said, I think they can be much more beautiful. And I would say to you as councillors, you have an opportunity to make sure that whatever buildings are built on this very significant site in Auckland are iconic and are beautiful. And I've seen the buildings that have been proposed by Precinct, and they are at best ordinary, and they don't in any way enhance the city. You know, if you look at the Opera House in Sydney, the Eiffel Tower in Paris, Bilbao, you know, the Guggenheim, these are cities that have made it their business to ensure that there are iconic buildings built. And those things actually create the vision of a city. They spend more than AT can ever spend on marketing for a city. And this building, this site is an opportunity for council to make sure that something truly iconic is built. That's not, and you know, this is not iconic what's been put here. This is merely mimicking the modelling of buildings the precinct has put up previously.
Thank you, Chair. There are other questions, but they're more appropriate for the governing body.
I think you've attracted quite a bit of interest here, Andrew. So there's people have expressed interest. If you don't mind people asking questions now, if you could expedite them, please. We've got Councillor Darby, Councillor Lee, Councillor Sayers, and Councillor Walker. So we're sort of getting on time.
Thanks for your presentation. Andrew, just first question, I've got a couple of questions. You're not suggesting that's architecture, because that's not
architecture. That's not architecture. This is a Balkan location model that mimics the precinct Balkan location. That's all.
Okay, good. Just that one's out of the way. Hey, just in terms of, you know, we went through a transparent process as council needs to do. We sent out an EOI, expression of interest, to the market. People responded. I don't recall anybody coming back to us and saying, my offer here is we will achieve your strategic outcomes and retain this concrete hulk of a car park. So we undertook a transparent process, did you participate in that process?
I did not.
But you're expressing an interest now, Andrew, and the process has closed.
I have no interest in purchasing the car park. The project is far too... I'm not interested at all. I'm interested in preserving public parking for the city, Chris, which I know you are diametrically opposed to, but you are wrong, and you will damage and have damaged and will continue to damage the city by trying to get rid...
Mr. Chair, come on.
By trying to get rid of parking.
To just go.
My apologies, I'll answer your
That's okay.
question, Chris. Sorry.
So just in terms of process then, Andrew, you've been in this business a long time. You've got a lot of experience in the commercial sector. If your company was developing a property and you'd struck an indicative, a deal with the council, and then the council reneged on that contract, because there is a contract of form to date.
I understand
That company has made announcements to the market because they're a publicly listed company. What would your company do to the vendor when it reneged? You've got a lot of experience here, Andrew. Sure. What would you do?
So property law is extremely clear and very simple. Unless a contract in writing is executed by both parties that defines with clarity exactly what the deal is, there is no ability to sue another party. So Precinct have no ability to sue the council on any basis. As it happens, I was at their AGM a couple of days ago. They made no announcement at their AGM about their proposal for the downtown car park. You have no liability, and I know it's been put...
And if you don't mind, I think I've just sort of had advice from a director. I think if we just steer away from some of the legalistic transactional issues, if you don't mind.
Point of order, Chair, that has been brought up earlier. I think this whole process is a little bit... I haven't seen this type of thing happen before. I don't know, Barry, if this... Well, it's a point of order on clarification that I've not seen someone come and propose.
If I could just finish, so I'll take your point. So we've discussed the matter. We want, as Andrew knows, we want to stay away from any commercial aspects of the agreement. That's not appropriate. So if we could bear that in mind, Councillor Darby, if you've got another question to finish off there.
So I'm only talking about things that are in the public domain anyway. I'm not going into any words of contract, and Andrew is responding because he's got some experience in that area. I don't think anything
I can say,
problematic.
if Councillor Darby, you agree to sell the building and end up with 50 million versus an alternative proposal of 250 million, the likelihood that the Save Queen Street Society brings litigation against the council for losing $200 million of the ratepayers' money is much greater, and our claim is much more certain than any claim that Precinct may have, and you would, under Section 77, not have fulfilled your obligations under the Local Government Act, and as directors of Panuku, they would also be liable for not doing the best for the people of Auckland. We're not talking about 2 million, we're talking about $200 to $250 million difference between my alternative proposal and the proposal you are about to try and make happen. That is significant money. If you care about the people of Auckland, even if you don't care about the parking, that $200 to $250 million is something you should be seeking.
Is that a soft threat to sue?
It's not a soft threat at all. It's a fact.
All right, thanks.
It's not a soft threat.
We're going to move on to the next question now, Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't here when the original decision was made. I was in retirement, but I do understand that the agreement was conditional to a commercial market, a competitive approach, and so I have some questions about that. In terms of design, I would acknowledge Mr. Crookzina for the Metropolis building, which I think is one of the finest new buildings in the city, and I think he was only in his 20s when he built and had very much input on the design of that, so I acknowledge you for that. My question is, you have talked about, in terms of integrated transport planning and integrated transport links to the inner city, that apart from the CRL, which is coming one day, I hope, and our buses, and the Britomart train station, you believe that the majority mode transport, in other words, private cars, are part of integration. And you talked about leading cities having car parks in the inner city. Can you give us an example, please?
Yeah, so if you, Lata, sorry, if I could ask you to flick back a few slides. We've done an analysis of different cities around the world to look at the number of car parks that they have in their transport hubs versus, here we go, it's a slide here. So interestingly, we actually have the least number of car parks in our transport hub by comparison to Sydney, Brisbane, Dublin, Melbourne, Livorno, Stockholm, Fukuoka, Genoa, Helsinki, Copenhagen, Marseille, Vancouver, Seattle and Tel Aviv. So for each, there are one car park per 1,400 people in our city within our, if we get down to the 1,200 car parks I'm proposing in the downtown car park, we would be worse, the least number of car parks, which Mr. Darby would make you happy, I would think, less by you know, if you look at Copenhagen, they have one car park per 193 people, whereas we have one car park per 1,417 people in terms of our population. So to have, and to not have a vehicle parking place in the middle of the ferries, the buses, the trains, it's madness. If you want to go to Wellington and you live in Warkworth, you should be able to drive into the city, park, jump in a train and go to Wellington. We need to make sure that the city and the transport hub of the city functions effectively. Cars are a part of reality. You cannot banish them off the roads, and they will never be banished off the roads. Simply, you will make the city a worse place to be.
Okay. Councillor Sayers?
Can I just have a follow-up, please, Mr. Chair? Air rights seem to be the key issue and the point of difference between your proposal, alternative proposal, and what I understand the council has signed up to, or has it really, when you analyse it. But anyway, air rights are the key aspect here. Are you saying in effect that the present deal means selling the air right, or selling the building, but actually giving the air rights away gratis, and those air rights will be used by the developer and they won't have to pay for them? Is that how it works?
Well, no, not really. I mean, if you buy a building and pull it down and build a building, the rights to build relate to the land area. So you're selling them the land effectively. They're demolishing the building, digging a huge hole in the ground, filling it with car parks, 740 of them, starting from ground, building a couple of podiums and some towers. So you know, that's a 5-year project. Building on top of here is a 2-year project, number one. So you have 3 years less disruption in the city, but that's not your question. You're not giving it away for free. You're at the price you're selling that car park to Precinct for is so cheap it is comical, right? The amount you're receiving for it is so cheap it's comical. There are 1,950 car parks.
So Andrew, we'll just steer. We'll just keep the transport.
I think the key thing is that there's a $200 to $250 million difference between selling to Precinct as it is presently proposed and this alternative proposal.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Okay, final question, Councillor Sayers, on transport. Yeah, I think we'll. I think we've had a good go, Councillor Walker. I think we've had a good run. Look, I don't need you interjecting. I've gone to Councillor Sayers. Could you ask your question, Councillor Sayers?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your indulgence in terms of the time frames allowed to ask those questions. I appreciate it. I also appreciate your presentation, Mr. Cruxina. I found it very helpful. Some information in there that I wasn't aware of, so very grateful, and for the written follow-up material. We've just had a little bit of caution around, I guess, any legal comments we might make. So to avoid any interjections of standing orders, I might just ask for your opinion. So, and it's around the contractual arrangements and how we might wind ourselves back out again. You're more familiar with that than I am. So just in your opinion, what needs to happen?
Yeah, so essentially, the process that you've gone through, you put something on the market with certain conditions. The deal that's currently on the table has negotiated out a number of those conditions, and that's why it is coming back to the governing body for sign-off. If the deal that has been proposed fulfilled all of the conditions that were originally there, it is possible that Panuku may be able to sign it under the previous motion that was passed in 2021. Because the deal is different, they're coming back to the governing body and trying to convince everybody that you're committed in some way. You're not legally committed at all. There is no legal commitment. Unless you've signed a sale and purchase agreement, you are not, the council is not legally bound. And then the question is, have you led them on? Well, no, they've negotiated better terms.
Okay, so we're steering away from.
Well, I'm giving you my opinion.
Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
So that's, and as a buyer of property, and I have bought.
And I think that's been made very clear. Thank you, Andrew. Councillor Sayers, is that you finished?
Yes, I covered.
Okay.
Andrew,
Final question.
I'll be quick, Mr. Chair.
Just before you do, so if we could have a concise question related around the transport.
Correct.
Okay.
So this is a revelation for me. I was on the council previously. We weren't given any of these options. I want to put that on the record. Can you go back very quickly to the street layout? It's about 3 slides back or forward. Okay, back one.
Back one.
There it is. My question goes like this. The proposal for us is not only the demolition of the car park at huge cost, but also the demolition of the viaduct.
The flyover.
And the flyover. Because what was proposed originally was a transport hub that could cater for not just short stay parking, but bus turnaround within the complex, so it doesn't have to go around the street, so you take the buses off the street, mobility to connections to the ferries, the buses, the trains, and future CRL.
All of that is gone in the present proposal.
And is all of that possible in your proposal in respect of the multimodal hub?
You could do that within the existing building, if you needed to, if you wanted to.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We need to see this. We didn't see it before. It's a huge saving. We would be taking a retrograde decision if we didn't do it, and it would be a revisitation of the civic administration disaster.
So thank you, Andrew. It's certainly evoked a great deal of interest from the councillors. I look for someone to move that we receive Andrew's presentation today. Councillor Lee, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour? Against? Thank you very much, Andrew, and thank you for the material that you've provided today.
Thank you.
All right, final presentation today. Sorry, Kate, we've had presentations that have gone on a little longer, but they've been very interesting ones. So Kate appears to us today to address the committee in opposition to Auckland Transport's proposed closure of Upper Mercury Lane. Kate represents the building owner and a holdings company, and will submit a letter on behalf of Mercury Theatre, the building owner as well. So welcome, Kate. I think there's a presentation that's available to members, and I'll hand over to you.
Morena, and thank you for accepting my last minute request to present to this meeting. I'm presenting here on what would be considered a relatively minor issue, but what is a very significant issue for the owners of buildings at the top of Mercury Lane. That is the George Courts building, which is a large mixed-use building, the HB building, a commercial building housing a hostel and some one retail and some hospitality business, and the Mercury Theatre, which is currently undergoing an extensive renovation to return it to the community as a theatre facility, which is amazing. So if I could have the next slide, please. So the reason I'm coming here is because I spoke to the AT board at the end of September. We were promised follow-up that's not been forthcoming, and we've really we feel we're at the end of the road, which is why I'm presenting to you today. This is a view looking up Mercury Lane. If you're not familiar with the area, to your right is Cross Street, which runs behind our building, which is in the upper right corner of this photograph. To the left is the CRL Karanga Hape Station site. The lane is currently and has always been a one-way street. It has some unusual characteristics, as does our building. It's a steep slope, but it also kind of bends and wraps around our building, and you'll see this married in the new station design, which aligns with this unusual street layout. So what Auckland Transport have proposed is to close the upper portion of Mercury Lane. When they developed their options and came up with this as their preferred option as the safest for pedestrians, they had not yet come to our building to understand how our building operates and how we physically load into and out of our building, service our building, and how our residents access our car parks. Unfortunately, instead of coming to us, they went to Emma Cagney and sought some advice on how our building operates, and the advice provided was incorrect. That advice indicated that we could load and service from our cross-street driveway entrances. This is not correct because we have no connection from the basement level car park into our upper car park, our L level car park. Our L level car park is our largest car park and also houses a substation, our water pump systems, our ventilation systems, our lift systems, all of the systems we use to operate our large building. So the safe systems assessment for this preferred option shows one-way traffic using Mercury Lane. It doesn't show any of the two-way traffic out of Cross Street, into and out of Cross Street and Lower Mercury Lane that is actually required to maintain access, servicing and loading to our business and residents, and also the 9 Mercury Lane driveway, which is where the red brick wall is at the theatre there. There's actually a driveway and there are 3 residential units at the rear. It's also some space there that the theatre uses. So if you could move to the next slide. So this is something that AT has provided us with. When we questioned how we are supposed to get in and out of our car park, and then we questioned in particular how large vehicles such as rubbish trucks are supposed to get in and out of our car park. So the answer is that immediately above our driveway entrance at 2 Mercury Lane, which is shown here, our only loading service access for our building, above that is a proposed pedestrian zone. In between, in this area where we are supposed to have all of our traffic, courier vehicles, residential traffic, you name it, supermarket deliveries, everything, in a two-way configuration, is sandwiched between a pedestrian area and the front of the station. Our concerns about this design, this is not about us wanting to maintain easy access for our cars and wanting no change or no disruption. This is about our building's needs. It's about having the opportunity to load and service into our building. We can't run the building without that. Neither can our neighbours. We also want the street to be really safe for people on foot. I'm a pedestrian. I walk to work. I walk everywhere. That's one of the reasons why I live in the CBD and not out in the suburbs. This would not be a safe situation for me as a pedestrian or a cyclist or someone on a scooter to have this very busy two-way traffic area sandwiched between a pedestrian-only zone and the front of the station. And I would just note that for large vehicles, the only way, because of the gradient of the street and the corner, the only way they could access is to turn left out of Cross Street into Mercury Lane and then reverse up the hill to then park outside our property. You'll see where it says George Court entrance, the cube, the rectangle there indicates a truck parked for loading. You might appreciate that if a truck was parked there for house removals, for example, people entering and exiting our car park in a car will have no visibility around that blind corner of any other vehicle coming up. And the same goes when you're turning out, you would not have visibility. we also have another driveway opposite there also operating. So if you could change the slide to the next slide, please. So this is a drawing that was actually done for us by an engineer we engaged to review AT's plans. The green lines indicate all of the directions that pedestrians might head in, entering and exiting the station. The blue line is showing how if a truck had to turn left into Mercury Lane and then reverse across the intersection, any vehicles coming up behind them might not be aware that they weren't just turning the corner, that they needed to reverse across the intersection, and that would cause further issues. So, you know, I appreciate that a lot of this is detail, but Auckland Transport's Safe Systems Assessment that identified this pedestrian mall option as the safest didn't include any of these traffic movements. There are no conflicts with pedestrians in relation to our buildings traffic identified. And Auckland Transport is no longer responding to any of our requests for an explanation of how our buildings operations are actually supposed to work, how this is safe, how they've proven it's safe. Now they've come back to us and said, oh yes, well, we now accept that the truck thing is unsafe, so they'll all have to come through the bollards at the top of the lane. It's a busy intersection. I'm not sure how every truck driver that needs to visit our property is supposed to know how to use a bollard system and be able to access it. I would argue that they won't, and that what they will do is reverse up Mercury Lane to access our building. So we have other issues we don't have time, I don't have time to discuss here, but we just want this committee to consider the possibility that AT could have got this wrong, and that perhaps they need to do a bit more work before they decide to close the top of Mercury Lane, and that perhaps engaging with buildings to understand how buildings work before coming up with design options might be better practice. And that's what we would like to see as a review of this proposal.
Thank you, Kate, for your presentation. Just before I go to Councillor Lee, I think our Director, Barry Potter, would just like to make a couple of comments as to the presentation.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not aware of the real details of this, but my understanding is the current proposal is actually like shared space, both vehicles and public people. And my understanding is that Auckland Transport is going out to consult on closing it with bollards so that vehicle access is managed a bit better. I'll follow up on that. I'll just say that it sounds like Auckland Transport may not have come back to you. Let me just, I'll take that as an action to follow up, Kate, and if you like, we can pick that up.
Yes, I'd just like to comment on that. Auckland Transport is happy to talk to anyone who agrees with them. What we found is Auckland Transport is not happy to engage with people who question the work that they've done. Based on our local knowledge, we know that this design will not work for the people using the station or the community. What we have currently heard is that their second option in their pedestrian mall proposal, which is a shared space, which we have reluctantly said that we would support. They have said that they will go ahead and build that, but they will sink the bollards for the pedestrian mall option at the same time, because they want to be able to essentially build exactly what they want and seek permission for it later. Because there is a statutory process, as you'll be aware, under the Local Government Act for the pedestrian mall. We took advice fairly early on and have lawyered up, and we have our own engineers. We have heard nothing from Auckland Transport to date that gives us any confidence that we should stop spending that money on specialists and sit down and agree with Auckland Transport. We intend to lodge an objection should Auckland Transport press ahead with that pedestrian mall option. And as a ratepayer, I object to money being spent on a design that has not been approved, only to have more money spent to seek to have it retrospectively approved.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much, Kate. I was present when Auckland Transport officers presented to the residents in the George Court building, and I know that the shared space was something that residents were quite happy, and a lot of enthusiasm at the time from Auckland Transport. Auckland Transport is under the impression that once the CRL is in operation, thousands of people will disgorge from that entrance to the Karangahape Road railway station, one of two entrances, and the numbers will be akin to hear them talk like Melbourne Cup Grand Final day every trip. But just to clarify, this is an Auckland Transport project, not a CRL Limited project. CRL Limited, as you know, is spending more than modest amounts of money on the CRL, but they decided that work wasn't essential or necessary.
I would love to answer that. Myself as a building representative and many others in our community participated in an excellent, extensive co-design process with Link Alliance for the Mercury Lane and Beresford area improvements within the designation. The outcome of that was an outcome that everyone supported. It is fully funded, fully consented, I understand, and Link Alliance were ready to start construction of that option this month. AT came very late to the party. They didn't consult with the community to find out what this co-design process, all the issues the co-design process had thrown up. They didn't participate in that process. They beavered away in their own offices in isolation from the community, came up with these other grand designs of their own, which require significant additional funding. And my understanding is, from speaking to Link Alliance, their design is A, safe, because it separates pedestrians and vehicles through a very large footpath, meets AT's design guidelines for footpaths to carry way more than the 8,000 to 10,000 people a day they say will come out of that station. The 6 metre odd wide footpath carries more than, I think it's 80 people a minute at a 5.35 width. The footpath carries 80 people a minute. It's more than adequate. My personal view is this has got nothing to do with safety. There are no grounds for this on safety. I can only assume that Auckland Transport wants to close the top of Mercury Lane for other things. For example, removing the inconvenience of left-turning vehicles in the bus lane and vehicles coming straight into the lane from Pitt Street in a proposed future bus lane. However, the proposal has been put forward on grounds of pedestrian safety.
So
Mr. Chairman, the CRL originally was an Auckland Transport project, but I think in 2016 the key government reviewed Auckland Transport and deliberately took the CRL away from Auckland Transport and went to the trouble of setting up another entity. Whether that was right or wrong, that's what happened. But it appears that AT has contrived to piggyback into the CRL project and still spend a significant amount of money. How is your relationship with CRL Limited compared to Auckland Transport?
Well, Link Alliance, our relationship is excellent. They've been wonderful neighbours throughout many years of disruption. With Auckland Transport, as I say, by the time they came to us, they had a preferred option. They developed that preferred option to create a significant access issue for our buildings without having spoken to our buildings. So that was disappointing. And we don't have time enough here for me to talk you through all of the other issues. But suffice to say, I have been lied to in writing. I have read a business case that stated unequivocally that there was no opposition to the closure of the lane. This is the business case for detailed design. It was submitted in November last year, right at the very time we were actively objecting and seeking more information on how we were supposed to access our building and service our building under this proposal. We've also experienced gaslighting. I think AT are the experts on gaslighting.
Okay, Kate, I think we've got the gist of your relation with
Yes.
AT. Final question then from Karanga Happy Road resident himself, the Mayor.
Okay, I think it is. I was unaware of this, of course. We have had a recent kerfuffle in K Road, which I've been accused of cowardice, but it's not really. The left turning issues at Howe Street further along, also to service a building with several hundred cars in it, not just a few, has not been included in the way the buses are going to handle around the area. And they have agreed that we will be reviewing that between now and later in the year, because I certainly believe in getting buses through and sensibly.
So do we.
But they're not there 24/7, and there are times when it may or may not be. But the left turning issues into bus lanes has yet to be finally sorted out. In fact, it's very hard to work out when you're supposed to get into them and not. And also, I'm have yet to have a fully believable series of interactions with how the buses and the CRL are going to work, because a lot of people will be, I would have thought, would have been brought to the CRL rather than right to the heart of the city. Because if you can, rather than having every bus go down Queen Street, if you can get off at the CRL, you can jump down and then go down underground Queen Street. That hasn't been made clear to me. I don't know, I don't fully understand how the buses service the cathedral up there, which is, I mean, the train stations are cathedrals. You look like you're going to worship them. They're the most grossly, excessively expensive things I've ever seen anywhere. But that's another issue. But I do want to see how the buses are going to, so I'm going to ask AT to actually include the area around there, plus right through to Ponsonby Road, so we can clearly understand why are these buses, how are they going to be accommodated? I want them to be accommodated sensibly. If it's possible to have some car parking, well, we will do that, but not at the expense of those things going. If we can have some public spaces for walking, I'm quite happy to do that. I like you, walk everywhere. But there isn't a clear map. Howe Street, for instance, unbeknown to AT, is a major feeder to the bridge for people coming in from west. That hasn't been included. There are alternative ways to get along there. There are alternative ways to get the buses into town. It's not clear. You can't just pick on one little bit at a time. So I'm hoping that we will encourage AT to include in their study of everything that goes along K Road and the side streets between Queen Street and Ponsonby Road, so that we get a clear picture that includes and considers all of the people, such as your residents and the residents and the very large buildings further along. I mean, there's a biggest concentration of apartment dwellers is at the other end. So thanks for that.
Yeah. All right. So thank you, Carl. I think the Mayor's sort of given a good explanation as to what he's doing, and certainly Mr. Potter will be carrying on with AT on your behalf. So thank you very much for your presentation. Councillor Lee, would you like to move thanking Kate's presentation? Okay, and seconded by Councillor Walker. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Right, thanks very much, Kate. We move on to item 6 now. Local board.
Earth is burning, earth is burning. Free peacocks, free peacocks. Free, 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 free. Public transport, free peak hours, peak hours. This is the carrot. Congestion charges are the stick. We think people should have the choice.
Right, thank you for that impromptu interlude. A little bit more enjoyable than some of the other interactions today, but so thank you very much. We have nothing from the local board. Petitions, extraordinary items, there's nothing there, which brings us on to item 8 is the Wakakotahi update. And I'll I'll invite Steve Martin and Tara McMillan to make their way to the table, and we're going to receive an update on Waka Kotahi's approach to effective speed management and other relevant matters. Welcome, Steve, and it's over to you.
Might we firstly congratulate them on Highway 25A. For those of us who actually enjoy the Coromandel, we are greatly indebted.
Great, thank you. I'll pass that on to the team.
Outside our delegation, Steve, but a route used by some of the councillors, it would seem.
I'm sure it is. But just on that point, quickly, Chair, this is where Wakataki's taking real lessons from our projects around the country. It's first started in Kaikoura with the earthquake rebuild. We're taking that to the East Cape, we're using it in the Coromandel, and now we'll be using that innovation and key resources up in the Brynderwyns to look at the concerns we have up there. So it's all about lessons learned. Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for having us today. It's always a real pleasure to come and join you, and we value the time together. Just a couple of quick introductions. We've got Melanie Alexander here with me from Auckland Transport, the Group Manager Network Management, because this is really a combined program of work, so it's important that AT is here with us. Look, as senior leaders in our community, the next slide please, I think you're controlling it, aren't you? It should be working now. Perfect, thank you. As senior leaders in our community, we all have a leadership role to save lives in Tamaki Makaurau. So over the past few committee meetings, we've heard about our tragic growth in DSIs. And as senior leaders, we all need to tell the safety story in our community and work together to turn this unacceptable trend around. And, if we reduce the speed, we reduce crashes, which means greater efficiency and also keeps Auckland moving. So today we're talking about our safety camera program and the benefits this will bring to reduce deaths and serious injuries. And as we go through this presentation, I'd like you as councillors to think about how we can work together to ensure the importance of safer driver behaviours in our community. It's a really important subject. I'm just going to hand over now to David Strong, who's our project sponsor, to take us through the quick presentation. Thank you.
Kia ora, thanks Steve, and thank you very much councillors for giving us the opportunity to come along and have a chat. I appreciate the magnitude and complexity of the issues that you deal with, so it's nice to be able to be given some time. We will keep this brief and at a high level, but I'm more than happy to take sort of questions on anything that you'd like to cover. What I would like to do, yes?
Sorry, David, we were having a little trouble, some of the members hearing you there. If you could speak perhaps a little louder.
Absolutely. Can I speak? Is this better? Can you hear me now? All right, thank you. Look, I was just saying thank you very much for the opportunity. I appreciate the scale and complexity of the issues that you're dealing with. So it's lovely to have the chance to come and talk to you about something that's dear to our hearts and dear to all New Zealanders' hearts, and that is safety on our roads, deaths and serious injuries, and what we're doing about it. I'll keep this pretty brief, but talk a little bit about why. What are we seeing? What's the problem that's happening in New Zealand and around the world, and how do we compare? What are we doing about it? And specifically within Auckland Transport, how we're working closely with them for safety cameras around the Tamaki Makaurau region. I guess this slide sort of speaks to it all. New Zealand is in the bottom third of the OECD for road deaths on a per capita basis. We're just above Chile, we are below Greece, we're below other mountainous countries with complex road systems, but we are in the bottom third. And that's not a good place to be. We have a high rate of death and serious injuries on our roads in comparison to other countries. Next slide, please. The way that we're going about addressing this is recognizing that we need to do something different in New Zealand. Road to Zero you will have heard about. It's about no one being killed or seriously injured on our roads, and specifically a 40% reduction in deaths and serious injuries by 2030. The way we're doing this is what we call a safe system approach. We're not one individual thing is addressed, but the whole lot is addressed holistically. It's about road design, it's about road maintenance, it's about vehicle safety, the types of vehicles we have, it's about speed management, and it's also about road user behaviour. We're really talking about speed management today, safety cameras, and road user behaviour. And we know from a cost to value perspective, Safety cameras have a very high impact, and I'll talk about that in just a second. Next slide, please. So what this shows us, sorry, the previous slide, thank you. Thank you. What this shows us is the probability of deaths to occupants of a car at an increasing rate. And what we see is that speed has a major impact on the consequence. And speed, what we've found, has a impact virtually on every type of accident you have. So doing 100 k's an hour, you have around about a 50% chance of surviving and a 50% chance of dying. This does not include serious injuries. If you layer serious injuries on top of it, the number goes higher. We also know from a pedestrian perspective, if we're driving past a school at 50 k's an hour, there is a very high likelihood of death or serious injuries to anyone who steps in front of that car. Speed has a direct impact on consequence. Next slide, please. We also know from international statistics, and we've worked across many jurisdictions and engaged a lot of jurisdictions around the world, that static cameras, the one you see directly on poles, have around about a 15% reduction in deaths and serious injuries. But average cameras, which are point to point along a corridor of road, a distance, you go along a distance, it takes the average speed you go past the two cameras, has up to 56% reduction in deaths and serious injuries. These are proven around the world. They're validated statistics, and that international evidence goes directly into the program that we have here. And I'll just move on to the next slide, which talks specifically about Tamaki Makaurau. There's a fair bit of information in here, but basically what we are seeing is a 14% growth in DSIs. It's not a good place to be. We know that 87% of them, so nearly 90%, are on local roads. We know that drivers and motorcyclists remain the largest groups, and that serious injuries have grown 13% and deaths have grown 25%. Now, that is the tragedy of the, sorry, previous slide, thank you. That is the tragedy of the situation. We also know that this leads to congestion, it leads to reduced productivity, it leads to frustration by drivers because they stopped along the roads due to accidents. So we also know, as I said before, that safety cameras do make a difference, a significant difference. Next slide, please. So from a Waka Kotahi perspective, we have been given the mandate to take ownership and run the safety camera system across New Zealand. There are 5 big changes that Waka Kotahi are leading out on. The first is we are transferring the police capability to Waka Kotahi. That is all their cameras. They include their static cameras, their red light cameras, and their mobile camera network. That transition is going to start on the 1st of July next year and run for 12 months. So there'll be a coexistence period that you'd like to be aware of, where police and Waka Kotahi will run the network through to July 2025, where Waka Kotahi will own it. But police will continue to do the roadside enforcement. The second change is we're expanding that network across New Zealand. We have begun putting in some new cameras in Auckland, Auckland Tamaki Makaurau area, 9, and we're about to start doing some average cameras. And we're going to roll it out further across the country in a very graduated and well-managed manner. Thirdly is new camera and back-end technology. These are smarter cameras, they're more accurate cameras, and in the future they'll be automated, so they'll be cheaper to run. So the back-end processing system will be automated. We did some tests, and thank you very much to Auckland Council and Auckland Transport for supporting the recent trials of checking mobile phones and seatbelt wearing. They were just tests to see if this thing is a problem, and we found out that it is in New Zealand. At the moment, there is no legislation in New Zealand to enable us to look for mobile phone usage or seatbelt usage. Should it come in, the cameras, the technology that we'll be bringing in will enable us to check that as well, but that is in the future. The cameras will be on state highways and local roads. And for Waka Kotahi, because this is a new capability, we'll be designing a new operating model to deliver it. So we do have a vision, and that is an integrated, highly automated national network of safety cameras working with police who'll continue doing roadside operations. It's a bold vision, but is also the right step. Next slide, please. We work very closely with Auckland Transport, and I'd like to commend Auckland Transport for the partnership approach. It is a joy working with Auckland Transport. They front a lot of the engagement in the communities and the communications. We do planning with them, we meet regularly with them. They are leading out on the Auckland Transport network. We've also done a lot of good work with them on the site selection. And if you wish, we can dig into detail, but I do appreciate time. Suffice to say, there's a fair bit of modelling that goes on behind site selection, and we've chosen these sites very carefully within the Tamaki Makaurau region. Next slide, please. This is just a quick table to show you the new sites that we've put in. So these cameras are on the police network, but they're our cameras. They will be transferring, of course, to us in that 12-month period between 1 July next year and 30 June 2025. And then the next slide, please. This is a map slide. It shows you the corridors for the speed average. This is the average speed cameras, the point-to-point that we're putting in. We are beginning to construct the pads and the safety barriers for these 6 corridors. The first average speed camera test we'll be doing sort of December to February, which is in Matakana Road. And then somewhere from March onwards, we will start enforcing on these. Why March? Because the new legislation comes into effect that enables us to enforce on these. We have had really good meetings with the Franklin local board and also the Hibiscus Coast local board and talk them through this. And we are meeting with Rodney in a couple of weeks' time to talk them through. Next slide, please. So that is an overview, and I'd like to once again thank you very much for the time to talk with you. This is important to us. It's important to all people in Auckland and all people in New Zealand. And I'd like to hand back to Steve to facilitate questions on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And sadly, as we've had this meeting this morning, we've actually had a fatality on the southern motorway down Papakura Takanini area. So it just goes to show that safety is such an important topic. And as I mentioned earlier, as leaders, we need to take a leadership role around saving lives in Tamaki Makaurau. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Steve, and to you, David, for an excellent presentation. And we've got a couple of questions led off by Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Got a couple of questions. So the teeth for this is infringement fines, is that correct?
No, that's not correct, but I'll leave it to Tara to talk about that. Tara's our Head of Regulatory Change, Strategy Change.
Morning, Atato. So the rollout of cameras is about behaviour change. So we know behaviour change can come in a number of different ways. So for some out there that are driving at the speed limit, they don't have to worry about these cameras. For those where maybe they need a reminder around what is a safe and appropriate speed, purely having the camera there and operationalising it will be enough to see that behaviour change. And then for a small percentage of the population that continue to drive at above the speed limit and pose a risk not only to themselves but other drivers around them, then yes, the consequence will be in the form of an infringement.
And you haven't done a study on the return to cost based on the benefit, based on the infringement payment fees?
So we obviously have a lot of data around police and their operation, and that's very much around how they operate the current camera network. We will be learning as we start to turn these cameras on and start infringement and start to see the behaviour change, and that will be when we start to build a little bit more, I guess, data and information around what for the sake of it, revenue comes from the cameras. But this is not a revenue generating exercise. This is absolutely about making sure that we get behaviour changes on our roads so people get to where they need to get to safely.
Thank you. The sort of vehicles that are in crashes, there's two types of, there's there's all your modern vehicles out there which are fitted with ABS, they're now fitted with radar, they brake for you, they sense pedestrians, they sense the white line on the side of the road. The technology we have got in vehicles which is helping us with safety is getting greater by the day, as is their efficiency at certain speeds for carbon emission reductions. But we also have a group of people out there who go looking for older cars, do modifications, lower the vehicle, change its ability performance-wise, even put on small steering wheels, all which have an effect. Have you got a matrix between the difference between the sorts of vehicles which are having these crashes, as I've just explained it, the difference between modified vehicles and non-modified vehicles?
Yeah. So this is slightly out of scope for the safety camera program, but in a broader regulatory sense, and our role as the land transport system regulator, we're absolutely looking across a number of areas of where risk can be posed, and looking at making sure that we're taking a combination approach to how we achieve safety outcomes on our roading network. So the example you spoke about, there is one area of Whakatahi that absolutely looks at making sure that we have vehicles at the right specifications. You'll see quite a big focus on education around encouraging drivers to go into 3-star and above vehicles, so moving away from 1- and 2-star vehicles. And often you find the 3-star and above start to get fitted out with some of those safety features that you're talking about. And then a part of our regulatory activities is the WAF and COF process, the vehicle inspection process, to make sure that vehicles are not modified unsafely, and that it's within the specifications and the rules that we have in place. So all really great points, and I think that shows that we do need to take a combined approach to vehicle safety, to speed management, to behaviour change, to infrastructure on our roads, to make sure that we are working in harmony to get the right levers and the right impacts in place to make our roads safer.
Thank you. My point was just that we are nullifying some of the technical advancements we've had to achieve, what we're doing here. So we're penalising everyone on the road for the sake of an unknown few to a degree. Thank you.
Well,
Councillor, if I could perhaps just reply to that. So I need to check the statistics further, but from my understanding, there is no correlation between modified cars being in more accidents or having higher rates of DSIs than other drivers in other cars. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher?
Oh, thank you. My question to a degree has been asked already by Councillor Turner, and that I was seeking, I think we need to be able to demonstrate to the public that this is not just a revenue generating exercise, and we have another agenda item coming up later today, which will be that same principle underpinning it. But I was curious to know where you're working more collaboratively with the police on this, and we are all in this together. Where does this leave us with council in some of the outlying rural areas and things where we're seeing a lot of rubbish being dumped on the side of the road? Is there an opportunity for picking up those sorts of events if it's in the parameter of the camera?
Do you know, it's such an interesting idea, and particularly around the future use of cameras. What I can say is we only have a legislative ability at this point in time to use these cameras for speed and red light offences, but I think, and we also have to be cognizant of privacy concerns from our public as well, and so those are all will be could be considerations into the future. But certainly the rubbish area is dear to our heart, and certainly our maintenance teams out there, they spend a lot of time picking up on the sides of the roads, keeping our roadsides clean and tidy. So it is certainly dear to Whakatahi's hearts and our suppliers that help support us in that space. So maybe a consideration for the future, but certainly not in the immediate scope for cameras.
If I could just
Mr. Chair, I just raise it as a matter of advocacy. I'm aware on the Linwood Road in Karaka, where I spend a fair bit of time, there is constantly
just rubbish being left on the side of the road there. And I think it's an issue of advocacy just generally that we could perhaps provide if the mandate is not there or the delegations are not there at the moment. It's just a better use of resources that we can actually motivate and show the benefits that come with these.
Yeah, I'll get Melanie to respond to that.
Certainly we can look at how we deal with that rubbish with council. In terms of this programme, I just wanted to highlight further to Tara's comments is the selection of these routes, and as you'll see, all of the routes are in our rural road network, and that's a reflection of some technical work that's also been undertaken to select these routes. So around 57 routes was considered by Auckland Transport and Wakakatahi, and these are sites that have high risk on them, but also still experiencing higher speeds on them as well. So that safety risk has been the predominant reason why those routes have been selected, and then obviously done a further site selection to make sure they were suitable for the proposal put forward by Wakakatahi. So in terms of that, that's probably the driving factor for this programme.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. Two questions, but also just noting that Sunday is the World Day of Remembrance for road traffic victims, so something that we should all be keeping in mind and commemorating in our own ways. We've had a change of government, obviously, and a change of, I suppose, rhetoric around the Road to Zero program. How are we working with the government to kind of salvage some of this important work?
Yeah, during this time when there's a new government being forming, we're continuing with our normal business activities, but we're waiting for that strong government direction to come forth after the government's formed. So it's a bit of a wait and see at the moment.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I appreciate that. And my last question, thanks, Chair, is how are we working with the local boards? I remember when I was a local board chair, we would always be lobbying for this or that speed camera in different places, and they really do have knowledge that we can tap into, especially when investment's coming to the table. So how are we working with them?
Yeah, David's been engaging with some local boards, so I'll pass it over to David to pick that one up.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor. I am a firm believer in face-to-face talking with people. Wellington needs to get out of Wellington and hear what is happening, and local knowledge is vital. Auckland Transport's done a fantastic job of keeping local boards informed through their communications. We had an opportunity to talk to Franklin a couple of weeks ago, and then Hibiscus Coast, and I was fortunate enough to go and talk with them and hear their thoughts. There is a balance, of course, because what I've found is enthusiasm from local boards for more safety cameras, and that red light camera on that intersection. What about that score? What about this? Which shows to me a deep care for the community, but also understanding of the value that this brings. We will continue that local engagement, and we're starting this in Tamaki Makaurau. This will be going more broadly across New Zealand, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity also to get out across the country with others like Tara, etc., to hear from other local councils what they need. So it's going pretty well, and thank you for that.
Thanks, appreciate the work.
Good questions, Councillor Henderson. IMSB member Brown.
Kia ora, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a recent addition to this committee, and not wanting to go back in time too far, could you just give me a 20, 30-second download as to the rationale of the transfer of the police capabilities to Wakakatahi?
Sure, we'll hand it to
Tara.
Yep, Tara.
Yeah, great question. So the reason for safety cameras to come from police and come into Wakakatahi is to more closely align them alongside some of our road safety interventions. So to bring safety cameras in alongside speed, so speed limits, having safe and appropriate speeds out around the country, alongside our infrastructure work, so that we can integrate in those activities. So David touched on in his presentation that it's not one road safety intervention that's more important, that's above and beyond something else. It's the combination of these working together. So by bringing safety cameras in and considering the role of safety cameras, which is a cost-effective treatment, but also alongside infrastructure, so medium barriers, getting the speeds right on our roads, It allows us to integrate all those activities together, taking a longer term view about how those come together, while still allowing police to continue to do what they do really well, and that's those roadside interactions with the public, real time, managing the risk on the roads in real time.
Okay, no, thank you.
Useful context there. Councillor Darby?
Thank you. Thanks, team. Good to see you, Steve and Melanie and others. Just in terms of the operational reliability of this system of cameras, both static and average, that will be rolled out. We have had some issues in the past, don't want to dwell on them too much, but you know, we've had cameras up that haven't been operational under police jurisdiction, with issues in the back office and firmware, software, etc. So can you just give us some confidence going forward that what's up and what the public see will be operating? Can we expect 90% operational time, or is it 80, or is it 100? That's my first question. And I'll run through these questions, and then maybe non-camera questions we'll take later. Is that how you intended to do it for Waka Kotahi? Is that best? The average cameras, I note, deliver 4 times the safety outcomes, 4 times, and these are a new development. And my question is really, my second question is, can these average speed cameras, can they be deployed in denser urban areas where there's more interruptions in the journey from, you know, A to B? And then probably picking up on Councillor Shane Henderson's question about, you know, the guarantees or some surety that this is going to be, you know, top business, at least for Waka Kotahi, subject to GPSs and all the rest of it. But there's no backing away in terms of through Waka Kotahi's eyes on these deployments and the ongoing deployment plan. I expect there's a much bigger plan that's not visible here today, even if there was a threat of a reduction. It is not in Waka Kotahi's view anything that it would be backing away from the deployment. So 3 areas there, if you manage to catch those.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor. I might approach those in reverse order. So firstly, just to give you the confidence and the reassurance that safety cameras is one of our #1 priorities at Waka Kotahi. We sit around the board table. We're reporting into the board on a monthly basis on this. We obviously do other enforcement activities within Waka Kotahi, so this is seen as another enforcement activity and capability coming into Waka Kotahi, and again allows us to achieve those road safety outcomes, which is, you know, top of mind from us from a regulatory perspective. So absolutely priority, will continue to be a priority and be integrated in. The second piece is around where we locate these cameras. So average speed cameras, so we first look at where we've got risk on our roading network, and we are looking for those high risk locations and looking at where there is evidence of where we don't have the right behaviours in place, and that is causing an increase in crashes and social harm, and ultimately and also travel time efficiency impacts as well associated with those crashes. There are different cameras in place for different reasons. So not every, and you talked about a 4 times benefit for average speed cameras, but not every part of our network is appropriate for us to put average speed cameras and run these cameras down every single corridor. So we are tackling those corridors that are quite windy, that have a number of often kind of bends in the roads where we often see a high incidence of crash rates, and those are the ones that are appropriate where we want to treat the entire corridor. We want to make sure that the travelling public maintain that safe speed all the way along the length of that corridor, versus some of these spot locations that we've got around the country where those specific locations have high crash rates and deaths and serious injuries, and that's where a static camera is more appropriate. And then the intersections is around red light cameras. So it is really important that for us, and to be able to tell that story to the travelling public around why we're using what camera for what location, that we are really consistent and overt with the decision making process and how we've arrived at that, because at the end of the day, we need the support of all of our stakeholders, and we are getting that. And we can also tell you that where we have put these different cameras in and where we've been running them, so the cameras that have gone into Tamaki Makaurau, that police are running at the moment, where those have gone in, we have seen a reduction in speeds, and we know that is going to translate to a reduction in those crashes and serious injuries. And then your last question around the operation of the cameras. So this year has been a significant focus on the back office system. We are building a robust back office system that will enable us to support the volume of cameras that will come across from police, the new cameras, the expanded cameras that we bring on stream, and we will be working through operating models for the use of those cameras and at what times they will be operating to give best effect to the behaviour change that we need to see. So that will all play through as part of our operating model work, so that we can make sure that the camera network is running and is optimised as effectively as possible, that for us that we've got strong integrity in that system, and that we maintain the support of the public for these important enforcement activities.
Thank you. That's really comprehensive. I'll come back to a question on the bus priorities for the Western Express when you've taken the others, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Newman, online.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I haven't been well for a few days. But can I just understand, so this point-to-point technology to secure the average speed treatment for drivers, this is in reliance of the Land Transport Road Safety Amendment Act, which received royal assent on the 31st of August this year. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor Newman. So that we received royal assent. I think it was the last one to get passed through before Parliament closed. Now that comes into effect from March next year, or April next year. So end of March next year. So what we are doing is getting ready to we're working on the construction and the install for those initial point-to-point cameras, and we will be legislatively able to start infringing from around April next year.
Okay, so what's your ability to pivot if the circumstances within which you're allowed to enforce as per legislation changes? I presume that you are funded for one financial year only. I mean, I don't want to go down the, I think, slightly pejorative discussion around implications of changing government, but this is quite controversial. And it wouldn't be the worst thing to check in to see if this is the sort of thing that will continue to enjoy a mandate in out years, noting that elections have consequences.
Yeah, so Councillor, the cameras are funded out of the National Land Transport Fund, which has a 3-yearly cycle. And this has been signalled as part of the current GPS that we're working to, that's out for consultation, that safety cameras are featured in there under road safety investment. So the signals are very strong, and also it's obviously a priority for us as an organisation. So we're pretty comfortable with the funding and being able to lock that in 3-yearly cycles.
Okay, but the current GPS.
Add on. Sorry,
okay, you go, and then I'll follow up.
Councillor, just the thing about the point-to-point cameras, and thank you for your question. They're internationally recognised. It's a system that's well tried, tested, and proven all across the world, and the technology that we are bringing into New Zealand is well tried and tested technology. Should something change, the cameras can still do static-based recording as well, but the intention is you get greater value from that point-to-point speed average.
Yeah, no, I'm not disputing the cameras. I can see the benefit of them, but some people will view that as a bit nanny state, and nanny state well, she didn't do too well on the 14th of October. But I guess the point being that the GPS discussion that we're currently having, the consultation of that's the GPS from a government that no longer exists. So I'm just wanting to make sure that you can do something in the event that your mandate in relation to this particular legislation can be sustained in the event that the direction from the new government is different from what you would have hoped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understand where you're going with that. So our mandate and at the moment is to build the foundation. So what you're seeing at the moment is we've got a handful of initial cameras that are in place. We're also need to be doing the migration from police cameras in. So that's what we're ready for. And then the future direction around the pace of expansion, that is yet to be determined, and that will come as part of any government direction that we get going forward. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I have two questions. First, I know that we spend, in 2022, injury costs of $607 million, ACC says. Do you have the figures of the overall cost to community of a death? That I know you've updated those recently. If you
not off the top of my head, Councillor.
Yeah, we can come back to you with those.
Yeah.
The other one, you've got this graph here, which I think is pretty disappointing, shows we're in the bottom third of the OECD for deaths and serious injuries. Do you have any high-level sort of understandings on why that is? So I know there's been various studies on that.
Yep, Tara, can you cover that one off, please?
Yeah, so the reason for that is, so where we have implemented interventions, we have seen the benefit that's come from them. And I think for New Zealand, we haven't been going hard and fast enough in terms of the rollout of those interventions. And that's why you're seeing the stats of where we are. So internationally, where other jurisdictions have gone harder and faster with the pace of rolling out road safety pieces, have certainly seen the dividends. And so New Zealand has been on a slightly slower trajectory, but all things are pointing to when we do it and we do stay in line with other jurisdictions around the world, that we are seeing a reduction in deaths and serious injuries at those specific points.
Thank you. Just very quickly, sorry, thanks, Chair. Just two questions before from Councillor Newman around change in direction. I mean, I have followed this a long time. The Safer Journeys direction came from the last national government and then updated GPS, so it seems like pretty similar. But whose responsibility is it? Is it the Waka Kotahi Board, government, us, if you don't act on identified safety issues? Who's responsible for the deaths under the director's laws?
Sorry, Tara, that's a really good question, and I think I'll go back to my answer earlier before, that we really need to wait for the new government to form, where they will give us very clear direction around the policy they want to take. Obviously, safety is the number one priority for our Waka Kotahi Board, and they take it very seriously, of which Tara's already talked about. Thank you.
Just a quick one from me, following on from Councillor Hills in respect of that international comparison. I think we're just above Chile and way beneath the likes of Ireland, which has a roading network in many places that is, pretty basic, very narrow roads and hedges and all sorts of safety concerns. In all this, I guess members of the public might ask, is there any data coming through in terms of that international comparisons with respect of driver attitude, driver training, anything particularly specific to the culture of our driving environment? Because what we hear anecdotally is that often New Zealanders, and certainly when you go overseas, you notice the difference. Far more aggressive. They're far less inclined to take their licence obligations perhaps as seriously as some countries where people are very conscientious about their responsibility. Is there something specific to our kind of drivers' behaviour that has been around for a long while that is really at the heart of these, very disturbing statistics?
Yeah, look, I think you touched on it, that it is anecdotal, and it's very difficult for us to compare the culture and the behaviours. We do a public attitudes survey to our different interventions, and that gives us some good data and evidence around where our public are at, which then helps us to I guess work on the education, correcting misinformation out there, get the buy-in for what we need to do to drive a change. We certainly work very, very closely with police, and certainly post-COVID, coming out of lockdowns. Just like Australia, we saw quite a big significant uplift in risk-taking activities out on the road. So we go through cycles of where higher risk behaviours are heightened, and I guess what we are looking to do is continue to educate and move forward with those interventions like safety cameras that we know are going to make a difference, and get the support and the buy-in to be able to roll those out.
Right, thanks, Tara. Our last two questions from the Browns. Wayne first, and then Billy.
Okay, thanks for that. With regard to the cameras, and I nervously hear you say you're building back office. I mean, please don't go and do something that no one else does anywhere. And I want to know that cameras are going to be invading the spaces everywhere for various reasons, and we're going to debate later on this morning about time of use charging cameras. We have cameras on the Northern Motorway. We seem to have them only used for one reason. I mean, 15 years ago, I saw a series of cameras which you could just buy straight off the rack with a back office system already in thing, which would allow 6 lanes of motorways to be interacted with at one time, and within 300 metres, police could be informed of which of those were unregistered, which didn't have a warrant of fitness, which one had unpaid parking and speeding tickets, and they were eliminated. And so, are we able to are you thinking along those lines, or are you just going to have them just for speeding? Because it beats me that when you go over the Northern Motorway, they don't pick you up for everything else, because there is plenty of evidence that unregistered and unwarranted cars are overrepresented in accidents. So that's my first question. Can you ensure that these are not just going to be for one dumb thing?
So Wayne, absolutely. So while we're talking to you just about safety cameras today, we do have an integrated network of camera, and we're certainly thinking along those lines. And another example is one of our other programs that's very closely linked to this is our commercial vehicle safety program, and we have cameras and on-road technology that actually does 24/7 monitoring of overweight heavy vehicles, which contribute to, I think, around 7 DSIs a year, not to mention the damage to our roading network as well associated with that. So and yes, we have quite a large operational camera network that looks at, whenever there's crash or disruptions and congestion and stuff going on around the network, how we connect emergency services in to actually clear roads. So our approach is absolutely to look at how that integrates in together, notwithstanding that we have current constraints around the legislative settings and our ability to use cameras for different purposes, which may well change and shift over the future, and we'll continue to make sure that all of that comes together.
Okay, so the technology will be able to adjust to the legislation rather than the other way around. That's good. Now, with regard to claims about reducing road accidents and bits and pieces, how closely do you work on reports from FENS about who's involved, what type of involvement, and do you link it with social changes? For instance, there's been a significant increase in road deaths since the emergence of methamphetamine into our society. Do you measure those sorts of things rather than just speed?
So we look at, so we are in the business of keeping New Zealand moving, and also making sure that anyone on our roading network and rail network is kept safe at the same time. Now there are our emergency services are really critical partners. I mean, those obviously are first responders. They are seeing crash rates for different reasons. What we monitor is the causes of crashes, and that can be a number of different, methods. So obviously, drugs. You mentioned drugs. That'll be one of the contributing factors. We look at people not wearing seat belts. We look at distracted drivers. So we look at all of those, and our emergency services. We certainly use them we touch base with them regularly. We have forums where we interact with them to get their lay of the land, so that we can start to triangulate around bringing together all of the reasons for crashes and making sure that we're taking more of a integrated approach to the treatment of crashes. We're talking a bit about speed today, and there's a focus on speed because of the nature of safety cameras. But speed is invariably, when there's a death and serious injury, speed is generally always a factor, because that determines whether you walk away from that crash, or if you have a lifelong injury, or if you in fact we have a fatality. So that is the reason why speed is first and foremost in the conversation. But there are also other contributing factors to crashes which we acknowledge, and we build that intelligence as we go as well.
Well, I chat regularly with the FENS guys that I know, and single car crashes on sections of open road where there is nobody else involved, there's no reason whatsoever, and they're upside down in a drain, and it's always methamphetamine. And so I think that it's time that we included some thinking along those lines, because there's nobody else involved, and really they die because they don't have their seatbelts on, but they have the accident because they're...
Yeah, and look, roadside drug testing is coming into play as well, so that's going to be, I think, a step in the right direction as well.
Okay, we'll talk to those guys. They get a great feedback. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Good point, Mr. Mayor. Member Brown?
How blessed am I to share such an illustrious last name of Brown. Again, I just don't want to make any assumptions, but I can see efficiencies in managing these assets and the integration with what's going on the roads in general. I guess my question is just about infringement services. They will remain with the police, obviously?
No, so for any camera issued infringement, that will be issued from Waka Kotahi going forward. So there will be a period, as David touched on right at the start, a coexistence period where they'll be issuing infringements, and for the cameras, as they start to come across, we'll take over that infringement. But ultimately, all camera issued infringements will be issued by Waka Kotahi. Police will still do their roadside infringements into the future.
No, thanks for that clarity.
Councillor, if I could just add one point to that. One of the advantages of a new system being developed by Waka Kotahi is that we're aiming our vision that this will be in a largely automated system. At the moment, it's a largely manual system, so it'll be fast, it'll be more efficient in terms of people, and therefore hopefully the whole cost of service will come down as well.
Right, thanks. So that's the end of the questions on the camera. Councillor Darby, you signalled you'd like to answer a question. If I don't know if Steve's prepared for it, but if not, I'm sure he'll get back to you.
Yeah, so Steve, WX's one is underway as of Sunday, and largely successful. But there are barriers to that, and they're largely in the domain of Waka Kotahi and the lack of bus priority measures. I'm hearing reports this morning, people waiting 4 minutes in a bus, an express bus, just to get out of Westgate onto the motorway system. There's other points on the motorway where bus priority is not evident. It stops too early. And there are issues also at the Te Aratu interchange, and I think Auckland Transport signalled those issues to Waka Kotahi very early on. I understand that you've been testing that WX this morning. Can you just give us a sense of what Waka Kotahi might be looking at to improve the reliability of this 1 week old, less than 1 week old service with bus priority measures? Now, I make that request because I've been a regular saying, where is the road space reallocation on the state highway network? And we've got bus freight and T3 priority on ramps on the northern motorway and other motorways that are not enforced, they're not cameraed. When are we going to see those sorts of cameras and that sort of enforcement and more bus priority, and particularly for the WX1? Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Councillor. So yeah, we're really excited about this new service. It's been great to work with Auckland Transport around getting that service up and running. As you'll be very aware, there's been some feedback from customers of Auckland around some issues, and we got our senior leaders in our organisation and Auckland Transport to catch the peak our bus this morning so they could see it firsthand. And there were some really good observations that came through, especially around Westgate on-ramp, where you've talked about. Also through the interchange area for Waterview Tunnel, and also as you come into the city. So, you know, we think we can change the on-ramp configuration reasonably quickly, and we'll be looking at how we can do that. The team will be working on a design on that very quickly. The area around the Waterview Tunnel is a little bit more challenging due to the lack of space. So the team will definitely do some brainstorming around that. And the big issue we have is coming to the city, into the CBD area. You know, it's very constrained, and there's got to be some options looked at through there. The team is going to be looking at next week to do a bus trip on the PM peak, just so we understand those any issues they might have in that service as well. So it's definitely work in progress at the moment, but really interested in taking in the insights and doing something differently around that.
Right. Thanks, Steve, for that update. That's really helpful. That's the end of the questions. I'm happy to move that the presentation be received. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Dalton.
Can we name the update though? Because it was quite specific, other than a few other questions.
Name the update.
Yeah, it was about the static and speed cameras.
Safety cameras.
The safety camera update.
Yep. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've captured that. I don't think there's any need for anyone to talk to it. All those in favour? Against? Okay, thanks, Steve, to you and the team, Tara, David and Melanie. Thanks for your contributions today.
Thank you.
We've got one more item before lunch, folks, on the weather, response to the weather events. So I think we'll just have a quick couple of minute break while the people get themselves set up. So just a couple of minutes to stretch your legs and get a drink, and then we'll try and do that before lunch if that's all right with everyone. Thank you. Now, so we proceed to item 9, response to the 2023 weather events. And delivering for us today, we have Jane Hussain, Business Improvement and Support Manager at AT, Andrew Allen, Executive Manager, Service Delivery, Chief Executive, Dean Kimpton, and Steve Mutton is back up from Waka Kotahi. But basically this item is there to provide an update on the internal reviews of the severe weather events of 2023. That was recently completed by AT and NZTA. Okay, who's leading this off then, Andrew?
I'll lead it off. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank you very much for your time this morning. And I do recognise that we're probably standing between you and a decent break for lunch after what's been a really busy morning. So we'll try and keep this brief and high level. You've done a great job, Chair, of introducing all of us at the table, so I won't repeat that. I'll talk very briefly about the background and the context for today. It's been well over a decade now since Auckland Transport and Waka Kotahi got together to establish the Auckland Transport Operations Centre. And the Auckland Transport Operations Centre is a partnership with Waka Kotahi and AT to monitor and manage in real time the one network, so both of our networks out there for customers. A key function that ATOC, Auckland Transport Operations Centre, performs is to really monitor and detect incidents or events that have a disruptive impact on how people travel and move around our transport network, and then to either respond or to support the response to remedy that impact or event on the network so that we can restore normal operating conditions as quickly as possible. Whenever ATOC do respond to incidents or events, they always follow on with either a debrief or a review as part of their continuous learning process to understand whether there are things that we can do better and or whether there are things that we did really well that we need to continue to focus on moving forward. And as you've highlighted, earlier this year we were subject to some really significant weather events, and as part of that continuous improvement process, we've gotten together jointly, so Waka Kotahi and ourselves, to do a couple of internal reviews, and I do stress internal reviews, to look at the processes and our actions and responses to those events, as I say, to understand what learnings we can take from that, both positive and work-ons. And to that end, I'll hand over to Jane. Jane's going to take you through a very high level and a quick brief overview of the findings from those reviews in terms of key themes.
Thanks, Andrew. So kia ora koutou. As Andrew's mentioned, that as part of the both organisations' culture of continuous improvement and alignment to the organisational values, joint internal reviews were undertaken for the purposes of identifying successes and opportunities for improvement. The focus was, and the scope rather, was that these were internal reviews, and the focus was on emergency management response actions. There are other programs within Auckland Transport and Waka Kotahi that focus on the recovery stages. These internal reviews were also independent of any external reports such as the Bush Review. So today we'll accept all of the, take all of the reports that we've provided as being read, and I'll just go through briefly through this presentation. So the insights from these reviews were consistent and provided us with 6 key themes of successes and approximately 9 key themes of improvement recommendations. I'll just move to the next slide. So through each of the emergency event, the scale and the severity tends to vary, and with it comes new learnings, and this has culminated in some successes for us, which are noted in brief in this slide there. So I'll just quickly go through some of these with examples. So in terms of time to respond, so with that, during the anniversary weekend flooding event, ATOC was the first to stand up an incident management team to respond to the emergency. Additionally, high levels of readiness was also there on the 9th of May flooding event, as ATOC operated quite closely with Met Service as well. In terms of other things, successes, so we had measures in place to work with our network contractors and public transport operators as well. So this included, for example, proactive monitoring of vulnerable areas on the network, such as whiteout Kare Kare and Piha on the 9th of May, and so our contractors were highly responsive to quickly and safely reopening the roads where needed. Customer demand on the public transport network was also supported by our PT operators during the off-peak hours in the same event. So moving on, while schools enacted early closures without much notice on the 9th of May, AT made a deliberate decision to prioritise additional bus resources to ensure safe journeys for Auckland Tamariki. The next theme is around effectiveness of our operational relationship with Auckland Emergency Management, and this was also recognised by AEM. And lastly, the staff and the incident management teams were working with heightened level of response for a long period of time and demonstrated high levels of commitment. And as an example, the staff were in either readiness, planning or response mode approximately 39 out of the 49 days in early in the calendar year. So what you see there are the 9 themes of improvements. Now these were drawn from 24 detailed recommendations from the discrete debrief reviews, which are available in the detailed reports. We already have some initiatives in various stages of progress at the moment to address some of these recommendations. And what I'll do is just quickly go through these recommendations and provide some examples of what we mean by them. So firstly, first theme is around improving network resiliency, and this essentially is by proactively addressing vulnerable parts of the network, incorporating changes in our capital improvement plans and programs, as well as implementing, for example, weather-proof solutions for in order to protect our vulnerable assets, such as traffic signals out on the network, and having planned detours. Another theme was around uplifting our people capability. So as examples, what's recommended are having minimum standard of training available, as well as desktop exercises of complex response scenarios in emergency situations. So this would have to be a broad membership for resiliency purposes, and also ensuring that we're working with our partner organisations to achieve that. Egress planning was another theme, particularly for emergency situations, and this would be achieved through plans for varied situations across the roading and the public transport. It would also include contributions to the AEM evacuation planning process, for example. Common operating picture. So what we mean by that is essentially developing a common operating picture that allows ATOC to efficiently and reliably identify the whole of network impacts and be able to communicate this through good technology solutions. So this would also allow information sharing with customers, AEM, some of our other stakeholders for decision making at pace. In terms of building strategic relationship with partners and key agencies, so that would help us to enhance customer communications, and would achieve this by ensuring that there is aligned messages between the key agencies, for example, as well as implementation of strategic communications functions within ATOC, with the view to that they would advise on behalf of Auckland Transport, Waka Kotahi and ATOC on critical customer communication decisions. There are also improvements with Met service that's required. So this is around a common understanding by use of encouraging plain language to be used in debriefs and information. And this would help to easily digest information and be able for us to be able to potentially identify areas of impact from the weather warnings as well. A number of internal process enhancements are also recommended, which includes clear communication and control clear command and control systems during emergencies through alignment of emergency response plans, as well as governance across AT, Waka Kotahi and ATOC. So this would, for example, also include defining levels of service and resources for a one customer, a one network focused response effort. The 8th one there is around real-time information. So essentially it's about, again, a one transport network view in communicating with customers. So where there's faster, reliable, consistent and accurate real-time information. And this would include having robust interagency communications process and some standard communications plan, as well as accessibility and some consumable channels for communication with our customers. The last one there is around resiliency, many examples under there as well. So for this would include things like wellness tools for rostering and recuperation, safety roles focusing on the welfare of our staff, particularly those who are in impacted areas, as well as remote working capability and capability with templates and collateral to support the IMT process. So I'll just move on to next steps quickly. As I've already mentioned, that there have been several improvement initiatives already underway towards the recommendations. So in addition to that, an emergency management improvement program has been developed, which will further highlight solutions that that will address some of the recommendations that we've noted here. So the focus of the program again is on a one network and one customer approach, and this is to ensure that the customer is at the heart of what we do and that their experience is enhanced during the emergency response phase. So this program is also going to be monitored by ATOC's Joint Management Board, which has representation from AT as well as Waka Kotahi. Thank you. We'll take questions if there are any.
All right, thanks for that presentation. So open it up to questions. Councillor Lee.
Thank you very much for that. 9th of May, I vaguely remember of the severe flooding at that time, and Aucklanders being very nervous after the two preceding storm events. And what happened was, rather than a triumph of official leadership, was absolute chaos. Vehicles, buses, all caught up in a gridlock, services cancelled, the train network ground to a halt, except for, I think, Onehunga, which is normally the other way around, but all due to an official message to working Aucklanders to go home and stay home, and everyone did, all at the same time. So it would be good to acknowledge the learnings from that failure and speak about it bluntly and openly, and that's the only way you can learn from these things. 9th of May was by no means a triumph.
Well, I guess it's is there no response to Councillor Lee's?
Well, there's certainly a comment in there. I'm not sure there was a specific question, but look, we certainly acknowledge, and you'll see that. I don't think we're. Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair, I don't think we're trying to cover anything over and say anything was great. I think what we're trying to do is say that we've undertaken a review and we have a number of learnings coming out of those reviews. One of the key themes that we've identified here this morning is around customer comms and strategic relationships. So we are absolutely taking on board that there is more work to be done in terms of effectively communicating with our customers and the messages that we share with them, so that we don't end up with confusion, as you are alluding to, Councillor.
Oh, sorry, looking at the graphic with all the circles with tick, 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 called successes. I think we just need to be a bit more objective, that's all.
I'd just like to respond if I can. Auckland Transport didn't issue the go home, stay home instruction. We do have a view though, and that's what you see in these recommendations, and that is that we need to be joined up with Waka Kotahi and Auckland Emergency Management. A go home, stay home, and then don't go home, don't stay home, and doing that at a time of day when we just do not have a public transport service available did not work well. That is a key learning. We've all learned that. So I acknowledge it, Councillor Lee, and good practice might suggest that you're best left in place. So we've got that. It has been clearly observed. I've discussed a number of times with the team as well, and that is where the role of ATOC, Waka Kotahi and Auckland Emergency Management in serious events needs to be seriously joined up.
Thank you, Mr. Kimpton.
Member Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just noting this was an internal review, and maybe this is outside of the scope, well, it is, and maybe this is outside your remit as well. I won't make any assumptions, but are you planning a wider review of what happened? And if so, would you be looking to, and I mention this because Marae played a critical role during these extreme weather events, and there's a whole lot that could be done around communications, having them ready and front-footing potentially these events. Of course, we don't know when they're going to come, but I guess it's two parts. Is there a wider review that's going to happen, and what role would you see Marae playing in the overall integration of your methodology?
Auckland Emergency Management is a lead agency. It's quite a clear delegation. Auckland Transport and ATOC has a specific role inside of that. So my encouragement would be, if we're to look at how the community helps respond to these large, high-impact community events, that is best led from Auckland Council and Auckland Emergency Management, and it brings all those parties together. And of course, we would be very interested in it because the role of schools, marae, churches, and other safe places is critical in the resilience of the community, not just the infrastructure. So I agree, but that's where the responsibility for that sort of further work would need to lie.
Kapai, thank you, and we have councillors here who heard that, so thank you. Thanks for that answer.
Okay, good question. Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, look, I appreciate your work hugely, so thanks for that, and I also appreciate the work on reviews, which is very important for what is obviously going to be a problem for the city going forward in the future, which is really sucks. My question is, when the storm hit and chaos hit, bus drivers were still driving around routes that had become unsafe and had become flooded out. So I'm wondering how we're beefing up our communications to contractors and therefore to bus drivers so that we can respond really quickly to those concerns when they hit.
Thank you, Councillor, through the Chair. What you'll notice here today is that we've put on the table the key themes that we've identified that need actions to be developed and solutions put in place. What you've just articulated is something we're well aware of, and we have picked up. It's part of the process improvements and having access to better real-time information so that we can get it out to those operators so that they're not flying blind, so to speak. So we do acknowledge that. I don't know exactly what the solution is here today. That's part of the program we are going to put together to respond.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Councillor Ferry?
Thanks. I'm interested in the people capability and resilient staff aspects, and I wondered what conversations you'd had with the various workers involved on the day on the ground or in a bus or whatever about what they've observed and how we could do that better. Thanks. And whether you've talked to their unions. Thank you.
So again, the scope of these reviews were internal, so which means that the debriefs were completed with internal staff members who were part of the IMT, had memberships into IMT. It did include the liaison officers, for example, AEM, etc. But no, we haven't gone broader than that, simply because of it's beyond the scope that we were given.
Can I suggest that they might have some useful insights as the receivers of the information and the instructions? So that might be something to look at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hills?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the information. I remember at the time because I was standing at Key Street sending you guys photos of the long lines of people. I guess for me, and maybe it's not for here, but were you guys contacted before the emergency text went out? Because I feel like it felt like a bit of a stampede to downtown when I was there after the text came out. And what I had information was all the shore services were actually in flood, as well as the rail on the 9th of May. So the buses actually couldn't get there in time. So were you told that the emergency text was going to come out? No?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Hills. I'm reluctant to answer it because I'm not exactly certain, but it is my understanding that when that emergency text went out, we weren't aware that it was going out. I wouldn't want to be quoted on that right here and now, but that is only my understanding. We can certainly come back to you and confirm exactly where the timing related to that.
Okay, thank you. I guess maybe a comment which you could also answer. I guess from my experience on the 27th of Jan, and then kind of again on this time, I was trying to do comms without information, and if for future, if there was a way, and there's probably not under these circumstances, to get, even if we had a group of lines we were allowed to give out in these situations, because I was sort of just telling people on my social media, go back to your offices, because buses, I knew you couldn't move the peak forward. Everyone was gone back to the depots for their lunch breaks, and there's no way to get up when the motorways were flooded, or the exits back in time. So I guess I'm nervous, like on the 27th of Jan, I was sort of getting told off for putting out information, but if we're seeing things, what are we as elected members allowed to do, you know, when we see, I was contacting some of you, which probably may not have been helpful but at the time, but yeah, because it was chaos, but from on the ground you could see things you could maybe help some people avoid.
Yeah. Through the chair again, I think that's a really good observation, Councillor, and it is something that we have picked up and acknowledged. So we do see councillors and local boards as being potential conduits of information into their communities, and part of the actions that we've identified is that we need to think about a way in which we can get key messages to individuals such as yourselves and others who need it in order to be able to communicate with their communities effectively and with the right messages. So it is very much one of our observations, and we will develop actions to ensure that moving forward we have solutions for that.
Thank you. And I just want to say, Chair, as soon as the rain stopped, the peak was moved forward 2 hours, and it was a 45-hour delay before that could happen, but the city cleared once the bus drivers could get back, but I don't know how they would have done that otherwise. So I just want to put it out there that in that 1 hour, it seemed pretty bad on the ground, but moving that peak forward somehow, I don't know how you did it, it cleared and everyone was pretty safe, but it was pretty chaotic. But I don't know how we learn from that in the moment, but thank you.
Just one concluding question from me, Andrew, and it really goes to that immediacy of information. Certainly, you know, during the first events in January, for instance, the go-to was often social media sites, a local Facebook page. Is that part of the monitoring regime? Because that was the most up-to-date and the most local, obviously for big chunks of Auckland.
Jane was about to answer that. We're probably going to say exactly the same thing. Yes, that is absolutely part of what we'll be monitoring going forward. I think there were a lot of institutions and agencies that learnt a lot from social media in real time. We were one of those. Auckland Transport was one of those. So that has got to be an essential part of your intelligence gathering in these real-time events as you learn.
Right, thanks very much. Would someone like to move the recommendation? Councillor Hill, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. I don't think there's any need for anyone to speak to. There's been some very good questions. Councillor Sayers?
Just a quick comment, and it's one of a bouquet that just soon in my ward, the engagement that both agencies have had with the ratepayer and residents groups, and the listening to the concerns and putting in measures to improve the situations for future events has been very positive. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sayers. Certainly one of the hardest hit wards, so that's reassuring to hear. So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour? Against? Okay, carried. Thank you for your presentation. We'll just break for lunch now, ladies and gentlemen. So if we could be back at 1:30, that would be much appreciated, and we'll try and expedite the afternoon's business. Thank you. afternoon, everyone. I think we're just about getting ready to start. Hope people have been able to fortify themselves in the 30-minute break. The item that is now up before us is the time of use congestion charging methodology and next steps. I think, Jenny, are you going to be doing the introductions? Sure. We've got a team presenting to us, so we'll hear the presentation, take the questions, and then go into debate. Over to you, Jenny.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Nā koutou katoa. Nice to be here this afternoon. So this is a conversation about time of use charging. We're not calling it congestion charging anymore, I think we're calling it time of use charging. You'll recall we had a workshop with you in August when we took you through the congestion question work, which was done in 2020, which had a really good look at what this could be and do for Auckland. And from that workshop, you confirmed that it was a priority for you to get this up and running, and you asked us to come back to you with some thinking about an implementation methodology and an implementation timeframe. So that's what the team has got for you today to put on the table for you to have a look at. We're going to just quickly go through with Michael and Tracy the time of use charging and what it is, just so we can all get back on the same page. Outline the previous work that we've done, and then Tracy will take you through the methodology we've been designing, what that looks like, and then open up for a conversation about where you want to go with that. So hopefully that will help this afternoon. So Michael, over to you.
Thank you, Jenny. Kia ora, Michael Roth, Lead Transport Advisor for Auckland Council. So we'll start with some scene setting. There has been a strong emphasis in the long-term plan and in the broader processes that we need to make the most of our existing network before we go and spend a lot of money on building major projects. So this program is really focused on making the most of our existing network. We also have major public transport improvements in play with City Rail Link in particular, but Eastern Busway. We've seen the Northwestern Busway network improvements just roll out now. These will enable the city centre to work much better for public transport in the future. We also know at the moment other cities are interested in where we are heading. Examples are Wellington and Tauranga, who are also looking at road pricing related initiatives. And it is very important for our city to continue to grow, that we implement demand management as well as revenue generation. Otherwise, our transport system will continue to decline. So just very briefly, time of use charging, that is a photo from Singapore, who have implemented this scheme for many decades. It is a fee to use parts of the road network. It can be focused around the city centre, or it can be focused on specific roads like the inner city motorways. The idea of charging different prices for different times is to reduce the amount of congestion and to spread the demand across the network more. So higher prices would be charged during the peak hours in the morning or afternoon. This reduces congestion by spreading the demand. It enables drivers to change their journey time, change their route, change their destination, or change their mode of travel. So there are many ways people can change their behaviour to avoid having to pay the charge. Why is it needed? There has been quite a debate around. Everyone knows Auckland has a high level of congestion, around or in excess of $1 billion per annum. That impedes our economy, and that will only get worse in the future if we do not address it. And we have the well-known problem of induced demand, where if you build more roads, you encourage more people into cars and you encourage existing drivers to drive further. So any congestion relief is very short-term. So building our way out of this is nigh on impossible. It is too expensive and it does not really solve the problem. So we need to manage demand. This has been a process long underway. The Auckland Transport Alignment Project in 2016 already considered it, so that's already 7 years ago. There are many existing council strategies and government strategies on transport that really require a demand management tool like time of use charging to deliver a more efficient and more economically productive transport system. We also know that the regional fuel tax is under threat. With the loss of that revenue, council has a real problem in working out how to fund the improvements that we need to cater for growth. Congestion charging prior to the election had broad cross-party support from all sides, so there's an expectation that that will continue now that a government will hopefully form very soon. We also know that most of the stakeholders in the space are quite supportive of congestion charging or time of use charging if it is designed well, all the way from Helen Clark Foundation that has a focus more on the equity side to organisations like New Zealand Initiative, Te Waihanga, the Infrastructure Commission and Infrastructure New Zealand that are focused more on the economic productivity issues. A lot of work was done years ago under the branding of the congestion question. All that work is available on public websites. It showed that in the order of a 10% reduction across the city was possible depending on the design of the scheme, and many people could experience that in the sense that it would take the level of congestion down to school holiday travel in many areas, which is actually quite a relief. The most recent formal position from the government was from the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee inquiry. They made unanimous recommendations, so cross-party support, and it was really about progressing the development of this scheme. They have to provide enabling legislation to allow us to do it, and it's clear that we have to do public engagement and we have to properly deal with issues such as equity to maintain support from the public and from stakeholders. And an important part of that is using any revenue that we gain from this process to invest back into a better transport system. So just as a bit of a starter, we would be looking to focus on the city centre area and inner-city motorways. None of this design has been completed yet. We will talk about that shortly. But these are the critical links that are congested and also provide people with an opportunity for changes. The city centre is the core of our public transport network, and we are improving that network. So that's where more people have an opportunity to change. So that's where we can actually drive a lot of congestion relief in all the approaches toward the city centre. And the motorways are quite congested, flows break down quite early in the morning and stay broken down for a long time during the day. This is a real problem because the motorway's capacity actually reduces once the flows break down. So if we can maintain those proper flows through those motorways using a time of use charging system, we can dramatically reduce congestion and allow the motorways to actually carry more traffic than they currently carry. So I'll now hand over to Tracy to go through the detailed methodology.
Kia ora, I'm Tracy Burkhan, Group Manager for Services and Performance at Auckland Transport and most recently caretaker of the congestion charging program. We, as a result of the joint workshop we had, put together a program that I'll take as read in these slides, in this report and slide pack. Oops, where are we? Can I get you to drive that for me? I've turned it off now. Sorry about that. But the important thing to note about the program is that it builds on a considerable body of work that was already done by the congestion question, the 5 agencies that got together to do that piece of work, and looks to work in an optimal way to progress the finalisation of a scheme in line with enabling legislation. The program presented in the report aims to reduce rework, so we're not going to redo things that the congestion question covered, but it will be about where we update it, where we bring new data, look at new findings and recognise that there are dependencies in a particular order that we should work through implementing a scheme. So essentially workstream 1 goes back to the scheme purpose and objectives, revalidates those. Workstream 2 runs all the way through the program, which starts to deal with public and stakeholder engagement. We look at the physical scheme design in work streams 3 and 4, including the functional specifications. And work stream 5 builds up the governance and ownership of this. We are committed to it being a joint Auckland Transport, Auckland Council programme of work, but we'll also look to introduce into those governance forums political forum and feedback loop, and cross-agency support with Waka Kotahi. Workstream 6 deals with procurement and starts to look at what we have to do to physically implement a scheme. Next one, Michael, thank you. And Workstream 7 starts to deal with some of those equity mitigations that Michael referred to earlier. That you wrap all of those next sort of 3 up together, where we look at the revenue policy, complementary policies and initiatives that Council needs to think about to support and enable time of use pricing and customers' privacy, etc. Legislation is the other big dependency, so we can do a certain amount of this work prior to understanding what the legislation actually enables and permits, but we'll be working closely, I think, with this government on timing for that, and obviously this council plays a huge part in advocating to central government to get that legislation out of the bottom drawer and get it in front of the House so that we can move quickly. Then Workstream 12 just produces that final implementation and procurement plan. So the timeline, or indicative timeline, sees us actually starting now. So that's I suppose, one of the main messages today is we need to start this now in order to be able to deliver a scheme that coincides with those major improvements in public transport that are delivered through the CRL, but also to start to address some of the funding issues for alternatives for people when regional fuel tax, if regional fuel tax is repealed, and we need to keep our city moving. So essentially, that was sort of all we had for you today. We've got 2 recommendations that this group endorses the creation of a joint Auckland Transport, Auckland Council programme team to progress time of use charging now as of November, and that we will come back to you every step along the way and work through the details of the scheme and its design. Thank you.
All right, thanks for the presentation. We'll open up the questions now. Councillor Walker.
Like a number of other councillors, I received a submission on the part of the National Council of Women Auckland branch, and they raised a number of issues. In no particular order, the impact of time of use charging on disabled people who often are not in a position to use public transport. In particular, the impact on women who proportionally are often in lower paid jobs and do not have the flexibility to adjust their times. Often these people, the National Council of Women pointed out, are also caregivers. So these are the people that are dropping children off to school because sometimes public transport doesn't avail themselves to get them to school. And I could list off a number of other issues. So the concern that I put to you is that public transport simply does not deliver, and in that respect, just as an aside, they also mentioned mana whenua groups. They're disproportionately advantaged. So how are we going to deal with that? Because this is a penalty, and it's a blunt penalty.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Equity will be a critical part of the detailed design of this scheme, because those are very fundamental issues to address. There are a lot of people with mobility impairments. In some cases, that means they can't take public transport. So we need to look at discount or exemption categories for people who do not have that capability to take an alternative form of transport. Those design issues need to be gone through, and that is part of the detailed process that we have proposed. It's also why we are talking about a focus around the inner city area and the city centre in particular. The city centre of Auckland already has about 55% of all trips on public transport or active modes during the morning peak hour. Now, that's obviously very high compared with the rest of Auckland, but it's actually very low compared to comparable cities. Brisbane, for example, has 70% on public transport. Sydney, more like 80%, London, more like 90%. So, and we know we are improving our public transport system, particularly with CRL, but also Eastern Busway and other initiatives. This will allow public transport to shoulder a lot more of that burden of trip movements into the city centre. The city centre attracts people from all over the city, so many of them are longer trips. They have a congestion impact across those motorways to the north, south and west. So by reducing the amount of car trips that are driving all the way from the outer areas into the city centre and getting those people onto public transport earlier in their journey, we are reducing congestion broadly, and we're doing that without impeding people very much, because public transport access to the city centre will be able to handle those flows.
I think through you, Chair, just to add to that, yeah, there's absolutely no doubt that there's going to be impacts on a wide range of people across the city. And one of the work streams you saw under workstream 7 has got to have a look at a lot of those impacts, all of the impacts, and understand how the mitigations are going to work and what that's going to look like. Completely understand and accept that. I think if you go up a level though, those of you who were in the VKT workshop yesterday can really see that this type of behaviour kind of management or congestion pricing alongside road pricing, alongside other things, is a really critical part of managing our network going forward for the next 10, 15, 20 years for Auckland. It's a critical component of the VKT thinking, so it's, but it's acknowledged it is a huge change.
The other question I've got, Mr. Chair, goes around the alternative or the alternatives. Effectively what you're proposing is a penalty, and the assumption is that the penalty will drive change. Having said that, we know through consumer behaviour and human psychology that incentives work far, far, far better. So to what extent have you already been engaged in a whole variety of incentives? For example, travel planning for businesses and the like. How advanced is that? Incentives around working from home, which has taken off, appropriate technology for people so that they could do it. A whole range, there's a vast list of incentive-based options. T2, T3 lanes, they form part of that. That I would have expected would have been a precursor to this.
We already do have a lot of incentives in our transport system. Incentives through public transport subsidies, for example. So the issue we've got in Auckland is we have lots of incentives, but we don't really have any disincentives other than congestion. So we're providing a poor level of service for those who are driving because there's no disincentive there. So by providing that small cost component, we do encourage some people out of the traffic flow, which means everyone else who remains in the traffic flow does benefit. There are a lot of people who will appreciate the faster travel times, and even more importantly, the more reliable travel times that will result if we can reduce congestion. So yes, in one sense, this is a bit of a disincentive, but it does also allow us to provide more incentives by reinvesting the revenue that we gain from it into better transport services, which would be better public transport, better active transport connections, and potentially even more subsidies, discounts or exemptions for certain groups of people for whom this does create some problems.
And my last question, Mr. Chair, is you mentioned the focus on a couple of locations, Lincoln Road, for example, Te Atatu, the motorway. Will it not be the case that all you'll do is actually extend the peak? So people will just shift out. So instead of the peak being from, say, 6:30, 7 o'clock to maybe 9 o'clock. We're just going to extend the peak. You'll have the effect of induced traffic, which you're well familiar with. So instead of reliability, you'll have reliability, but reliability of being caught up in congestion over a longer period of time. Will that not be the case? Because it's what I'm increasingly experiencing now. The peak is widening, it's getting worse.
Yeah. So through you, Chair, I think that latter question is going to have to be looked at in the scheme design when we look at where and how in the city, and that's part of this implementation program. But I just want to make a comment that the congestion pricing has got to be seen in a much wider suite of interventions across the whole of the city. It's not just congestion pricing and nothing else. Auckland Transport's already doing a lot in the PT growth space. We do a lot of travel management planning. And again, the VKT workshop you sat through yesterday showed you a whole range of different things that are going to have to come together, congestion pricing being one part of that, to really shift how Aucklanders use their transport system going forward. So it's really important we keep congestion pricing in context of a huge range of things that we're already doing as an organisation and a council together, but also that we will be doing going forward.
And in the context of extending the peak, in one sense, yes, that's the case. But the issue around the peak is the flow breakdown. The goal of a traffic management system is to avoid flow breakdown. So if we can manage the number of cars on the motorway network so that they do not have to slow down and accelerate, slow down and accelerate, we actually increase the motorway network. A road line that is running smoothly on a motorway can handle about 2,000 cars per hour. Whereas once the traffic flow breaks down and they stop-start, that drops by 10, 15, 20%. So that means for the rest of the time, the motorway network is operating much less optimally. So if we can pull people forward, get them to do their trips earlier or a bit later, then we may be extending the peak a little bit, but we're avoiding flow breakdown, so people will not have a negative experience during their travel. And the change in trip timing is only one way people can change. They can also change their route, their destination, and of course their mode of travel. So a lot of people will make changes other than retiming their trip. There will be those others also who choose not to make a trip and work from home instead, for instance. So there are many other changes.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I guess the questions that I would have posed have already been put by Councillor Walker on the importance of coming to grips with equity on this. But you've confirmed to us already that these are a series of recommendations that have been on the boil, if you like, since, you know, I know I sat on the board of Auckland Transport in 2010, and in one way or another, we have been working towards this for a long time. So just as I'm sure for those who travelled along the side of the southern motorway and used to look at the rail corridors unused, that there was a resource that we weren't using. In some ways, we've all been looking at the roads and saying, how can we use them better? I want to know, from the research that you have undertaken with London, where congestion charging has been in place for a long time, and other cities, how they have specifically addressed the equity issues, because these are not to be ignored. And the second part of my question relates to my fear that people just see the council as revenue gathering all the time. Everything we do is about revenue gathering. And yet there is another story to be told about the enormous pressure, the mental health pressure and everything else that's associated with pressure on business and with ongoing congestion and the inability that we have to just keep building more motorways. So those two questions are really important to me. What specific initiatives have you seen that have been successful in the countries that you have looked at in addressing equity? And secondly, if you could just shift the dial from talking about revenue generating to replace the regional fuel tax, and I'm taking it as an assumption that this would not be in addition to the regional fuel tax. What are the other benefits that you can give us on this?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. In terms of equity, as you're aware, I recently visited Stockholm, London, Singapore and Oslo, all of whom have similar schemes in place. What they have done is essentially focus the scheme on the city centre area. That's the primary issue, because the city centre area has much higher income levels than the outer urban areas. So you're targeting the initiative at the high income area, not the low income area. And also the city centre area has the best range of alternatives, so more people have opportunities to not choose to drive. So that's how they've generally addressed the main issues, but they've also implemented a range of discounts and exemptions. And as we discussed briefly before, those with mobility impairments often receive exemptions, so they are allowed to drive in the area.
Sorry to interrupt, but can you talk while you're explaining that about how they are delivered, these exemptions? Because I think people don't realise the ways in which they can get practical assistance, otherwise it's just words.
Yes.
Can you talk about the specifics?
Yeah. A time of use charging scheme would operate very much like a road tolling scheme in terms of the back end. It would recognise the licence plate on the vehicle and then charge that vehicle the appropriate fee based on where and when it is driven somewhere, just like a road toll. If a person has an exemption, their licence plate would have that exemption recorded so that they would not be charged that fee. So people could apply, people with mobility parking permits, for instance, could apply for exemption and be granted that. That's the usual way that these schemes will then not charge people who have an exemption. There are also sometimes boundary issues around the edge of a scheme where certain people get discounts or get a certain period of cheap travel. That can be arranged in the back end of the system and associated with their vehicle's licence plate. So the people will then never see the charge. The system will automatically include that.
So, using the recent research that you've undertaken, how do they get around the exemptions for people in an emergency type situation, for medical, there are a range of people for whom they can't choose when they travel. How have they dealt with that in other cities?
Emergency vehicles will generally be exempted, so that they will not have to pay to start with, so ambulances, fire police and the like. Also, there will be a process of customer engagement. So if there is a very real issue where a person has had no choice to travel, and normally they would have been charged, but they feel they have exceptional circumstances, there would be a method where they could write in and record that, and that could be considered. That's generally how those one-off circumstances are dealt with in these schemes.
I appreciate that, Your Worship, but I'm just responding to the questions that have been posed to me that have been quite legitimately put with people's concerns over this proposal. And in some ways, I really welcome the fact that we're having a discussion about this. It's long overdue, but there are concerns, and we must, I think, as elected representatives, be able to respond to these.
I think sorry to you, Chair, the design phase is going to have to address a lot of this stuff as well, so there's going to be much more opportunity to talk this through as the design phase continues on. But absolutely it's important. I agree with you, Councillor. Do you want to talk about the additional benefits?
Yes, the second part of your question is also very relevant, and in fact a lot of the cities that you just referred to had much better public acceptance when they didn't talk about revenue. and when they spoke about the other benefits that are associated with the scheme. So we saw on one of Michael's earlier slides that $1 billion productivity hole that congestion makes for Auckland. That's a 2017 figure, so it's probably considerably higher than that. I was very interested to hear some of the media yesterday where I know some of the media were concerned about tradespeople and things like that driving through the cordon. And I think the Mayor's answer was absolutely right, that if a tradesperson can get to 8 jobs a day instead of 5 because they're not sitting in traffic for hours, that's going to mean that the city is better off as a whole. And also we have looked at the idea of a daily cap. So if that tradie is crossing the cordon 7 times, they won't necessarily be charged 7 times, they'll likely only be charged twice. It goes even to freight, where a lot of us do online shopping. Our parcels sit in trucks in the motorways, spewing out emissions in traffic jams. I worked very closely with the zero emission truck trial that we had in the city, and a lot of those trucks have to come through the city centre to deliver to different parts of the city. So those are going to be benefits. Emissions reduction is also a collateral benefit of reducing congestion. So there are a raft of things that we can highlight when we engage with people to take away that, as you say, that contention that it's all about revenue.
I wonder why, as officers in the recommendations, you were not putting forward those vexed issues around equity and so forth, that these are the very specific things that a reference group will be charged with delivering upon. I think to give comfort to those who are worried about this proposal, that's a very specific directive that needs to be addressed before this can progress further.
Understood.
Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. Thank you. I've got a couple of cues. And thanks for your hard work on this over such a long time. Please don't take this as anything other than my ward have got in touch with me a lot in the last 24 hours and have several questions. I'll try and represent them as best I can. Okay, so are we contemplating replacing the regional fuel tax with this as the revenue stream, or would we be looking at raising revenue over and above the RFT to compensate communities that might be affected by the charge?
It's actually not this project that's suggesting removing regional fuel tax. I believe that's going to be a central government conversation. So the work that's been done to date has not linked it to regional fuel tax in any way, but I know that the outgoing government, the last government, had suggested it might be in addition to regional fuel tax, and my understanding is that the incoming government believe it should replace it, or it should be a different revenue stream, and regional fuel tax should no longer be.
Thank you very much. And I suppose this is what the feedback process itself is for, but do we have any initial insight on how popular this is with the public as a piece of work?
So when the Select Committee report was published, the Select Committee did public consultation on this, and it was quite interesting because the statistics are quite telling. Apparently 70% of businesses that engaged in the consultation with the Select Committee process were in favour, but 70% of individuals were not in favour. So you've got quite a polar sort of opposite for the only formal consultation that's been done to date. Again, that was a long time ago. That was those report findings, I think, were published in 2021, and the consultation was prior to that. So we may have been in a little bit of a different situation. Part of that work stream too, which is the public engagement and consultation work stream, will get a much closer litmus test on where we're at now in the city.
And through you, Chair, just to add to that, you may recall some earlier slides from Michael where it really showed how this is introduced into the public arena and when is going to be absolutely critical for people's uptake. Because at the start, people go, oh yes, great. And then as soon as they realise what it means for them, you know, we change in terms of a cycle of acceptance. So that public engagement work stream is fundamental to how this is pitched and how this is landed with our people. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. And acknowledging that there'll be work to come on the equity questions as well, so I can save those ones. Just two more quickly, Chair. Given the history of how our city has been planned, such that the poorer communities are in suburban areas, not in the centre, are you concerned that there are communities that are going to be disproportionately impacted by the charging regime?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Again, this is the detailed design focus is to put the major burden in those areas that are not so disadvantaged. You see that initially from our focus on the inner city area, but that also goes to many of the details that we still have to design, including the discounts and exemptions.
Thank you. And my last question's for the Chair, who's just standing up. Do I wait? Sorry, Chair, I picked the exact moment when you were standing up. I've just got a question for you. Just in terms of D, I note that in that reasonably exhaustive list for a political reference group, no one from South or West Auckland is in there.
Yeah, we
got some concerns.
You know, I think, Councillor Henderson, that's the product of the positions as opposed to trying to get it, geographic representation. We did discuss that at the time, but the group is driven by those positions essentially, which have dictated a number of the delegations, to be honest. I certainly, I don't want to say what the interests are, but certainly Councillor Fletcher, for instance, has quite a significant interest in the south, and I would and certainly the ward councillor for Franklin would perhaps be suggesting that too. So I think we can accommodate that geographical diversity, and I'm certainly happy, given our ward goes right over to very bordering yours, to pick up anything from the west. Otherwise it does start to get very numerous.
So I merely point out that the poorer communities are most likely to be the ones that are more heavily impacted and will have a big interest in this work.
Yes.
And to be honest, I don't see their representation. I just invite you to maybe have a think about how that works. But yeah, I take your point.
Yeah, and that is a very good point. Okay, we have quite a lineup of people now. We have IMSB member Brown, councillors Ferry, Turner, Sayers, Lee, Newman, Darby, Bartley. It's going to be a long day, folks. Over to you, member Brown.
Awesome, in that order. Okay, some of the challenges have been mentioned. I guess just when you start turning theory into reality, and human behaviour can sometimes be at the heart of that. If I think about the 4-litre diesel ute driver who goes another way during the same time and actually increases emissions, even the tradie going from 5 to 8 jobs will increase emissions, so you're sort of moving things around as opposed to maybe mitigating them. I guess whenever I see these things, it's always a positive spin, but I'd just probably like to know, and some of these things have been touched on, as you went through this robust analysis, and I'm sure you had many technical experts contribute, what downsides and challenges did you identify in this initial work, noting that some of them have already been discussed? And the reason I ask this is because my challenge to any group that are trying to get something across the line is to be very transparent about the benefits and the challenges, as opposed to championing one and not the other. And I think it's quite hard for us all to tease them out. I'd actually rather you did it, and then we can make an informed decision. So back to the start, just other things that haven't been mentioned that you've identified already, that will be quite challenging.
Thank you for the question, Member Brown. I'll address the first part of the question around the tradie who goes to 8 jobs instead of 5. That does not increase emissions. because those 8 jobs exist regardless of whether that one tradie can do them or whether someone else needs to do them. So that is a good demonstration of the economic productivity benefits that a scheme like this enables by removing all that time delay out of the network. So it does not increase emissions, it actually decreases emissions by reducing congestion and improves our economy in that process.
There have been some really interesting curly parts to this, as you say, that in practice manifest when you move into implementing a scheme. It's already been mentioned today, I think, that a number of the vehicles in the city are unregistered and unwarranted, and many of them are used by disadvantaged parts of society because they must get to either work, education or medical appointments. And you often have a situation where an extended family uses one of those unsafe or unregistered or unwarranted vehicles. Quite often that causes quite a lot of problems in an equity sense where those people do not have another choice. I think the design of where the scheme is and how the exemptions are administered starts to mitigate some of those things. There was talk in the original research of linking it to the Green Card or a community services initiative, much like the buses were going to do, in the respect that then that takes care of some of the lower socio-economic sectors of society that don't have a choice. There is also a fraud issue where people deliberately obscure number plates if we're using automatic number plate recognition, so we have to work through that. There is also a scenario where if you are granted an exemption, then your grandmother, their cousins and everybody else drives that vehicle when they have the opportunity because it has an exemption, and that may not be for the person that exemption was included. All of those things have been dealt with in international schemes, and we would just have to work through what they look like in a New Zealand environment. It's quite analogous to public transport fare evasion, where you put a scheme in Singapore and everybody pays their fare, and you put a scheme in New Zealand and some people don't pay their fare. So all of that has come to light in the work that's been done to date, and it'll be carried forward into these new work streams to tease out. But again, it's worth including those in some of the public engagement so that people know we've considered these things and we're not just shooting from the hip here.
And I think just to add one more, the challenge, one of the bigger challenges obviously is going to be acceptance by our people and our communities. It's a really big change for us. And New Zealand hasn't got a scheme like this in place, but we do know that Tauranga and Wellington are also looking, so we can draw on some of their expertise and thinking and how they've handled and learned things as we go along the way. So, it's a real step change for New Zealand, this one, but Auckland's got the opportunity to lead that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and again, it's that challenge and noting that, you've alluded to that just in the answer. It just makes decision making a lot easier when they're presented to you as opposed to it being a combative sort of element that you need to work through, but thank you for that.
Councillor Ferry.
Thanks very much, and just signal colleagues that Councillor Fletcher and I were heading in a similar direction on a possible amendment to be around including some specific wording around equity, which I believe is sitting with the chair, so hopefully that'll come up. I was quite interested in the NCW-NZ submission, which I actually played a hand in writing back in the day before I wore this hat, and noting their in principle support for congestion charging, but the outstanding issues around equity, which many of my colleagues have been bringing up, and I've been quite encouraged by the answers. What I'd like to know, encouraged by the answers in that you're thinking about it and you're bringing in expertise and knowledge from other places. What I'd really wanted to understand a little bit better, and this kind of speaks to Councillor Henderson's point about the South and the West, what are we going to do through that design process to make sure that we are getting input, that we're testing ideas, that we're talking about mitigations with some of the really impacted groups? So I'm thinking, for example, Etu would be a really good one. They represent a lot of the cleaners who would be here in the central city in the middle of the night, for example. Auckland, sorry, I only remember the acronym AAAP, Auckland Advocacy Against Poverty, I think. Auckland, anyway, that one. Action Against Poverty, there we go. Who would be another one who would have a lot of really good connections in that space. City Centre Residents Group, the National Council themselves. Obviously, I have to stand back from that as a branch member. So what's the plan around having that conversation with those kinds of groups and testing some of those mitigation ideas about what will actually practically work, so that we can get some assurance before we go forward from the next stage? Yes, we do have a robust system to deal with those equity issues, because I think that's what a lot of us are looking for.
So that is the whole purpose of that work stream too. We haven't written that plan yet, but we acknowledge that we're going to need to have a deep and layered engagement on this. The cleaner point though, in a lot of cases, if you are just charging peak hours of 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and or 3 to 5, depending on what those hours are, a lot of those people are not caught by that. And that's deliberate, so that if you are coming in at 3 a.m, the only way you can get here is drive, because there's no public transport. Those workers would not be caught by any scheme that we have considered up until now. Similarly, city dwellers, will want to have a conversation about getting out of the cordon as opposed to getting into it. And again, that has been considered, and there are a number of treatments that we could consider when we're looking at the design of the scheme. So I can't give you a specific plan yet on that engagement, but acknowledge your points, and we would want to invite all of those people to give their views and listen to their views, including mana whenua and Mātawaka. We did an original, or I did when I started as Program Director for Congestion Charging, paper to the Kaitiaki Forum, and there's been a specific paper that was commissioned, part of the congestion question work, that looked at the impacts on Māori as well, and that recommends very early engagement and very co-design almost principles in some of the equity mitigations.
Great. What sort of time frame are we looking at for that kind of work? Because I think this is where I get a little nervous that we do the mitigations as a sort of, okay, we've got the scheme and now, how do we do the mitigations? But that sounds to me much more like it's built in, which is, I think, the approach we should be taking. So how do some of the timeframes line up for that?
It's very much in parallel with all the work streams. So we need to kick it off pretty quickly and straight away and get some of these work streams designed up. But you would see some of that engagement starting pretty early in the new year.
Okay. I just flag up the opportunity to talk to advisory panels. I think they'd be really useful for giving some really good nuanced advice on some of the advocacy space. There's a disability one, there's one for Pacific peoples and ethnic communities, as well as seniors and Rainbow, so really good opportunity there. Thank you.
Right, 7 questioners to go. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, I'll be quick. Boy, we can half make simple things complicated, can't we? I sit here with all sorts of considerations, which to a degree are academic and abstract. Thinking of the process, which has already taken 7 years, and that management practice called Agile, which I understand means fail and fail fast. I'm not expecting you to fail, but is there some way we can just put up, can you identify somewhere where we can put up a practice site, where we can get one of those cameras that they're talking about at the presentation earlier, one at each end, and come back here with data saying, we exempted the people living on the street, we only caught the ones running down the rat run, they stopped in the first 2 months, but then all came back to a greater, and most importantly, it stops myself as a councillor sitting here 2 years from now being told you can't change your vote because you voted for this on stage 1, then stage 2, and stage 3. Thank you.
I'm delighted with your question. We have actually done that. We set up a cordon around Wynyard Quarter, and in fact learned from that wasn't very useful. So put cameras up on the gantries in Nelson Street to look at the data that we would collect, whether we could read the number plates of cars going at certain speeds, the types of vehicles, so that we could make sure we could exempt, for example, buses or charge trucks and motorbikes different tariffs. So we have done a proof of technology trial, must have been in 2022, and we got some rich data from that we'll take forward to the design phase.
But I'd like to see a proof of reaction trial, you know, so that we've actually got something in place where a certain portion of our public are allowed to choose between the motorway and New North Road, like I do each morning, you know.
Fortunately, there are a number of international schemes that have been operating for a long time. Singapore all the way back into the 1970s, London 2003, Stockholm 2006. And the Stockholm scheme in particular, they had a very specific political arrangement where they implemented the scheme for 6 months. During that 6 months, traffic levels dropped by 20%, which meant congestion was almost entirely disappeared from the centre of Stockholm. And then they closed the system. Traffic levels increased back to essentially where they were just before the scheme started. Then they had a referendum which voted to implement the scheme again. They brought in the scheme, this time on a permanent basis. The traffic went back down another 20% again and got rid of congestion. So we've seen that in live experience in Stockholm, and the ongoing the benefits they received have been ongoing since for a long time.
Thank you. Very last, that's great, but you did just point out a few minutes ago that New Zealand isn't Singapore. I know you're talking Stockholm. I'm talking about us, and I'm talking about practical, and I'm talking about measured results involving people. Thanks.
Councillor Sayers?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. My question's just around the use of the revenue stream that will come in from it. So I'm just under the impression that that's likely to be used for public transport initiatives. So I'm just wondering, is it within the scope of this political reference group to discuss how that revenue stream is used? And in other words, you know, will any be going into road capital projects or road maintenance projects? Just clarification around that.
I can try that one.
Okay.
I think the legislation will define some of it, so we're waiting to see what the enabling legislation allows in that space. But if we assume that it'll be hypothecated to the region where it's collected, which is the correct, I believe, assumption, all of that is open for conversation, and I think that the political reference group could well have an influence on that. There's been no decisions taken to date.
And the revenue policy work stream that's sitting in this proposal will give us a chance to talk through all that. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
I'll reserve my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. That's helpful. Councillor Newman?
Yes, thank you. A couple of questions from me, but if you are looking to expand the reference group, Chair, I want to give notice that I'm interested in joining it as a Southern Ward councillor. But actually, I think that you do have to draw a line. So if that's where you want to draw the line, that's fine, Chair. My question to the officers is that, and I certainly can, I can certainly see the benefit of a congestion charge where the entry points to the area subject to the charge is concentrated on the city centre as opposed to the wider state highway network through the central isthmus. But we are talking about state roads here, not local roads. So can I understand, who do you think will have jurisdiction over these gantries, these charge points on the state highway network? Who will determine that? And if it's not Auckland Transport, what role do you think you will have? Those are my first questions.
It hasn't been decided where those gantry points will be, and you're quite right, if they're on the state highways it makes it slightly more complicated than if they're on Auckland arterial roads. But the governance group that's set up will look at that. I also anticipate that the legislation will deal with some of that. So again, my understanding from the draft legislation that was starting to be prepared was that this was going to be regionally managed and regionally enjoying of the benefits, put it that way. So I think that we will have to sort through a lot of those details in both the revenue policy work and the governance work streams.
And even if the gantries are on the state highway network, the burden will fall on the adjacent arterial roads and the roads operated by Auckland Transport. So we have to make sure we have the capacity to run a system that caters for those who may decide not to be on the state highway network anymore. So there is a good argument for the revenue to go to improve those alternatives off the state highway, in addition to Auckland not having any other substantial revenue source from car drivers, whereas the central government, of course, has the fuel excise duty and the road user charge already. So they have quite large revenue streams from motorists, whereas Auckland, the burden falls almost entirely on ratepayers.
The report at 12 through to 14 or 15 refers to the legislation, the history of that. I mean, the legislation was sponsored by somebody who's no longer a minister, no longer an MP actually, and offered, but other parties, from my good understanding, declined to participate in that at that time, wanting to prepare their own legislation. What's the risk here that the revenue that you might see garnered from a congestion charge mandated and triggered by vehicles moving through the state highway network, that the revenue is then used to address the core priorities of the new government through its GPS in relation to highway improvements that it wants, for example, East-West Link Mill Road, which would probably not be where you'd want that funding to go.
My understanding is that that will not be the case. We won't know until we see that legislation. But part of the select committee process had multi-party support for the principles that were outlined in making this about the region as opposed to the nation.
I think the East-West Link and Mill Road would be very much regional priorities. But I think, can I just ask, so your expectation could be that the revenue would be raised, obviously it would be raised in the region, but it may well be that it is reflecting what the GPS states as the core priorities for revenue to fund the mix of capital projects, ready to go to Greg Sayer's point around road corridors, state highway corridors. That is a live option, isn't it?
I hesitate to say, but we just don't know yet. We don't know where the scheme will be and where those cordons will be, and they may not be on state highways. They may be.
I think.
Okay. And just
sorry, through you, Chair. There's a lot to work through in this revenue space, and you're hitting on all the issues, Councillor. Even the impact of the GPS on this revenue is not clear, because the GPS directs government expenditure. So there's a lot to work through here. You're absolutely hitting on the right stuff. But the revenue work stream is designed to really tease this out. And once we've got some clarity on the legislation, we can input into legislation design before it's finalised through government, but also we need clarity on it going forward.
So, and just to conclude, so your input into legislation would be through the submissions process. You don't necessarily have a guarantee that you would be co-drafting this with officials from MOT, and I mean, you might like to, but there's no guarantee of that, is there?
Yeah, we certainly want to work and collaborate with MOT in terms of that role, but it's their role to advise ministers on the legislation that goes through. We understand MOT has done a lot of work there, but they're waiting for direction from the new government, and we have to await that ourselves.
Chair, I'd like to speak to this later on. Thank you.
Oh, good. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Chair, for incorporating those amendments, endorsing the program, the 12-point program, and adding as soon as practicable, as the Mayor and I discussed, was important to have. Just in terms of that as soon as practicable to the team, I think this is I think this kicked off under Mayor Len Brown. We've gone through Mayor Goff, now we're with Mayor Brown again, a different Mayor Brown. And it's not like we have not been discussing many of the issues that have been raised here today. I mean, we've seen a lot of reports on this. So my question back to you is, considering the amount of work that's gone on this here, central government, select committees, etc., how can we move towards an earlier delivery than the expected, 2026, when the City Rail link and everything is so-called finished? I mean, we're unfolding hundreds of millions of dollars of infrastructure and public transport solutions every year. The network does not reflect how it looked 2 years ago or 5 years ago. So could you comment on, if we can address these outstanding questions, or the questions lodged again, in your eyes, can we see something that is pre-CRL delivery?
It's the legislation that's on the critical path, and it depends on its path through the House and how quickly that can happen. So that's one of the things where we can't really control the time frame in that regard. One of the reasons for linking it with CRL is because the opening of CRL provides people from the south and the west much more frequent and reliable rail services. It's after the rail network renewal program completes, and so part of the respect for people and providing them other opportunities to get into town and avoid the charge was why the program was linked with the opening of the CRL. There's no practical reason why it couldn't happen prior to the opening of CRL, but you just prevent people from having more choices to get into town if the cordons around the city in particular.
And Councillor, to be really frank, to start the work now, we're going to need some funding. And we need to think about that in the LTP process, because the design phase, even to get us to the design readiness to kick in, is going to need to be funded to start this year. So that needs to come into play as well for us to really kick off tomorrow.
Second question, and I've got three, one short one after, Chair. The question of equity. The question of equity is a very interesting one, and one we have to really delve into. Not like we haven't, but we will continue to delve into. But I'm interested in the part of equity which we don't address, and that is we're often consumed with or focused on equity addressing those that might be disadvantaged. But as we've seen in schemes around the world, if you really honestly address equity, you have to look at those that might be advantaged as well. And there's a lot of criticism of schemes around the world that give priority lanes to prosperous drivers. So in our inquiry into equity, are we going to be looking at how to avoid the outcomes that have shown up in some parts of the world where a priority lane for prosperous drivers has been delivered? And then my last one, Michael, is public engagement. I'm expecting that we start to engage in the participatory democratic processes. That's an assumption. Okay, go back to my second question then.
So we're not looking at tolling any specific lanes and providing faster travel for only those drivers who want to pay a toll. We're looking at a time of use charge over whatever sections of road network are applied. So there are no so-called Lexus lanes for rich people in particular. Not sure if that's answered your question exactly.
When you do charge, those that for those where a charge makes no difference are those that are on higher incomes, and therefore you are providing road space, and they get a priority because they can pay and they don't care about the cost, as evidenced in London. That's what I'm referring to. So when we address equity, how do we address that? It's a tough nut to crack, but...
Well, location is a critical part of that. We are not anticipating charging the outer urban areas where people have less ability to pay. So by focusing the charge on areas of higher income, higher property value, we are asking those with more money to contribute much more to the revenue that this scheme would generate. And I think it's important to remember in our transport system, although we think of the long trips into the city centre, the average car trip in New Zealand is 5 kilometres long. So the people in South Auckland and West Auckland, most of them very rarely travel into the city centre. And it's those in the inner suburbs that travel much more to the city centre, and they're ones living in much higher value homes and earning higher incomes in general. So a lot of the revenue is focused on those higher income areas, not at all on the lower income areas.
I think it's a great call out, sorry, through you, Chair, Councillor, because we often think of equity in the space, as you've said, of those disadvantaged by a scheme. And when we put this out to our communities and our public, that's going to get raised. So we do need to bring that into the thinking, into the work stream. So it's a good insight.
And regarding the deliberative issue, we recently ran a deliberative forum looking at the future of Auckland's transport system, and we will report back to the December TIC meeting on the outcomes. But the provisional data there showed that we tested 4 pricing schemes with the people involved who were representative of Auckland's entire population. Initially, they did not have a very positive view of those schemes. None of them had net level of support. They all had a level of disagreement. But after the process went through and people had a chance to spend the 2 days working together, look at issues from other people's perspective, listen to experts, it was actually the pricing initiatives that had a much larger increase in vote than any other, because that extra information enabled people to really consider what issues are at stake and acknowledge that it can't just all be about carrots. We need some sticks if we want to build a better transport system, that someone has to pay for it, and it's a matter of choosing who should pay for it. Should it only be the ratepayers, or should it be some of those who benefit directly from the scheme? So we are keen to do a deliberative democracy process, and I do believe that will help address many of the equity concerns and come up with some of those detailed arrangements of exactly who does deserve an exemption or a discount. And some of those tough design issues can be dealt with by actually the residents, the citizens of Auckland, through a deliberative process.
All right, and we would hope a number of these will pick up in the looking at the benefits and disbenefits. So we've still got a number of questions, so could we perhaps bear that in mind just in the questions and the answers too? So we've got a debate to get to, and there's a number of people who have indicated a willingness to speak there as well. So last 3, Councillor Bartley, Councillor Hills and Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask similar questions to what's being raised around equity, but probably asking how robust is that information that officers have about who's coming into the city? Because anecdotally, you know, a lot of us would know a lot of our communities from South and West that are coming into the city that don't have a choice of working from home, are in those low skilled jobs, so wouldn't be able to negotiate times of, you know, start times and finish times with their employers. So really wanting to delve more into that, because I still have the same concerns I had when I voted against this when it came to planning committee, that it is going to be those that are on lower incomes that are going to be hit hardest by this. So that's my question, please.
A lot of the research was done quite some time ago and pre-COVID, and I know that the Ministry of Transport, in their wrapping up of the congestion question work, got a consultant to relook at a lot of that data to do with demographics and equity issues. So that's been refreshed in around about 2022. But part of the work that we need to do is to revalidate that, because the city is different at the end of 2023 than it was at the beginning of 2022. So I think it's a very good point that we just need to make sure that we're actually speaking about current data instead of old research. So that has been considered and built into this work program.
And also,
sorry, one more.
Sorry, Councillor
Sorry,
Bartley, by targeting city centre areas, we're also targeting employment. And almost by definition, that's targeting those, well, they have an income, so they're not the poorest in our society. And in that context, it is less than a quarter of the car trips in Auckland that are going to or from work. There are more shopping trips in Auckland than there are commutes to work. There are more visit family and friends trips in Auckland than there are trips to work. And most of these trips are in the local area. We know that data, that is quite comprehensive. It's not just data that was performed previously for the congestion question. It's data through the census and through the household travel survey. So there will be people negatively impacted, and we need to deal with that. But that is not the overwhelming majority of people. It is certainly a small minority.
Thank you, Chair. And just one more, please. The questions that I am getting from more residents is about, if this starts in Ellerslie or Green Lane, has anything been looked at? Because those areas are already congested, and we're just going to add to it more if people are going to avoid the motorway and they're just going to fill up the suburbs nearby.
That'll certainly be taken into account in the detailed design. We'll look at the rat runs, if you like, or the areas of the network will likely have unintended consequences.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bartley, and I think two important points out of that we want the most up-to-date data because things have changed, and I think with respect of Councillor Henderson's point earlier on in terms of geographic spread, I think that motion or sub-clause that goes to impact on communities would by definition have to involve the ward councillors who represent those areas which will be affected by that, and I think the reference committee would be honour bound to bring those people in to make sure they heard their view. Would that be your intention, Mr. Mayor?
It is.
Yeah, okay. All right, Councillor Hills and Councillor Philippon.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Some questions. First we're talking about just the cost to people, but it's not really, seem to be missing the savings that are potentially, not only time, but as far as I could understand, congestion costs about 20 to 40% extra on your fuel bill every week. So have we been modelling the reduction in congestion? You're paying $3, but you might actually be saving, if you're saving 40% of a tank a week, how are we telling that story better? Because isn't that part of the point?
It's a really good point. Work has been done on that, certainly motor vehicle performance, but also I think someone raised the point about well-being and anxiety and stress of being in congestion, which is very difficult to monetise, but we need to tell those stories.
Thank you. The charge, I think in London, and it's probably unhelpful that I see media and others have used London, but they charge about 30 New Zealand dollars a day, so £15. What are the sort of numbers? The Mayor's put out there $5, but I don't think that's what's proposed. What are you sort of thinking?
The original modelling that went to the select committee was about $3.50 per trip with a daily cap of $7. So again, that one in, one out. But all of that has to be revalidated. Those numbers are quite old now.
Thank you. Is there a risk? I've seen that Simeon Brown in August said that they would, speed up legislation on this. They would make it a priority to allow it, and every party in Parliament, as far as I understand, supports this direction, which confuses me why it's taken so long if all parties support it, which is usually quite an unusual thing. But is it risky to be now choosing a slightly different type of charging that was proposed in the kind of unanimous support through select committee? I mean, I know time of use is different to the congestion charging or the zone that was presented, but are we adding too much complexity by changing what was originally sort of proposed?
I don't think so. I think that the two options that went through the select committee process, one was a cordon around the city and the other one was a charge on strategic corridors, which is much more in the lines of time of use charging than a hard cordon around the city like London's. So I don't believe so, but again, the devil's in the detail of the legislation, and until we see it, we don't really know.
Thank you. Have we looked at the Greater Washington or other examples where they have really good automatic equity discounts that are, against your tax rate or registration, things like that, around those, so it's not hard for people to apply for?
I'm not personally familiar with those, but I'm not sure where we got to with those.
Based on income, as far as I know. So
That could be fed into the process, I think, Councillor Hills.
And one last question. I have asked this before through the TERP discussions, but can we get a bit of updated figures, if possible, on those numbers like Councillor Bartley said? Because as far as I understand, it is by far wealthier people who are driving far more kilometres than those on lower income. The effects, I think we make a lot of assumptions based on anecdotes, and I'm not saying those anecdotes are wrong, but the actual figures I'd like to see a bit better, and maybe the effects for those people might be sort of cost neutral or even better. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, finally, Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies for not being there, but as Councillor Newman said earlier, I'm not feeling that well. I've got some very quick questions, Chair. Firstly, I just want to acknowledge the presenters. My first one is on legislative change. So I know that we'll need the legislative change for the motorway of congestion charging, or what we're trying to at least get a process about implementation. So is that still the case in regards to state highways?
So through you, Chair, we need a legislative enabling change to put this in place, absolutely. And we're just waiting for MOT and the government to indicate when that's going to happen.
Will that also apply to our streets or streets within our region?
Yes, it does.
I also, just a question, Chair, maybe to you or to our presenters. The political reference groups, I'm assuming, is not a decision-making group?
Yes, I think that's right. The political reference group will have to bring anything back to the full. Yes, you're correct, Councillor Filipaina.
Oh, thank you, Chair. And I'm assuming it'll either come back to a workshop, or will it come back straight to your committee, Chair?
I would think this would have to be workshopped. Definitely, yes. And then back to that, this committee or the GB. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, because I think that'll be a good process. Goes to a workshop and then to your committee, Chair. Just a question to the presenters. I heard somebody talk about, I think it was a governance. There was a comment made around a governance group. Can I confirm that the governance group, and I forgot one of the ladies who said it, that you're referring to the political reference group and not another group? Can I confirm that?
So there's through you, Chair, there's two references to governance. The reference group that was set up under the recommendations is the governance of this governing body around the project. There's also a work stream in the project which looks at some of the governance arrangements of how the scheme is governed, and who owns what and who does what around collection and gantries and all that kind of thing.
Okay, but there's nothing there, even in the recommendations around the governance group. Is that what you're calling them?
So the recommendations through your Chair are recommending the setup of a governance group, if you like, or I have to get my glasses on, political reference group, thank you, and that's set up through your recommendation for this council, and that will be your governance opportunity.
I can add to that, there will be internal program governance, and there'll be working groups that feed to that program governance to then bring things to the political reference group. So there will be another layer of governance underneath, and as Jenny said, there'll be actual governance on the implementation of the scheme, who owns which parts of it once it's running.
Okay, so that needs to be explicit, because people who have contacted me over the last few days are saying, and they've wanted to ensure that the political reference group is not a decision-making one, and the chair's confirmed it's not. A governance group from their perspective is a decision-making one. So I think the terminology needs to be very clear in regards to that. There's also, can I just confirm with the presenters that the recommendation that we have in it may be with you as well, Chair, but the recommendation is to implement a way forward in regards to the work. It is not implementing the congestion charging, because people are, Chair, people are saying to me, no, I don't want this to be implemented now, and I'm saying it's not around the implementing of.
Yes, I think that was in there originally, and that word's been changed to progress. So yes, not implementation. Cool. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. And the last question to the presenters was the London example that's been mentioned. Do they know the amount that it was first put to the community in London, and how much they are currently paying now?
Thank you for the question. I believe it started at around £5, and it has increased to £15 now. It started in 2003, so that is 20 years ago. There has been a lot of inflation in the last 20 years. But yeah, our prices would be well below anything London charges. Oslo charges about $5 a trip, and Stockholm, I believe, a figure similar to that as comparison.
And sorry, Chair, last question. Somebody again mentioned, and I don't know who it was, it may have been you, Jenny, this is my last question, and you said that there was some work done, that the council may have decided that the congestion charging will be an addition to the regional fuel tax. I'm interested to see whether Auckland Council made the decision, having been on the council since 2010. Yeah, I'll be interested, was that a decision that the council had agreed with, or was that from Auckland Transport? Thank you, Chair.
Through you, Chair, just to clarify what I mentioned at the start was that at your last workshop you asked us to push forward with the design of a scheme to implement this as a matter of a priority for you. Its relationship to RFT is that they are quite separate, and we don't know what's going to happen with the RFT, Councillor, but the recommendation from the council was to push forward with this scheme as a priority because that's what you wanted.
Yeah, priority, but there's been no decision made that this congestion charging, if the regional fuel tax stays, that they will be alongside of each other. There's no decision that's been made. I just wanted to clear that up.
And there was a council resolution in May 2021 that any net revenue from the scheme would be directed towards improving the equity outcomes, and including public transport, and if there were any remaining revenue, that could then go to reduce the regional fuel tax.
If I could just come in, Councillor Filipaina, because that's a very good question that I'm sure is on a number of councillors' mind, and the exact wording of that resolution that's on the books from that 6th of May meeting was A3, that revenue collected, and this was from congestion pricing, in addition to that needed to operate the scheme and to address equity and provision of public transport services, and as revenue and costs allow, replace the regional fuel tax. So it certainly chucked in that notion that you're alluding to about the, the status of the regional fuel tax, and that needs to be seriously looked at, because for a number of people who voted in that day, obviously it was on the basis that there would be a replacement, be one, not both.
Yeah,
So,
that's why I asked. So, kia ora, Chair, ngami, kia ora, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Filipaina. If our presenters wouldn't mind moving back now, we have the recommendations by committee almost that have been moved by the Mayor and seconded by Deputy Chair Councillor Fletcher. We have a number of councillors who did not ask questions, who have asked to have a short speaking slot, and of course that's open to other people too, but I hope we're mindful of the time we've had on this already. Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so you're leading it off. You're moving it.
Okay, thanks for everybody on this so far, and you know it's got a long history. I'm kind of a bit worried we're at risk of forgetting what this is about, which is actually fixing Auckland, and that means fixing the terrible congestion of Auckland that is costing around $1 billion a year. We've wandered into the weeds. We have known jams in known places at known times every working day. That's what it's about. Don't lose sight of that. I'm determined to address this issue. It will require a range of interventions, including investment in addressing congestion hotspots, which is what this is, reducing the plague of road cones that affects our city, and building better public transport like busways. Time of use is a mitigation in itself. You've talked about mitigations. It is a mitigation against the costs of congestion. However, an essential part of addressing our congestion is time of use charging. It'll mean charging vehicles to travel on congested major roads at peak times in particular motorways. We already have emergency avoidance systems on Grafton Bridge. If you have, I split my head open in an accident a few years ago, and we crossed Grafton Bridge, blood gushing out of my head. In there, my son drove. We got a bill for going across Grafton Bridge, and then we sent them the pictures of the fact that I'd been admitted to hospital, and they admitted it. We already have, and you have all supported, we have time of use charging at the Port of Auckland. We are now charging the trucks more to collect their goods during daytime than at night, in an effort to free up congestion off the motorways. This is a good thing. Don't get lost in it. The aim of time of charging is to encourage a small number of people currently travelling to change their travel time, travel destination, or switch to public transport. This allows most people on the road a much faster and more reliable journey, which will be cheaper for them. Everyone benefits. The people out west benefit way more than this than the people out east. Previous work has showed that would mean our motorways are functioning more like they currently do in the school holidays. I know I'm quite happy to have included there that we consider wider issues of equity, but everybody pays the same price for petrol. Everybody pays the same amount for a warrant of fitness. Everybody pays the same amount for registration. But if there's a need for some help in this, that will be accommodated. We've already heard that technically it's very easy. If you are disabled, you should have a permit on your car. That number will be noted. Those people can easily be relieved from this. Staff are asking us today to further work to progress the scheme towards implementation, including addressing the issues that have been raised today. That's good, but it is in danger of becoming incredibly complex. 12 steps to do something or other. You wonder how many steps there is to walk across the room and open a door. This work will include looking at which roads are most appropriate to charge, but it's not hard to work out. When there's the ones that are most jammed, those are the ones that give the most relief. And when? Sooner better. Really, this work was started in this council under Mayor Len Brown. Under Mayor Goff, it progressed nowhere. We've passed resolutions. It has to start. The march of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. Boy, we haven't made it yet. Another important, we'll look at the mitigations and exemptions for emergency vehicles, mobility card holders, low-income earners, and so on. That's fair enough. Council needs to have an oversight of this issue. As well as full council workshops that will occur, I'm supporting a political oversight group that involves a range of councillors with responsibilities in relationship to that. This will ensure council's concerns are heard and will be used to direct investigations. And we will keep control. This will not be, as Peter said, led by AT. They will implement this. This is urgent. Don't expect to be voted in if we haven't done this at the next time, for those of you worried about that. I want this underway as soon as possible. The government itself, past governments have been drawing legislation. It's pretty well drawn up. They just squabbled over it because there's an election coming. I do want staff to work at pace on this so the scheme can be implemented as soon as it is practical. At the same time, I'm encouraging the new Minister of Transport to get on and pass legislation so we can not only proceed with this, but other legislation like parking fines. There will be pressure on them. I don't want it to be too slow or too complicated. It's simple. Sydney, you can't drive around Sydney without paying for being on the motorway. Not possible. And that's not actually, they speak English and they even play rugby. You might have heard of them. So I'm very happy with the wording, which includes enough people to represent every area. And you can be rest assured, we're not going to pick on the West because you're not there. The West will be a immediate beneficiary. The North is already benefiting from having a busway. The South and the West don't have that yet, or East. So I'm looking forward to this being approved and us getting on with it, please. All right, thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, with that emotional plea there at the end. Councillor Fletcher, do you want to exercise your right as a seconder?
I want to speak just briefly, and that is to say this has been around, that I'm aware of, since 1993. If I go back to 1993, I was chairing the then Transport and Environment Select Committee. And we had, using the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, we had a select committee inquiry. I can't remember what it was called, but it was basically into public transport. And one of the recommendations that came out at that stage was the need for actually having some provision for congestion charging. I had the great privilege of travel. The British government funded me back in my parliamentary years to actually go and see what they were trying to do in the UK. I've subsequently gone back, I might add at my own cost, on a regular basis to monitor how it's progressed. I have monitored how it's going in Singapore. I have monitored how it's going in Sydney and in other parts of Australia that seem to have some reference to what we're trying to do. This does not replace the need for building more roads. We will still need more roads, And for the purists amongst us who say, no, we won't have any more roads, I say, no, this is just simply using the resources we have better. The only concern that I have is that we are addressing those issues, particularly around the role and responsibility that women tend to carry more so than men for working with families that are old and young, that are disabled and well-abled. But to suggest that this is something radical that's just popped up overnight, I mean, Bernard Orsman was sitting in the press gallery causing me a lot of trouble back in 1993, as I remember. Prior to the introduction of MMP, he managed to quote from a speech that I made that was somewhat unfortunate about Peter Dunn at that then time. But, you know, I just say that in jest, but this is, he didn't hear, he's busy working away.
Busy shafting you again.
He's just shafting me again, yeah. He took a quote at the time where I was trying to show that MMP would allow people to vote for the electorate MP that they wanted rather than the political party. So he interpreted, which probably was true, that I was supporting Peter Dunn over the National Party candidate at that time, and it got me into all manner of trouble. However, this is not new. If we are serious about making progress in New Zealand, it's been really hard, those points that we can look at, and we talk about the North Shore Busway all the time, and we talk about other points of progression, but we never really understand how bad we are at implementing things. This is an opportunity for us to come together, to sit down with the incoming government and say, we must be serious about that. I heard in my parliamentary years, and then subsequently as mayor, I heard from all political parties, oh, we really like this. Yes, we really want to do this, but it's just too hard electorally. We can't do it. Well, I say it's time to actually be courageous and to not be driven just by the 3-year electoral cycle and the trouble it might get you into. This is a time for genuine commitment to dealing with the congestion issues that just plague us all. This shouldn't be seen as something that we're adding to the misery of households who can't cope now financially. We've got to address that as well. We've actually got to show much greater empathy as we move into the LTP about the plight of people right now. This is simply designed that we can allow our industry and our businesses to get on with what they need to do, that those who need to be on the motorways and those important road networks, that if they have an important task to do, they can get on and do it. And I believe that people will look back and say, oh, why did it take so long? This is something we must do, and I applaud the Mayor for bringing it to the table, and I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some reservations about this, and it is quite true. This issue and various iterations of it has been before the council for many, many years now, and quite right, people who recall it was Mayor Len Brown who initiated, I forget the name of this group because it went on for quite a long time, so I should remember it, but it was the Alternative Funding Consensus Group, or words to that effect. And I remember the word consensus because there was quite a lot of public scepticism about it. Right. And I think the activist, the late Penny Bright, referred to it as the conned senseless group. But anyway, that didn't proceed under the Key government, under the English government, under the Ardern government for a number of practical and political reasons, and that is why we still don't have it. I'm not really convinced by officers comparing Auckland to Singapore, Stockholm and London. Auckland, in terms of public transport, is probably the worst performing city in the comparator group in Australasia and North America, and I note that in Australia they don't have the system, but they have much better public transport, and that is a great model for us to emulate if we wanted to, but we certainly haven't done that. There are also a fundamental contradiction coming through, and that's always bedeviled this program, or versions of it, and that contradiction is between revenue raising and extra money, which makes people bright-eyed and hopeful, and changing behaviour, which is another perennial goal of officialdom. And of course, the problem is if the behaviour is changed, and if demand management means works and there's reduction of demand, there goes the extra revenue that people are hopeful to get their hands on. So that's another problem which is not new. Personally speaking, I worry about the equity. We've heard the word equity coming up, but I worry about the word equity because the people who are most enthusiastic for the scheme, always have been, are people, are official people, and you know, corporate managers and so on. Their charges will be reimbursed for sure on their expenses accounts. It's the ordinary working people who have no other choice who'll be paying the bulk of this. And you know, I heard the one of the officers talk about, you know, it shouldn't be the ratepayer who pays, you know, for all of these expenses. Other people have to pay. Well, quite often, more often than not, the people who will be paying this congestion charge are ratepayers and paying arguably the highest rates in the country already. So that's another concern about equity, and if we are really sincere about equity, then the likelihood of extra revenue is going to melt away very quickly. Now, the other concern I have is that there's absolutely no mention of any business case. No mention at all. We are endorsing, so it's already underway. So we're here to rubber stamp approval after the fact, by the sound of things. The concern is, how much is this going to cost? You know, we don't have any in-house capability to do this stuff. Virtually nothing operational is done by local government anymore. It's all outsourced. So we'll be relying on private sector suppliers. And as there's not this scheme or a version of the scheme in Australia, probably from further afield, how much will that cost? What about their profits? What about their return to shareholders? So they'll be having a grab at the revenue as well, not just Auckland Council and AT. And of course then there's the big end of town, the PwCs, the Deloittes, our legal friends, they'll be clipping the ticket as well. So again, the chances of getting extra money for Auckland Council and AT may not be that great. I wouldn't bet on it. The fact of the matter is, members, is that we're talking about state highways. We're talking about something the central government is responsible for and built and pays for and maintains, and we're expecting them for us to tax their customers, if you will, and take the money. Well, they may not be forthcoming. And when we hear officers saying there's a broad party consensus to bring the scheme in, well, be careful what you wish for, because it may not be the scheme you have in mind. And bearing in mind, we all know there's sensitive policy discussions going on right now about what will be the new cross-party consensus in the new coalition government, and it may not include this. So again, I would feel a lot more comfortable, rather than presenting with the incoming government some sort of fait accompli in Auckland, that we actually sit down and show some respect to the new government and hear what their policies are, not what ours are, they've just been elected. They have a mandate. And so I think a respectful pause before we preempt things and come up with fait accomplis for new, possibly inexperienced ministers is the right way to go, not what we are doing right now.
Could you wind up, please, Councillor?
I think I'll leave it at that. Oh, just one more point, one more contradiction, and that is the claim that you can't build your way out of congestion. And there's some truth to this. You know, you build an extra lane on the motorway and it'll get filled up. But this council, Auckland Transport, Panuku, the whole family, they have a policy not of building our way out of congestion, but actually building our way into congestion not by building extra lanes, but by removing traffic lanes, especially in the inner city. And again, there's a muddle and a strategic contradiction in all of that. So we're actually creating congestion. I got the 501 bus. It took me 15 minutes to get from Albert Street up to Walee's, 15 minutes. And part of that is because all the lanes are constricted now. So obviously, if we're going to open the doors to immigration, and our population has increased significantly over recent months, and then we're deconstructing traffic lanes, what do you expect? So I can't support this. I believe we need to sit down and talk to the new Minister of Transport, the new Minister for Auckland, the new Prime Minister, and then work our way forward on that basis, but not present the incoming government with some sort of fait accompli jacked up by Auckland Council and AT, who have no responsibility for the state highway system. We've got plenty of our own work to get on with. Thank you.
Point of order. Yeah. That was a long while. Yeah. No, it wasn't 10 minutes. Okay. We've got a number of other speakers lined up. Councillors Newman, Turner, Councillor Ferry, did you indicate you wanted to speak? Yes, Councillor Ferry, Henderson, Dalton, Walker, and myself. Yes. Councillor Newman.
Yeah, look, thanks, Chair. I mean, look, Mike Lee does raise a number of important points here, and nobody participating in this debate is on a low income, and nobody who has contributed to the report that we're considering, I would anticipate, would be on a low income. So we can all afford the consequences of our advocacy in terms of our own life and our own experience. But there are people that a number of us represent who will struggle. I think it is important. I think Councillor Lee is right. Be careful what you wish for, because I can see a government looking at this and saying, well, much like we don't get the sort of far rate that we need for the maintenance of the existing road network, central government has proven before that it isn't as generous as we would like it to be. Generosity is not about giving us a whole lot of tax powers. Generosity is about maybe recognising that the Crown's contribution towards our capital costs and the consequential operating cost would be met, but how often is it not? Chair, I do think it's important for those listening to this to understand that there is currently a discussion which we are all having to participate in workshops, and it will very quickly come to the fore as the extent to which we will have to make significant cuts to Auckland Transport's capital and operating budgets for the 10-year plan. And I put my hand up to say that I most certainly will be supporting scenarios to do that, and it will run into very, very large numbers, and it has to. Similarly, Chair, yesterday we had a workshop on VKT, which just proposed astronomical numbers, which are quite unaffordable. The unfunded mandates around this, Chair, another term for unfunded mandates is a broken promise. And we've been breaking promises in the transport space for a very long time. But the unfunded mandates are going to need to be wound back. And I think that's important. We need to be seen to be doing that and doing that for our budget, but also too so that Aucklanders can see that this is not always just about a revenue grab. But make no mistake, Chair, what we are seeking here, whatever the reference group, the discussions around this table, it will be for Parliament, it'll be for the Cabinet to decide what it does in this space, and the Cabinet will determine the design of legislation, and the Cabinet will determine who will benefit from the revenue, and it will be the GPS that will largely set the blueprint for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Councillor Turner, then Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. My plea is keep it simple, keep it focused. Don't try to make it everything to everybody, as in social outcomes and equity outcomes and all that sort of stuff. We're all having to use the streets, we're all having to get around, we're all having to navigate our city. Keep it simple, keep it focused, and then the public can measure it, we can measure it, and we can debate it. I do have one concern. When I come to work in the mornings, every morning into here, I check my Google Maps, and it's usually only a minute or two difference between going down the motorway or going through Point Chev, going past Motat and Western Springs. And I make the choice basically that if you're on the motorway and it looks as though it's slow, if something was to have gone wrong, there's no escape route. So at that point in time, the only thing that will change my decision is the cost. And I just worry that having this only on the motorways will actually force people back into rat running through the cities. And so I really want this to have some sort of test fast and a slow and progressive approach so that we can test ourselves each way along practically and report on it and justify it or otherwise. I do worry about this resolution, Mr. Chair, where it starts with endorse. I'm happy to progress, but at this point in time, I'm not happy to endorse because we're not at a place where we can endorse yet. So I'll take a little bit of, if I can vote on this and go against A, just because I'm endorsing something that we haven't really settled on, but I do think that we need to progress and test. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. I'll try and be brief. Although Councillor Lee did remind me about the Consensus Building Group, which I do vaguely remember, and I've brought up their report, and looking at some of the people who participated in that and the organisations they represented, actually quite a helpful list in terms of some of those equity concerns that a number of us were raising earlier. So the group working on this might want to have a look there. There's people like Walk Auckland, Child Poverty Action Group, Cycle Action Auckland, Council Trade Unions, alongside people from the airport, the AA. So that might be a starter for some of those design conversations. So I support this work going forward. I really think we need to move on with this. I think we do need to step carefully on the equity stuff, but I took a lot of comfort from the advice we were getting from staff there about how they're going to progress that. And I'll be looking for that to be right at the front of the report backs we get as this progresses through. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ferry. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And just thank everyone for your contributions. It's been a really interesting debate, I thought. And thanks as well for staff for all the hard work over many, many months on this and more to come. So I think it's been really good, really valuable. Yeah, look, I just also want to thank everyone that's been in touch with me in the last 24 hours. I've been flooded with emails and messages and calls from concerned West Aucklanders, and to be honest, I share some of their concerns. But, I will be supporting it today. Just want to highlight a few things on the way out, I suppose. I talk about this all the time around this table, but I think this is yet another example of how planning has let down the city over many decades. When we've pushed out poorer communities that cannot live near where they work or where their tertiary opportunities are, and working in outer suburban Auckland, living in outer suburban Auckland, it's the only places they can afford. And to an extent, this is why we're having some of these concerns today, is because we do want to help people that desperately need the help. We're concerned about how this is going to impact those communities. I totally get that. So what I would suggest is that collection of the funds from congestion charging should closely align to where it's being collected from. Where those communities are paying the charge, they should see the benefits clearly from that charge. They should be provided with the bus routes to get around and the cycle routes to get around, the alternative options that allow them to avoid the charge if they can all possibly help it. Right? That's fair, that's equitable, and also that eventually produces a world-class city with great public transport and great cycle lanes and all the rest of it. That's what we all want, right? Because a lot of people have contacted me about the busway in particular, and the interim busway that, I think it is a huge improvement for our community, don't get me wrong. I'm positive about it, feel positive about it, but it's not a busway. It's not a full proper busway. People are still being let off on off-ramps and awkwardly crammed into shelters that are just tacked onto the side of a motorway after going down a painted lane that used to be an emergency lane, right? That's not enough. And people have sent me here to argue for proper investment, right? And I'm not going to shy away from that. I'm not going to wear claims that I shouldn't be talking about those kind of things. That's exactly why people voted me in, was to argue for these kind of things. And with this regime, this is the kind of solution that we need to get to as quickly as possible, to give people those options. Because to support it, I've got to justify it, in my opinion, to suburban communities in Auckland, and not just in my ward, but across Auckland, right? They need to know where the investment is going from when they're paying their time of use charge. That's got to be really visible to them. And if we're going to use it just to backfill lost revenue from a regional fuel tax, I'd be concerned that that's not targeted appropriately. Some of that RFT work, fair enough, is going to places that are not taking the growth, that are not necessarily the poorest communities in our city, And so we need to maybe relook at some of this stuff. We need to relook at where we're spending that money if we're going to be collecting it through this process. The other thing is, when we're around this table, I get, every time there's a budget crisis, which seems to be constant, we get people coming to us saying, we've got to cut this and that bus route. And it talks about ghost buses, talks about what happens, we should cut this and that. All the time we're talking about cutting bus routes. We can't talk about that anymore. We've passed this kind of stuff. We need to provide alternatives for people to avoid this charge. And that means keeping the bus routes we have. It also means expanding the bus routes we have and the provision that we have, right? So I don't want to hear about ghost buses anymore. We don't want to talk about that anymore. And in fact, we're going to talk about being positive. We're going to talk about being ambitious for our city. We're going to talk about other cities that we might have been to in our lives that we've had fantastic public transport provision. How can we imitate them and make it like Auckland, right? How can Auckland be like these cities? There is an upside here. The upside is that we need to do stuff about our carbon emissions. We need to sort out our air quality in the city, which is a silent killer in this city, right? There are clear economic and social benefits that come with projected 10% cuts in traffic congestion. But I hope this is a ticket for us to actually grow up as a city, to actually invest in our public provision. If we're doing exemption regimes that don't penalise poor communities or poor families, that don't penalise disabled families, if we can do those workarounds, then I think this could work, right? So I will be supporting it today, but I'm very, very interested in what the public have to say and what the feedback process will give us. So I'm kind of reserving my judgment a little bit until we get more detail. But, that's the kind of conversation I think we should be having. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I don't think you'll be the only one that'll be doing that. And we go to Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Chair. And I only have 2 points that I'd like to make. I will be supporting this today. The 2 points are, one is following Councillor Henderson, who's a hard act to follow. And that is around equity, but not so much around the charging of it. It's been well covered this afternoon. It's around the equity of choice, which Shane just sort of touched on in his debate. So we're going to have to make sure that from this moment forward, every decision we make is going to be to support the introduction of this charge, which means continuing to support the provision of choice in bus routes. It means not using the climate action targeted rate to fund existing work, business as usual, because part of that climate action targeted rate is putting on 10 new frequent traveller networks across the city, and one of them in Clendon, where I come from, and where people need to have the choice to take public transport because 28% of their household into running a car, it's unaffordable. So the decisions we make in the long-term plan need to support the provision of choice for people in terms of where they travel, and that includes ferries as well as buses. The second point I'd like to make, and this one is somewhat out of your hands, Chair, but when we've been speaking this afternoon, there's been references to ensuring that the voices of minority groups and women are part of the discussion, and there's going to be some good consultation on this, you know. But when I look again, and this is out of your hands because you've used the model, which is we're going to take the leadership of council to form these political working groups. The leadership just happens to be made up majority of men. You've got two good women on there, Councillor Simpson and Councillor Fletcher. But we need to get more equity in that space as well. And I know that you will represent the voices from the south and from the west as well. There is a difference, I believe, and you'll know when you're working alongside people in your community that are the most vulnerable in the city. It is different than being able to speak from a different position of being informed simply because you might live close to that area. You've actually got to be in there working alongside them. So those are my 2 points. It's about the equity and representation in a political working group, and it is about the equity and the provision of choice in public transport for the areas outside of the city where public transport works extraordinarily well and will work even better once the CRL is open, and we'll all benefit from that. Those are what I'd like us to keep in mind as we progress through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton, and I'm just going to take my speaking turn now, and the first thing I'd say has been some really good contributions from all around the table today that really go to this measure. There's a few other people to come after me, Councillor Walker, and all I wanted to say very quickly is that in some parts of Auckland there might not be a charge, but the behaviour change associated with this time of use charging is already happening. So up where we live, every year for some time now, with the disruptor of COVID aside, people are changing their travel patterns. They're having to leave earlier and earlier to get into work. So you've got people now, the roads out, it's busy at 5:30. You know, 5 years ago it was 6:30. So people are already doing that, and as Councillor Walker said, that time of congestion actually is spreading out. So coming for meetings at 10 o'clock, the Northern Motorway can be still really packed and congested. So, there is a practical element to this as to what time you are actually going to have to travel to avoid congestion and to avoid the charge. But very simply, the only point I wanted to make about this, and it was really brought up by Councillor Philippina, was, and it's referenced in our report, point 10, to the previous resolution that was passed back in May 2024, because for me this sums up the whole basis of my support. And the wording, I thought, in that resolution back in 2021 was very good, and it was. and this went to congestion pricing, which, you know, in effect, this is a version of what we're dealing with today. Support and principle congestion pricing in Auckland, conditional upon the following issues being addressed. 1, equity impacts. 2, public transport services and projects in place across Auckland on an equitable basis. So I'm assuming that doesn't include withdrawing public transport services that are already in place, or canning ones that were planned. That's what that statement says. 3, the revenue collected, in addition to that, needed to operate the scheme and address 1 and 2, as revenue and costs allow, replace the regional fuel tax. So that was part of the selling point to the public. It wasn't both. This would come in, that would go out, not a doubling up. And that was then reinforced later in those resolutions, where again, we had the reference to the need to ensure appropriate public and active transport alternatives are in place in affected corridors. So obviously for any councillor whose ward is affected by that, those conditions have to be met. And then the final one, which I think a number of people have alluded to here, are the ongoing dialogue with Aucklanders. So this does not fly if you're not bringing people along with you, if it's not seen as fair, if it doesn't address those preconditions, it doesn't fly with the community. So I think the last thing people should be expecting is the notion we'll just be chucking in our $5 charges starting next week. No. All these things are on paper by virtue of council resolution. I'd be pretty confident that there are expectations of most people sitting around this table, and it will be up to that reference group in conjunction, as Councillor Dalton was saying, with any number of interested parties here, not just councillors or local boards, to make sure all those conditions are met, because that's the basis on which we're advancing all manner of policies and all manner of consultations with our community. Thank you.
Great to follow on from you, Mr. Chair. Sterling speech. I indicated in my questions I've got very real reservations around what's proposed here, and I'll quote from the National Council of Women Auckland. Do not reflect any in-depth understanding and modelling of the lives of real people. And I believe that to be the case in what I've seen to date. And later, do not currently perceive public transport as a safe, affordable and accessible option to car usage. I stand by that. That is the state of Auckland now, and I would suggest for some time into the future. It really disturbs me that we are proposing something that is effectively a penalty. It's a tax. It's something that people are going to have to pay, in addition to existing tolls, for example, going north, Penlink and other locations, when we have not adequately explored incentives. If you want to change people's behaviour, fundamentally, penalties don't work too well, but incentives do. Our mayor referred to what amounts to an incentive to change the trucks going to the port. It's not a penalty. They've got a charge, they're putting a charge up, but they're offering a discount so that the trucks that go to the port out of hours find it cheaper. Incentives work. I raised a range of them with Auckland Transport, but I very much doubt that too many businesses in the central city area have actually got travel plans. I don't know how many they have. I doubt very much whether Auckland Transport knows that, is just guessing that. Yet some of these large employers are more than able to offer incentives to the people that work for them to change their travel patterns, particularly those that are in the higher paid jobs. I don't see enough emphasis around incentives to encourage people to car share, to do a whole range of things. We prefer to use penalties. Incentives should come first. The other issue that concerns me is that I believe, on the basis of a penalty-based scheme, that people will choose to take other routes that will generate congestion. So we will see congestion on other streets, and that people will simply choose not to use perhaps the current peak time, but will just extend the peak. And Auckland Transport knows that there's something called induced traffic. That is, if the roads are freer, then people will choose to use those roads. And there's a very complete body of study that Auckland Transport knows about that. So I see that there are absolutely fundamental flaws in this scheme. It's going to be hugely costly. I question the money that we are spending on it, against a background where the government knows, and it's the government that will very much determine things, that they will in the not too distant future have to bring in a scheme to charge cars per kilometre travelled, because hopefully as many cars as possible to meet our emissions, which are literally falling off a cliff, will need to be electric cars. So the government has to bring in a scheme which frankly will supersede this. It will supersede this. Yet we will have expended an enormous amount of money in the interim to come up with something that frankly I regard as half-baked, based on the lack of alternatives and so on. So I have very real issues around this, very real concerns. I do not think it's workable as it stands, and I do not think that we, and in particular Auckland Transport, have done anywhere enough to incentivise changes in behaviour to make better use of our roads, the vehicles that travel on those roads that could carry many more people, and these are the private cars. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walker, and we just now have Councillor Philippina and Councillor Hills to round us off.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I just wanted to acknowledge the staff, all the work that they have done to bring this to your agenda. Also, I just want to acknowledge all the previous speakers, and in particular yourself, Chair, because there was an issue when I read the agenda, but also remember that it wasn't going to be alongside the congestion charging and the regional fuel tax. That's why I voted for the regional fuel tax, and then if congestion charging came in, I would gladly have voted that the regional fuel tax is gone as a result. I just want to acknowledge Councillor Henderson, because he has said what I wanted to say, and that is where is the representation from South Auckland, West Auckland, and those areas across Tāmaki that will be disproportionately affected if this comes in. So I just want to acknowledge Councillor Henderson for that, because like himself and many others around that table, Chair, I've been contacted quite a few times over the last sort of 24 hours. Councillor Ferry, I acknowledge the organisations that you mentioned that should be a critical part of the consultation. And so thank you for that. It'll just save me rattling off, not that you rattled, but mention all the ones that you have said. Chair, the last of my comments is that words matter. And this is why I'm getting inundated, like Councillor Henderson and the rest of us around the table. Words do matter. Now, the words that come to mind is implementation. That's the first one. So whoever was responsible for removing implementation, thank you, because people were telling me, look, you're going to do it anyway because it's going to be implemented. And I said, no, what's going to be put in place is how we're going to end up doing it. Second one is consultation, and it's been said that consultation is going to be a key to this. Equity, Chair, you've mentioned it. All the other councillors have mentioned it as well. For me, it is definitely, Councillor Josephine mentioned the statistics when one of the staff mentioned that it won't affect those that from the west and south, but I know my community, along with Councillor Fully, and it will have an effect. The other one is choice, and some of the people in the areas that have been mentioned don't have a choice in regards to the times that they start and finish work. And the last word for me is evidence. What we will be getting back is evidence in regards to making an informed decision. So I look forward to that. That's why I will be supporting it at this stage, and I look forward to the evidence and more reports back to us, Chair, and just want to again acknowledge yourself. Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Councillor Filipaina. And our final speaker, Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you. I wasn't going to speak, but some of the contributions I felt like I needed to as well. I do get a little concerned when people who've been around the table a long time or in various roles seem to yell into the ether like it's someone else's fault or someone else has done or hasn't done certain things. If you aren't going to vote for the incentives and you're not going to vote for the disincentives, then you're not really voting for anything. The issue around government, Simeon Brown said 2 months ago that congestion charging will help manage demand, and they are going to work quickly with councils to enact this new change. They'd be legislating, quote, pretty rapidly. He said the government's already drafted legislation, we'll be consulting with councils, and then it will go through the normal process of consultation. We'll put submissions in, the community will have a say, like on any legislation. He also said congestion charging is a tool which will help drive change of behaviour, and we're committing significant investment into public transport, which I hope we do see. I guess for me, yes, I'm worried a lot about equity. We spoke about this last time, but it is about, at the moment, and I think my comments last time we discussed this, are about we set people up for wasting money out of their tailpipe, wasting time without their families, sitting in congestion. And yes, we have the climate action targeted rate, which some people don't like, but it is will improve 78 services around the city and bring 10 new rapid routes around the city, which will help people get around. But if there is funding for walking and cycling, that would also be great. That will help situations in different communities. But what most of the studies say is that if you remove the congestion or reduce it, you could save 20 to 40% on your petrol costs per week, which for most cases would probably be more expensive than the charge here. So those things would need to be ironed out. We don't want to leave people without choices, but this could help people make those choices. It will help business maybe deliver earlier or later if they see that as a large cost. It could help people carpool more. It could help people use public transport more if there are options for them, which then frees up the road and the time for everyone else. But what I would say, I'd say if there was a way to use this funding well, would to be help subsidise areas like Papakura or like Henderson or like Franklin, because actually on some of those areas when you're paying $5.80, $7.20 or more to travel into the city on public transport, it's not a big incentive to get public transport. Actually paying the toll plus your petrol, I guess, is going to be less expensive than the public transport. So maybe that would be something to do to try and even out those transport fares. On the shore, I pay $4.20 to get to the city in the morning, so a $3.50 charge would actually be less. So it would, you need to look at how that all balances out. But I think some of the issue is that the discrepancies in our public transport system now need to be addressed, and maybe the funding from this helps that, but that will be ironed out. But once again, if we just leave this another 10 years, we do not have the money for the transport improvements that we need urgently. We're just leaving everyone stuck in traffic. So hopefully people will jump on board and understand this more, submit, and we'll focus on those equity improvements, which there are really good examples overseas that can be based on your income, can be based on different circumstances, which will help people hopefully have more time and more money and improve those emissions that we need to do as well as a city and as a country. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. So it's been moved and seconded.
We take a division, please. Chair.
Division. Calling for a division.
Would you consider taking any of those items separately, particularly A?
Yes, certainly. I'm happy to do that. I think Councillor Turner asked for that. So we'll take A by division and then the balance by division too, if that's what people are calling for.
Mr. Chairman, in order that we can find some consensus on this, I'm the seconder and the Mayor's not here at the moment, but I don't believe he would oppose this. The concerns that were raised by Councillor Turner, instead of endorsing time of use, indicative work,
Sorry, we've
progress.
finished the debate. Can't change the motions now.
Yeah. Yes, we're at the point of voting now. So I think people have asked. I'm happy to take it. But
I was waiting for the Mayor's return,
Yeah.
and I'm sorry that we need to be so rigid on this, because it just strikes me as an issue that we should all come together
yeah.
on.
Okay. So having said that, could we proceed to A? So we're voting on A by division. Endorse the time of use charging indicative work program and the creation of a joint Auckland Transport, Auckland Council program team to progress time of use charging as soon as practical. It's like doing the eye test and the optometrist here. I'm looking at the screen right down there. Oh, jeez, there's one here. My eyesight's first, and I thought. Okay, over to you, Lata Duncan.
Councillor Baker,
For.
Councillor Bartley,
For.
Mayor Brown,
He's online, I
He's
think.
online.
Vote yes in favour.
Member Brown, Councillor Darton,
For.
Councillor Dovey,
For.
Councillor Ferry,
For.
Councillor Filipina,
Filipina, aye.
Councillor Fletcher,
Yes.
Councillor Foley,
For.
Councillor Henderson,
For.
Councillor Hills,
Aye.
Councillor Lee,
He's gone.
Councillor Leone,
For.
Councillor Newman,
Yes.
Member Renata, Councillor Sayers,
For.
Councillor Stewart,
For.
Councillor Turner,
Against.
Councillor Walker,
Against.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
and the Chair.
For.
That's carried.
Okay, so that A was carried, and now we go to the balance.
Chair, I meant the division on the first one.
First one?
No, on what's just been voted, that's what I was really calling the division on. So if somebody else wanted to call a division on the balance.
Is there anyone that requires a division for the balance, or can we just do it on the voices? Okay, happy to do it on the voices. So all those in favour of B through to D, say aye.
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 Against? Carried unanimously. Yes. All right. For that was a pretty lengthy item. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We're now at 4 o'clock, so we'll bring up. Oh, so we have to move an extension. Okay, moved by Councillor Baker, second by Councillor Dalton. All those in favour? Against? Okay, carried. So we'll bring up the item 11, Auckland Ferry Network update and future procurement. Okay, Gareth and Stacey, over to you to talk us through the ferry update.
Thank you, Chair. Given time, would you like me to take as read and then just summarise in terms of an overview of the paper?
I think probably an overview would be acceptable to people. Yes, that's probably the way to proceed.
Okay. Our intention is, of course, to provide the Transport and Infrastructure Committee with an update on the current state of our ferry network, as well as the future service procurement within the network. Obviously, there's been a considerable change has been undertaken in terms of how we structure and deliver ferry services to Aucklanders over the last few years, including ownership and management of public transport ferry facilities, taken on revenue risk by converting net contracts to gross, added new destinations, we've extended weekends, we've developed downtown, and more recently, vessel ownership, including the 4 ex-Fullers boats that we procured during the last negotiated deal. The key thing here is ferry services has been topical. It has rightfully been debated and scrutinised. Like our bus network, services delivered have been heavily impacted by COVID and border closures, which has resulted in substantial and sustained degradation to services delivered. In terms of that, the more complex issue we need to tackle is the long-term sustainable services to be delivered, with substantial cost increases experienced in recent years and fares not being adjusted in line with inflation, and integrated fares, of course, were introduced in 2020. The fare box recovery has been really substantially compromised, and net cost per passengers has increased tremendously. And cost recovery in comparison to fares ranged from 100% recovery to 34% in 2019. Last financial year, it ranged from 7% to 35%. It was an overall average of 19%. The key message in here is it will take time to rectify the service provision. We do have a plan, and we're managing closely and seeing how we can accelerate that plan, connect with other modes, and improve the customer experience with communication. What you have within there is quite a lot of information that goes back to the start of the year when there was a ministerial working group in order to be able to take a good look at that. And you've also got some information in terms of annual gross price and passenger numbers. And we've got, in terms of what we're doing with the accelerated ferry program, including what I would call the compromise in service delivered today, in order to be able to accelerate that regime so we can get back up to what I would call a reliable network. So I will go to questions, Chair.
Okay, so we'll open up to the floor then for any questions. Councillor Walker, yes?
Sure. So I'm looking at the presentation, and you probably understand that myself and Councillor Watson have a particular interest in the Gulf Harbour Ferry. And while you show the Auckland Ferry reliability and punctuality graph, it would be useful to have an overlay for the Gulf Harbour Ferry service on that, because, as you know, it has been decimated. And if I look further at one of your charts, which goes to the timetable reduction and reinstatement, which is in attachment E, I note that almost every other service is having its current contracted services reinstated, with the exception of the Gulf Harbour Ferry service, which is only down to 2 services, effectively only one at peak time, which is at I think around 7 o'clock in the morning, and one homebound at 5:15. So the question I've got is, why is it that that particular service appears to have been singled out, decimated in point of fact, against a background where many people in the community are heavily reliant on it? So is there a particular reason why that service is so compromised?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Look, I think it is in terms of when I sort of look back in the history over the last sort of 18 months, 2 years, obviously in terms of patronage versus other routes, has been substantially lighter. And also when they're trying to work out the ferry network and the efficiency of it, they can do 2-3 runs in terms of the inner harbour versus 1 on the outer harbour. And so because of the way the network works, in terms of that, there has been compromise. I'm not shying away from the fact Gulf Harbour has been substantially negatively impacted by this, particularly over the last year as it gone down, and it's just disproportionate to Gulf Harbour, absolutely. And I'm happy to take you through that reliability information for that service in particular. And of course, we are trying to bring that back a bit quicker than what is articulated within the pack you have today.
The other question I've got, again, just goes in according to one of your attachments, attachment E, where you have route costings. And I do note that those costings relate to pre the COVID-19 pandemic. They show some runs as significantly more expensive. Would it not be true to say that one of the main reasons for the expense of a run may well be when that service is being lowered because of poor patronage in the interpeak? For example, if we look at the Gulf Harbour service traditionally, there's been a great deal of patronage at the peak, but relatively poor service in the interpeak. Yet, as much and all as I don't have access to the contract, I assume that the overall contract cost is being divided by the overall number of patrons, and that's being significantly impacted by poor patronage in the interpeak.
Yes, correct. Now what you see here is articulated as 2019 patronage, so at a time when there was good reliability and even, let's say, patronage numbers against today's AGP. So if we were to break that down year by year in terms of patronage and AGP cost, you'll get a different picture in terms of that. It's reasonable to expect that the outer harbour routes are always going to be more costly to deliver. I mean, ferry services and the way that they make up in terms of the financial side of it is obviously there's a really big diesel cost to running ferry services. So that's why we've seen such a substantial escalation. And not putting up fares in line with inflation obviously has a detrimental effect in terms of what that fare box recovery is. You overlay that with in terms of, yes, you might have substantial numbers during the peak and then much lighter. It's a mean in terms of that. That's an average, right? So that is when you look at it across the board.
So would it be possible to get the cost per passenger based around peak rather than an overall figure, because that might give a better appreciation for the purpose of decision making around retaining services? Is it possible to get those figures?
Yes, but I need to understand in terms of what you're trying to say, because there is a contract cost that is for a certain amount of service provisions. Can we cut that down, cost per service? Yes, and you can get what it is for that service only. We can do that if that's what you would like to see. That's totally doable. It's disproportionate, though.
And the reason I'm asking that is against a situation where you've got a very poor service delivery and the priority is around peaks, and you have some concern around financial return. That might help to influence the decision making. I've got another question, Mr. Chair, but I do understand that there is another item on ferries, that's correct, that you'll be presenting to? Or is everything wrapped up in this one?
This is the only one. We do have an item after this about the RPTP.
Okay, I have some questions around the RPTP and the ferries, but I will ask those questions then.
Yep, okay, so we'll go to Councillor Hills now.
Thank you, and just a brief comment, I won't speak, but just want to acknowledge the work that's been done and thank and acknowledge previous Minister Michael Wood for following concerns from Councillor Darby and I, setting up that group to help address some of the major issues that have been plaguing our ferries the last 2 months. 2 years, sorry. I wish it was 2 months. The boats, the EV ferries, are they looking, is there any way to bring any of, it seems to be slowly inching outwards compared to what we expected. What are the timeframes still what they were last released to us?
So the time frame so far as the 2 EVM boats is still within that financial year FY25, so it should be towards the end of the calendar year 24. We're expecting them to be in the water. Good progress is being made with the other 2 Devonport replacement boats as well. So all intents and purposes is that the timelines shared previously is still what is being worked to and should still be getting delivered against Councillor Hills.
Thank you. The Explore group seem to be doing a great job, and I've had really good feedback from them, Bayswater, Birkenhead and Te Aniwa Northcote. Have there been any moves on increasing those services? Do they have the staff, or is it more a money thing right now?
It's a combination of a couple of factors. Yes, we are talking through with Explore at the moment around when they will be in a position to reinstate the timetable from previous, but also as well as part of those conversations, the main resource constraint is still skippers. So we are having a wider conversation insofar as if there are skippers available within the industry, it is around making sure that we are utilising the best possible place.
And so the intention, just for the public, is to still, once you have the resources, the intention is to bring those, at least those peak frequencies back. So
Correct, yes. As soon as the resource is available, then we will be looking to try and get services returned as best as what we can do.
And same on Devonport, those peak frequencies, the attempt is to get them back?
Correct, yes, most definitely.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Hills. Just a couple of quick questions from me, and the first is really to acknowledge, the points that are made in this report here, and particularly at point 26, that public and customer confidence in ferry services is at an all-time low. So I think it's really important that that is acknowledged, because we have to improve that. We have to work. We've only got 9 routes to maintain in Auckland. We have to regain our confidence on all of those routes and get people back to those pre-COVID. That's sort of integral to the whole approach of our public transport rollout. One of the not so negative aspects has been the performance of some of the ferry runs, though, and I just want to bring that up in respect of the tender process alluded to at point 41, and this process to look at some of the non-fullers contracted routes from next year, I think it is. Now, it's those routes, and if I just take a couple as examples, but there will be other ones like West Harbour, like Pine Harbour, that have been the most reliable. They've had the best crew retention, and they're not affected by any of these reductions. Could you just explain to me then what the practical effect is of this new tendering process in respect of some operators who have been leading lights in this period where others haven't shone quite so brightly?
In terms of that, there is what I would call a lot of anticipation of that going to the market, and that's for good reason. Over many, many years, a lot of the ferry contracts have been rolled and rolled and rolled in terms of that, so we do need to go to market. We do need to consider, obviously, future fleet requirements, and we need that sort of longevity with that, because we still have a considerable amount of aged fleet out there, and of course in terms of somebody wanting to get involved with that in the long term, we have to go through the right process to do that.
So just as far as that, so that means they're all up for grabs in that tender process then? Anyone can enter that contract round? Any operators?
Yes, potentially. Yeah, there has been already a lot of conversations with the sector, and Gareth may want to touch on that in a little bit more detail. But it's important to note that what we did with Bayswater and Birkenhead was an interim measure in order to make sure that we had that continuity for the community. That was done in obviously a very confined time to be able to get that up and running. But it is for a limited time, because we do need to go to market. It's been a long time since ferries have been tendered openly.
Okay, thanks. Just a couple of quick questions from me, and the first is really to acknowledge the presenters, and particularly at point 26, that, public and customer confidence in ferry services is at an all-time low. So I think it's really important that that is acknowledged, because
And just to add what Stacey's just said there as well, insofar as that tendered unit going out to the market, Fuller's have confirmed that they will not be interested in responding to any tender that is issued for those other current non-Fuller's routes.
Yes, and of course that the Fuller's route, the only way any of that can be relinquished is by subcontracting it and at Fuller's with a Fuller's agreement, so they're not open. Okay. The other question I have goes to the risks section of the paper, and specifically the development of stakeholder and public communication plan. So I'm really keen to know what does, given that in a number of instances, certainly some of the ones I'm familiar with, this chronic unreliability goes back to November 2021 and has got worse since then. Specifically, what are we talking about for runs there, for Half Moon Bay, Gulf Harbour? What are we going to do differently that wins people back who have had 2 years of 50% cancellation? So what is different that's going to be happening with stakeholders that gets people coming back to the ferries like they were just a little while ago?
So the key deliverable we need to ensure is service reliability, and that what we are advertising is what is being delivered out there. So as part of getting the staffing levels back up to the required numbers that are needed to operate the service, that is going to be one of those key first deliverables there to get undertaken. The other component as well is that obviously there is a progression of the replacement of the fleet that Councillor Hills alluded to insofar as the EVM boats, and also as well the agreement to work with Fuller's to replace at least 5 of their existing fleet as well. So skipper availability together with vessel maintenance reliability, both of those combined together will result in an improved level of service that's there. And then once we are in a position to articulate increased confidence in the service, then that will enable us to look at other mechanisms in order to get stakeholders and the customers back on board.
So I guess I was just wondering how you'll be communicating with those customers that have been lost.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. Thank you, Chair. So in terms of that, the team has developed, direct communication channels with that. One of the other things that we haven't talked about is obviously there's been considerable comments over the years in terms of what I'll call real-time disruption information. And so in terms of that, there has been a lot of work done, particularly with Fuller's, in terms of notifying customers and getting that out to customers through our app, getting it out on our Facebook page, our social media pages, and on our website with proper time adherence, as well as those alternative services. The disruption piece for Ferry has been quite considerable, so the lack of information flowing through to customers has had a big focus. That includes bringing in technology for real-time monitoring a ferry, and what I mean by that is Ferry is what I would call the one blind mode on our network. You can't see on a PID how many minutes away it is because they're not tracked like your other modes. So this is part of what I would call multiple things that are happening in that space. So as part of the Accelerated Ferry program, we have committed to providing updates in terms of training hours and what's coming out the other end, where those skippers, where those deckhands, etc. are going. We are getting frequent information on that to be able to give us confidence that we're progressing as planned. But it is one thing, that side of it. The other side is what I call more the customer side in terms of them winning them back as part of, we need that reliability. So we have that across many of our routes. We've seen it improve quite considerably over the last couple of months. We are now going into summer. Historically, summer is obviously a real busy period for Ferry. We know when it's a sunny day that we are going to have challenges in terms of boardings, so we're trying to stay ahead of that curve.
Just one final question, if you wouldn't mind. This is a paper to do with, the ferry network. There was a study done last year by the Ministry of Transport into Domestic Transport Costs and Charges study by consultants through the Ministry of Transport. And just to give members a little bit of a flavour of what they found looking at operation costs and cost recovery, which we've alluded to here, in the section urban public transport, which included ferries, buses and trains, the fare box and basically the ferry services were nearly all in Auckland, so there's only a couple of single routes elsewhere in the country. The figures they came up with was fare box cost recovery for the three modes was 25% for bus, this is across New Zealand as a whole, 29% for train and 54% for ferry, which was largely in Auckland. The net subsidies then across the modes, nearly 70% for bus, 27% for train, 4% for ferries. Those figures put the ferry kind of split in a better perspective, don't they? In both in terms of fare box recovery and the percentage of net subsidies.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, as I said before we had COVID, if I go back to 2019, some of the ferry routes were actually 100% recovery off fares. And I think that actually the lowest was circa 34% at that time. So we've seen a considerable change due to the cost escalation. That's both in terms of the labour requirements as well as the diesel requirements, and then obviously the gap getting sort of wider. It disproportionately looks bad for ferry. In terms of that, obviously the forward plan is to get back up to a reasonable and sustainable fare box recovery for ferry. When you look at it, the public subsidy is always going to be higher in what I'll call a cost per customer basis because the fare is higher. So the idea is obviously to try and get that looking more appealing from a funding perspective. So as patronage goes up, and we can see on some routes as we track it month to month, that is getting substantially better. So the more reliability we get the other services back into the network, that will start to look solid, is basically what I can say to that. It will get back up to that 50% if we work and focus on it.
Yeah, sorry, just one final one that I certainly hear from sometimes ferry commuters and whatnot. If we're going to do the same process for, say, the rail trains, then we'd expect 5.4 billion for the CRL to go into that. We heard the other day that just the operational costs that come online in 2026 equivalent to a 10% rate increase right across Auckland. So obviously the true cost and subsidies, if we apply them in a basis such as that, is what you'd expect, would look quite significant for rail, for instance, too, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, it is going to go up substantially in terms of that. With ferry, a part of the plan has been always to standardise the fleet size, so actually we can carry more people, etc. So therefore you get more value in terms of each sailing. All that is built on terms of keeping it sustainable for the long term. It's just that obviously over the years we've done a tremendous amount of work on bus. Then we've obviously reprocured in terms of our train franchise. It's ferry's turn in terms of making that into the future. So we have the right agreements, the right fleet, the right infrastructure for the longer term.
And so the consequential cost has to go with that, just as it's happened with buses and with trains. Final question, Councillor Walker, which is a quick one.
I'm just raising this question because I thought you might have raised it, Mr. Chair, but I'll raise it myself. So under point 39, there is a chart. My understanding is that some of the information in this chart is incorrect. For example, it uses the expression adjusted gross profit. I understand that the more correct terminology is the adjusted gross price. That is my understanding.
Annual gross price.
Annual gross price. It would be very helpful in respect of this chart and perhaps some information that might accompany it to give some understanding as to who the contributors are. For example, there is a subsidy on the part of Auckland Transport, there's contribution from Auckland Transport, there's also the involvement in the subsidy from Waka Kotahi, there is the fare box recovery, so there's a cost per passenger. I guess what we're interested in is what is the cost per passenger after all of that, and it's not clear in this chart as to what any of those things are. So I'm not interested in not suggesting a correction at this point in time, but it would be useful because we do have a digital copy of the minutes and the like on the, on the council's website to convey some information that gives an easy to understand picture to Aucklanders around the cost structure. Is that possible?
Yeah, there's various different ways we can splice the data that is available to increase, improve understanding. If I can maybe take the opportunity, Councillor Walker, just to explain insofar as the annual gross price is the overall cost of delivering the ferry service out there. And then the first deduction from that before we start talking about subsidies is around fare box recovery. So we have the annual gross price, we then deduct off the fare box that has been recouped for that service, and then the balance is then split 51% funding to Waka Kotahi and the 49% through the council that's there. So that's the way that the contracts are formed and structured. Same on bus and the same on train as well. It's the same structure that is there applied. But yeah, we can extrapolate out further.
It would be very useful
metrics.
if you could do that, because obviously we're interested in what it's costing us, and we're also interested in knowing what the Waka Kotahi subsidy is and so on, and that's public information, I understand, certainly through Waka Kotahi.
Okay. Yeah, so I think Gareth has.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just the other very short question, I note the comment under point 49, Hibiscus Coast community has been disproportionately impacted, The actions noted in this report aim to address this impact where possible. So I'm assuming that means reinstating the services to Gulf Harbour.
Correct, yeah, and that's outlined on the timetable reduction and reinstatement slide that's up on the screens at the moment.
Well, that only reinstates them in a small part. They're actually being removed.
I think that the plan is to reinstate progressively and as quickly as possible, isn't it? And that's the outer time frame.
So there'll be more services beyond the 4 that are listed in 2024.
So on completion of the accelerated training programme by Fuller's, we are reinstating services to their pre-reduced levels.
And just a very short supplementary question to that. In a situation where Fuller's are able to deliver earlier, which may well be the case, do we have an undertaking that the services will be reinstated earlier?
Dependent on the skill set and qualification of the skippers who have been trained in advance of the existing plan, then we'll be looking to get those skippers allocated to the best benefits as far as the ferry service is concerned. So to answer that another way, Councillor Walker, different skippers need different qualifications to drive different vessels. And if those skippers who are getting qualified ahead of schedule are able to drive the boats onto Gulf Harbour, then they will more than likely be the services to which those skippers will be allocated.
So that's a yes?
Yes, dependent on the completion of the training programme and the skill set that those skippers have got.
Right, final question, Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Stacey and Gareth. Just everything converges on the basin, the downtown basin, and we've got 155 cruise ships this year, or visits. And the Harbour Master, which is part of the Auckland Transport Organisation, but probably a little bit arm's length from your division for good reason, they amended the, I forget what it is, the Harbour Master's direction, I think it is, last year. And it's helped a little bit, but it's pretty clear that we still have considerable conflicts. You know, when a cruise ship comes in and maybe it misses its window by 20 minutes, it still comes in. And then you can quickly have 7 or 8 ferries hanging out off Princess Wharf. Cut to the chase. From your point of view, Stacey and Gareth, do you think, are you staying abreast of that issue of contest for space down there with view to going back to the Harbour Master and working with the Port of Auckland to say to the cruise industry, you are welcome, but you're welcome on our terms, and you need to be here by 6, and you can leave after 8 p.m, something like that. is it coming to that? Because I cannot see a resolution there at the moment.
Look, our teams collectively continue working with the cruise industry and with Ports of Auckland, you know, the Harbour Master and the AT side. We have a day of operations team that do the real-time monitoring, and of course we have people on ground at downtown. It is a problem. As soon as they come out of alignment in terms of what their patterns are, that does have a negative impact in terms of the basin. So there is constant communication. So we're monitoring obviously through this summer. This is the first summer that we've had what I'd call a proper cruise season since 2019. So we'll be able to have some robust conversations using the data from that going into the next round. So there's a plan to do that.
Councillor Darby, so that brings to end the questions. So thank you, Gareth and Stacey. Put the recommendations up on the board.
Can we just have a clarification on the strikeout of the...
Yes, okay, yeah, happy to do that, Councillor Darby. So this was decided at the run-through. We looked at the recommendations that were put up. So in respect of the first one, B, the wording as originally stood was endorsing an endorsement. So that was a little clumsy to say the least, and something that had already happened. So that's why we changed the wording on that. As far as C, as far as C goes, where we were getting asked to endorse a holistic approach of the procurement strategy. Well, in the first instance, as we've found out in the paper, it's not holistic. A holistic, by definition, is related or connected to a complete system or a whole, whereas this strategy, as outlined, has two different approaches to the tendering. And if we look further into the ferry procurement status update, we'll see in the attachments there that the strategy is under review as it stands, and there's a whole list of reasons there that why it's under review, and that the eventually emerging preferred packaging option from the review will be presented to the ferry PCG in the coming months. So that procurement strategy isn't and updated for approval, so it's not exactly clear what we'd be approving at this stage. So that's the reason for those striking out.
Can we just get then, because the authors have written that recommendation, the two before us, can we just get some comment on that then, that the strikeout, the recommendation from the chair is to strike that out? Correct. You wrote that recommendation.
Yes.
Can you please comment on that? So it is correct that we're probably, at best, we're probably noting the review of the Auckland Transport Procurement Strategy.
Absolutely, because it already has been formally agreed via our board. And so today was really about providing that update to make sure we're sharing that information and so everybody has a reasonable understanding about what's happening in that space, particularly given the amount of questions we've had in recent months about ferry. Thank you.
Okay, so you'd be comfortable with just striking it out, or a C that would be a noting?
Excuse me. Really up to the officers to decide what.
Oh, I can ask a question of the authors of the report any time.
We'd actually finished with the presentation.
No, you cannot dictate. You've allowed a speaker to run for 10 minutes today, and you're not allowing me to ask a question of the author of the report.
You've asked your question. I've made an explanation as to my recommendations. I'm moving them. They're seconded by Councillor Fletcher. You're quite at liberty to attempt an amendment if you want, or to question that, but I've given an explanation as to why I've moved and it's been seconded.
Yeah, and look, I think what I'm hearing from the authors of the report, who were not given the opportunity until I invited the opportunity, Chair, and I think it's upon you to actually ask the authors comment on your recommendation when you strike them out.
Councillor Darby,
but I will accept the strikeout.
I'm talking, so
no,
I'm the chair.
I will accept the strikeout.
I don't want to call you to order, Councillor Darby, but I did try to explain to you that this was discussed in some depth, as you will be aware as a former chair, in the run-through, and that was a consensus of opinion, not just with me, but with the deputy chair and the officers who were present. And I assume that was communicated to the relevant authors. So if you don't mind, if you'd like to debate it, by all means do, but I'm opening it up to debate now.
Yeah, I will say a word. I think in your report, you pretty much understate.
Excuse me, sorry, Councillor Darby. We're in debate, and I said if you wouldn't mind retreating to the safety of the barricades, while the debate rage on. Over to you, Councillor Darby.
Thanks. Look, I actually do want to say that you know, the mode of ferries was the really broken mode. It was the broken mode 10 years ago, and probably since Councillor Hills has been a councillor with me, we actually just haven't picked it up of recent. We've actually been working with staff for a long time to repair the status of that mode of ferries. And I've been pretty delighted. There's been some real challenges with Auckland Transport, but I've been pretty delighted about the support I've got to rebuild ferries. You know, and of course, as North Shore councillors, we're the ones that are most affected. You know, we've got the most ferry services coming from Devonport. Now that's off exempt, and that was a success for us, through to Birkenhead, across to Northcote, Bayswater, back to Bayswater, and then up towards Beach Haven. You know, we've got a number of services there, and we lost the Stanley Bay service. We fought hard for the Stanley Bay service, but I think the one thing that sort of spoke to me why it had to go was when I found out what the subsidy rate was, and that at that time it was something like about $22 a passenger, from memory. But now we're steering at some of these services at subsidy rates of 40 plus. It's enormous. But I think there's been a lot of success of recent in the last couple of months in the ferry space. By no means perfect, got a long way to go. But I do endorse the ferry strategy and getting to actually own the fleet, control the fleet, and then contract operators as we do for the other modes of bus, but particularly like train. But there's been a big increase in patronage on ferry of recent. Not all routes, and I know some are constrained by staffing issues and vessel availability, but there's been some considerable success. The queue at Devonport in the morning, on some services, it's running from the boat all along the boardwalk, all the way back to the bus stop, and that's probably a couple of 100 metres. And I'd like to see that go to 20 minutes tomorrow, but it'll be going to 20-minute service from the current half-hour service. I think it's now June next year. But I think I do want to acknowledge Auckland Transport for listening to us over the years. We haven't just come to you as Johnny come lately councillors complaining. We've actually worked with Auckland Transport over a very long period, and we're going to have to work constructively together over a very long period going forward to bring this mode up to the status of the new rail and the new bus network. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Sure. I'd like to commend the Auckland Transport officers on the report. It's really good that we've got this, and I am encouraged that various services, particularly the Gulf Harbour service, will be reinstated. I am personally very confident that we'll be able to reinstate that service quicker than what has been proposed here. So on that basis, Mr. Chair, it would be good to have an ongoing update, particularly around ferry services at your meetings. It doesn't have to be long-winded, but it would be really good to track how we're winning back our patrons, and that would be one way of communicating with them. Encouraged that that there will be some reinstatement, because my observation and the observation of people in the community that I live in is that the roads are becoming more congested, and the attractiveness of the ferry service, given that there can be one, is climbing. So it will meet a very strong need. The only other observation I make, Mr. Chair, very quickly, is that I do know that there have been a number of approaches for other services, particularly a bike ferry across the harbour, by multiple operators, and that would be a way, again, of taking cars off the road and offering another option. And that goes to my comments earlier in the day around congestion pricing and the like. There are mechanisms that we should be applying now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor
And
Ward.
thank you to the officers.
Councillor Fletcher.
Mr. Chair, it's the end of a long day, and I think it's proper that we do acknowledge all of the officers of the Council and of Auckland Transport and others who have enabled us to have a sensible discussion around this. But I also want to acknowledge you. I know how many hours you put into detailed analysis of these agendas, the work that goes in beforehand, the pre-meetings, the post-meetings, and I find it frustrating at times if there is anything that could be perceived as vexatious to the chair. Ultimately, you are very fair in your chairing of this committee. You give everyone the opportunity to speak, and I, for one, am happy with the outcomes today. And I also want to acknowledge our lead officer, Barry Potter. I think it's, unless you've actually been part of this particular transport committee, you don't realise the very close and collaborative way, and Mara, who's quietly sitting in the background just making sure everything happens properly, how much work goes into this, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher, and I'll just very quickly exercise my right of reply. I didn't speak at the start, and I'll be quick to expedite things. And it just really goes to, I think, the importance of taking a historical perspective when it comes to some of our public transport services, and I think none more so than with the ferry. So as much as there is a plan for the future with the electrification of the fleet, hopefully the recovery of the services, I think we should remember that it was only a couple of years ago that some of these decimated services were incredibly successful. And so we're going back to 2019, where services now that are down to 4 sailings a day had 24 sailings. They had patronage numbers of 18,000 a month, and they were growing. So a little bit like some of the graphs we see of public transport in Auckland in the 1940s and 1950s, we had a successful model. It was working. It wasn't broken. Admittedly, we had the intervention of COVID and what followed from that, but we fundamentally had a service that was successful, that was well patronised, and that was appreciated by the community. And I think of all the public transport modes, which has become very clear to me in my ward, which has 3 separate ferry services, I think more than any other single ward, or equal to North Shore anyway, Hobsonville, West Harbour and Gulf Harbour, is that the ferry service is almost a reflection of the identity, in some instances has been the basis, like Pine Harbour also, for the development of that community. So the community has actually been predicated on having a ferry service because of their locations, and the ferry service remains the fastest, the most convenient and the most popular by a country mile of commuting. And I think it's worthwhile to remember that. If we go back a little further again, we'll see back in the 1920s and 30s that Auckland, City of Sails, had a vibrant ferry service that went to all parts of the region, some of which have fallen off the radar. So I guess my hope is, in just concluding, is that we resurrect what we have, which has been the consequence of significant investment over the years, and we used to grow, what after all is a limiting offering, only 9 separate services. It's to be hoped that we can keep that going in a city of 1.7 million, not just for the commuters, but also for the rest of Auckland in the weekends and holidays, where people have the opportunity to catch the ferry like our predecessors did to all the different parts. So that'll certainly be the focus of this committee for the balance of the term, and I thank all the members who are contributing to that. So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. We're coming up to 4:45, folks, and just I think a couple of items to go. So item number 12 now is the Regional Public Transport Plan, outcomes of consultation. So could we have the officers that are presenting that, please?
Okay, I'll go quickly. Thank you. What we're going to do is we're going to take you through a reminder of what the RPTP is, the process we went through, what Auckland has said in response to the draft plan, and then the changes that we've made and the next steps that come as a result of that. So in terms of the RPTP itself, it's our main plan for public transport, setting out how we're going to plan, design, deliver and operate the system over the coming years. There's planned service changes which we've got ahead over that period, as well as the policy framework within which we operate the public transport system, and importantly the contracting units for the various operators, which helps guide contracting discussions. It's prepared in response to the RLTP, which is where the funding is set, and it is something which we'll note in terms of future LTP funding discussions, that's something underway which could change the services as a result of those discussions. So I'll come to that in a second as well. For this RPTP, we started with a vision and goal, which was endorsed by this committee, setting out what we wanted to achieve for public transport, which was a significant increase in patronage so that we can drive key outcomes which we're wanting to see associated with the 5 goal areas. We also set it out in terms of 3 specific time frames. So the short term was around the recovery. At the time that we released the draft, we were in the midst of the bus driver shortage, which was affecting reliability. The medium term focusing on service changes which are enabled by new pieces of infrastructure like the Eastern Busway and CRL. And then in the long term, far higher patronage as a result of initiatives like the implementation of the full list of service improvements funded by the Climate Action Transport Targeted Rate. And just an indication of what we're sort of aiming towards in terms of the time frame of this plan should we have the funding for those frequent services by 2031. So what Auckland has said about the plan, it was, first off I'd say that we ran a really extensive engagement campaign. So there were 3 phases to the engagement, and the 3rd phase was this full-on public consultation, trying to get as many people as possible. There was an awful lot of outreach across all sorts of different media, which was trying to do things in a bit of a different way, using QR codes, which the community is now familiar with, and an ability to shape the answers that people wanted to give us based on the topics they were interested in. In total, we had just short of 3,200 pieces of individual feedback from individuals and organisations. A lot more than what we received in the previous RPTP and a lot more than we'd ever received before. Overall, the feedback was do this plan, but do it faster and do more of it. And there was some good support for some key aspects of the plan as well, and good support for the various individual component parts, which I'll take you through in a moment. We've produced a consultation summary report which will be published soon, which will give in very significant detail the feedback that was generated from the public and responses to each individual element. But part of using that 3-stage engagement process meant that when we came to do that final public consultation, what we heard back from the public was largely reinforcement of the draft that we had developed with those first 2 phases of engagement with key partners and stakeholders. Just some info on the responses. So we had a really good spread of ages across the responses. In terms of, and as we would expect, gender split, underrepresentation perhaps of people with accessible needs, and the ethnicity groupings weren't necessarily reflective fully of ethnicity we see in Auckland. So Auckland overall is on the right, and in the centre there is what we received. Part of that, what was interesting was we had an awful lot of people who just put other as their ethnicity, so we don't know what that means, but we also had a situation where an awful lot of people wouldn't give that information, just as only 50% of people even told us what local board they were in. In terms of the topics that we received, they're listed down there on the right, and you can see the level of feedback based on those topics. And as we can see for each of the various topics, so the individual goals, the vision, and those key aspects, there was high level of support followed by a level of it's the right track but with some minor changes, and we averaged about 80% support for all of those elements. So in terms of the changes and response, there we go. Gulf Harbour was the number one thing which was fed back on. It was about 40% of the overall feedback on the RPTP was on the Gulf Harbour Ferry and the wider Whangaparoa Peninsula proposal. So, and the community was very strong that they do not support this proposal. So what we're doing in response to that is doing a independent study which will look at the transport needs of the peninsula from a public transport perspective, and also looking at all modes, and the decision and outcomes of that, which will be engaged with the local community and incorporate their voices, will be brought into the next version of the RPTP. So there won't be any decision on the future of the Gulf Harbour Ferry or the changes more broadly to the public transport system there as part of this RPTP. With the North Coast Point Ferry, what we're going to be doing, again, there was opposition to the proposed removal of that stop. So there's going to instead be a recommendation to retain the service, promote it, and set out a sort of target of patronage that would need to be met in order to decide to keep it, as opposed to make the trade-off decision to increase the frequency on the other stop. In terms of fare changes, there was a lot of support for this. A proposal which we put out there to get a sense of was whether people supported the idea of a weekly cap, and there was a lot of support for that. And there was very strong support from local boards for this as well. So the weekly fare cap, as well as looking at our transfer window that we have, is something that will be rolled into the next annual fare review, and that team will be looking at what that looks like and how that could be taken ahead. Another key thing that we heard from the public was, why are you not hitting the TERP goals in terms of patronage? TERP has a goal of 550 million. So what we did as part of the work on the VKT reduction program, which I took the committee through in workshop yesterday, was to look at what would it take in order to achieve the difference, which is about 400 million boardings a year. I'll just provide you with updated figures, because unfortunately, right after I submitted these slides, the figures were updated by the team. So I just want to correct in terms of the base capex, which it says 4.6, it's actually 3 billion, not 4.6. And then the OPEX for the 400 million, it says 7.5, but it actually should just say 1.6. So we discussed that yesterday. The difference is that the OPEX wouldn't really come into play in terms of increasing until around 2030, 2031, because of the lead time you need for the services. But there would be an awful lot required to get to that TERP goal, and we want to be able to articulate that to people. The feedback we heard from organisations and from people was, please just tell us what it would take. And I'm not going to go through them all, but there are a number of them. Very high frequencies, lots of bus lanes, more growth around rapid transit stations, and congestion charging as well. Just very quickly, some other changes which are being made to the RPTP in response to feedback or changes which have happened. We heard specifically from Maori their views in complement to the engagement we'd had earlier, and have made changes to the Maori outcomes component of the plan. We've also updated the short term because we're now into 2024 once the plan is completed. And also we've just identified noting that the service list is subject to funding. So in terms of next steps, this RPTP set of revisions will be taken to the Auckland Transport Board this month for endorsement, and then it will be released early December. The key thing to note, however, is that we're not seeking approval from the board for the service improvement initiatives on the basis that that needs to be sorted out and resolved going forward through the forthcoming LTP process. So we're flagging that it won't be a guaranteed promise around those service changes, and instead that will be confirmed in the next RPTP in 2025 following the completion of the LTP process. We're also going to be developing a monitoring framework to follow the progress of the RPTP going forward. So that's everything. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Open up to any questions. Councillor Walker.
So I've got a question, and I'll zero in on Gulf Harbour. The submissions from the Gulf Harbour and the wider Whangaparaoa community were substantive. They were very informed. You received a number of intelligent submissions from operators, from people communicating that a bus service is not a substitute. That was demonstrated in hundreds of submissions. So my question is, why is the Gulf Harbour ferry service being treated differently to every other service? You're kicking it out till 2025 in terms of a decision, yet you have all of the information you need. You've got the previous patronage figures, you've got escalating congestion that you're familiar with on the roading network because you monitor that, I'm assuming, on an ongoing basis. You've got an overwhelming customer preference for a service that has been a success. In respect of the RPTP and your chart, it ticks everything. As far as the TERP is concerned, it offers by far and away the greatest savings. It offers the greatest reduction in vehicle kilometres travelled for a service because it's the longest service. It ticks all the boxes. So against a background where you've got all of that information, plus information from operators who can offer an even faster service, 40 minutes down from 50, which would actually escalate the attractiveness of the service. Yes, this is a question. I don't need to be interrupted by you, Mr. Hills. I don't do it to you. So I am demonstrating, no, I don't. I am demonstrating that you've got a body of information that's compelling. So how is it that, one, you need to do a study when you've got information you know, and secondly, that you're going to be reconsidering this in 2025? How is that?
So there's a question.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, I will cover this off because I think it's important. So what was proposed has now been going, this is what we're going to do to support the community, understand the travel requirements of the peninsula and report it back. That will inform. There's another part to this too though, and that's important to understand as well. So what we're trying to do is obviously give the ferry, get it back up, get it reliable, give it a chance to recover, give it a chance for the community to get back on board, to have reliable services, get the patronage up during that time frame before it is reviewed and in terms of any upcoming decision. It's also important to understand from the planner's perspective the introduction of Whangaparaoa Station, and you've got a high frequency bus travel there with a dedicated busway provides very big advantageous options to the community. So it hasn't been what I would call done in isolation where they haven't provided other alternatives.
That's the existing busway.
No, I'm talking about the future with Penlink in terms of.
That's not a busway.
There's going to be bus lanes there in terms of that and an accommodation of such to drive faster travel times. well, when it connects to the busway from there.
This is not an argument.
I mean,
Thanks.
excuse me, let's not, I don't want to debate it. I understand
No.
your frustration with the ferry services.
Yeah.
The intention is to do the right thing here, yeah? That's what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify that, there's no bus lane on the Penland link, but it connects to the busway, yeah. Okay, thank you, Councillor Walker. Any other questions? Councillor Turner and Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. Mine was just an overall question. I see those pie charts there, and you say that there's overwhelming support for all this stuff, but actually, those who wanted significant change to your what you proposed, and those who wanted a little bit of change, they actually made up like 60 plus 65%. When you had, if you go back to the charts there. Yep, there you go. Go back. No, you went too far. It was just, the last one was good enough. If the last one's the most explanatory, just go and another one and another one. That's it. You know, if I read that correctly, great, minor changes and major changes. Great is, in the minority by far.
But Councillor, what I'm saying is more than a third said, great, love it, no change. Again, more than a third said, I love it, but I've got a suggestion. And then 25% said, I don't like this.
All I'm saying is that the red and the yellow are qualified. If you put those two together, then the green is in the minority. So all I'm saying is that when I look at this information at a glance that you give me, I just look at that and I go, okay, well, it can be read two ways and it's not as supported as you say. Would you disagree with that, would you?
Well, Councillor, we've had people go through every single submission in an awful lot of detail and produce the report, and I look forward to everyone reading the report to be able to see the specific detail. But overall, the feedback that we received and from our communications people who were analysing this and from my reading of it as well was that overall people were saying, I like this, I have some suggestions, and often those suggestions were do more of this and do it faster. There wasn't a lot of people saying, I hate this, I don't do it, go away. So I think it's more accurate to suggest that minor amendments are, I like it, but have an amendment, as opposed to not liking it.
Thank you.
Councillor Dong?
Thank you. I was just trying to connect the information that we had at a workshop this week around what we need to do to reach some of our outcomes, and then what you've found here that need to wait for the LTP, because our decisions on the LTP are obviously critical to all of this working. So the information that you've gathered, maybe in terms of projects, maybe in terms of strategy, looking to how I can connect that to my LTP decisions.
Good question. I guess, Councillor, what we've gathered through this really detailed analysis, and it's not just the 3,000 plus people in public consultation, but also the thousands of people we spoke to in advance of that, was we've got a good sense now, and we can provide that not just in the consultation report, but as needed for the LTP conversations about what people are valuing about public transport, what they like, what they want to see done differently. But we're seeing an awful lot of real passion for the public transport system and how it really matters to people. And they just want frequent, reliable services that go faster and affordable fares and things like that. So I think that should be very beneficial information in helping to make decisions about trade-offs around budgeting.
Councillor Ferry.
Thanks. This is potentially a bit of a stupid question. I'm just trying to put together the last item and this item and how they might work together in the ferry space. So the resolutions for the last item were changed from endorsing some ferry work to noting it. Does that have an impact on how we can progress the ferry work through the RPTP, or are they unrelated?
That's a good question. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, they're unrelated in terms of what's in the RPTP versus what we're doing for the now.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Turner and Walker, 2 short questions, if you don't mind. Comment.
My quick question is, we were told about how AT's success is actually bringing more debt. You know, so you said do it quicker, do it faster. But we've got all this stuff which we're subsidising, maybe not necessarily this. You know, we're talking about connecting it to the LTP. Just where do we sit there? You know, how much more money do we have to find to make this better?
I guess all I can I can't really speak to the bigger picture. Well, the detail around budgeting, but what's in the RPTP in terms of the service proposals which went out to the public is the same as the primary option which was provided to councillors for LTP consideration. So what you're considering in that sense is aligned with the feedback you've received on this RPTP. But I think it's a perennial question. If we look at the politics of it, my sole comment would be, yes, there's this endless view of I want this service and the disconnect between that and what it costs to run it, and it's something that the politicians have to sort out.
All right, okay. Just a final question on behalf of Councillor Fletcher, and it basically goes to the point you were making there, Andrew, in terms of the RPTP process, which of course is engaged on with good faith and by the community, and is of pretty recent vintage if we talk about this year, just a few months back, and the desirability of tying that in, as Councillor Dalton referred to, of decisions coming up. So I guess, and I don't know if, you know, I think there's a reference to it in the risk, is a risk where, you know, where there's a divergence from strong feedback, you know, either collectively or in parts of such consultations, and very important consultations as far as public transport goes.
If I've interpreted your question correctly, Councillor, I think, actually, can I ask a clarifying question? Are you talking about the decisions in terms of the funding of the services?
I'm talking about the outcomes of this, both in terms of reporting and then in terms of what emerges through the LTP process. And I say that in particular for the feedback, either in general terms or in very specific terms, that is very strong and very representative. So there's feedback, and then there's very strong messages that people give to us.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Stacey. I thought it might be helpful because I did answer a very similar question at the LTP workshop. So where is Auckland Transport we go out or we commit to do something, we remain committed to doing that. The question before you, though, as councillors, is whether you can continue to do all of the services or build all of the things that you would like to do so. And so Auckland Transport does not want to step back from providing one of those services. But if you choose from a funding perspective that you're unable to do that, then we would wait that instruction from you. So that might result in not building something that was anticipated or slowing it down. It might be a service that needs to stop or be reduced in level of service. But that is a funding decision. Our commitment remains to do the things that we have set out to do, and I've heard Stacey speak very strongly about that on Gulf Harbour. So we've committed to the community and we've committed to this council that we'll continue to deliver that service and look to build it back up, but we will come back and look at it subject to funding and subject to any further RPTP consultations. So I don't think we can be any more explicit than that to this committee. We will do what we say we're going to do, but you will make the decision shortly around what you can afford to fund.
All right, on that note, thank you for the presentation. The recommendations are up there, which I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Walker. So thank you, folk, if you drop back. Okay. So we just have one. So thanks. We're just going to this won't be too long, hopefully, Dean, then you'll be back up. So Wayne, you want to say a couple of quick words?
Well, I'll say a few quick words. So for the folks around here that aren't familiar, an entire community mobilised, organised submissions. In fact, there are more submissions than are actually noted because the community made sure that it retained a copy of the submissions. And this was around overwhelming support for the reinstatement and the continuation of the Gulf Harbour ferry service. I would note, so that you know, the Penlink route does not have a busway. It does not allow the buses to go any faster. And the distance from Gulf Harbour to the proposed station, if it eventuates at the start of Penlink, is 10 kilometres. So buses are going to be stuck in 10 kilometres of traffic that are progressively worsening all the time because there's more development out at Gulf Harbour. And they'll also be stuck on the Penlink route because it's only 2 lanes. That's what it amounts to. So you need to know that, and obviously Auckland Transport know that because they should be familiar with it. I'd also note that the submissions from the community were in-depth. They covered topics such as consumer behaviour, travel time, alternative ferries, new ferry provisions. There were submissions from operators, including the company that operates the fast electric ferry in Wellington, that is state-of-the-art, and those submissions proved to Auckland Transport what they were saying wasn't possible, and that is that an electric ferry to Gulf Harbour does work, that it turns around in more than sufficient time for charging, with foiling technology, faster than the current service. So there is compelling information that Auckland Transport has, and the consequence is that it is very disappointing that this has been pushed out in terms of 2025. I do not doubt that the service will be reinstated, but I say to you, other members here, other councillors, what's actually different to the Gulf Harbour situation than anywhere else that causes it to be reconsidered in 2025? So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Walker. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour? Against? Okay, carried. Thank you for that. We then call Claire up for the Auckland Transport Q1 Performance Report. I think Claire just introduce it. Moved by Councillor Walker, seconded by
Councillor Turner, I think.
Councillor Turner. Over to you, Claire.
Kia ora. Look, I know it's been a long day. This is the Q1 report for Auckland Transport. All of the matters in here have been well canvassed over the last couple of months, so I'm happy to take the report as read, and Dean and I are here to answer any questions if needed. Thank you.
Okay, so a little different with the format this time. People, if there's any questions, we'll take them. Otherwise, we'll just go straight to moving the item. Any questions from anyone? Okay, so it's Yeah. Yeah.
Been here all day waiting.
That's my resting
And now there's
face,
no
Councillor
questions.
Turner.
Okay, so moved and seconded. It looks like, Dean, if you last it to the end, you get away without too much cross-examination. So moved and seconded. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Okay. Thank you for that. The final item later, isn't it? Is just a pro forma information memoranda. Moved by Walker, seconded by Turner. Any questions, comments? All those in favour? Against? Carried. So thank you, folks, for your attendance today and your perseverance, to the staff for your sterling work, and enjoy your commute home, however that may be made.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, Alf.